plainly can't get either P or P from no premises. So our only hope is to suppose the opposite, PP, and aim for a contradiction. 211-23 PL proofs. Theorems, but now note that we can't usefully apply our negation or disjunction rules to this supposition either. So it seems that we will need to make another supposition in order to move on. In fact, the simplest further supposition will do the trick. Here is how B. 12 pp, sup 3p, sup 4 pp, I 35 abs 4, 26 p, RAA 35 7 pp, I 68 abs 7, 29 pp, RAA 2810 pp, DN9 check that you understand how the proof almost writes itself. Once again, the proof idea generalizes. Any WFF of the form is a theorem. See now for a couple of examples involving conditionals. Firstly, we will show that PQ is a theorem as you would expect, since it is in general a trivial logical truth that if A is true, then if B is true as well, we will have A and B. Here's a proof, see. 12p sup 3q, sup 4pq. I2 35q pq, CP 34 6pq, pq, CP 25 that was easy. But our next example is more interesting and decidedly trickier. Take the WFFD, PQPP. This is an instance of what is known as Peirce's law. If we interpret the arrow as the material conditional then, as can be easily checked, it is a tautology. To prove it, we will evidently need a proof of the following shape. PQP, sup, PQPP, CP, 212 derived rules, but how do we fill in the dots? We will need to apply MP if we are to make use of the temporary supposition. But that means we must first derive the antecedent of our supposition, i.e. PQ. And how are we going to do that? Well, we can make another supposition P, and then derive PQ as in the short proof for J in the last chapter. We then get the non-obvious proof. 12 PQP, sup 3P, sup 4P, sup 5 abs 4, 36Q EFQ 5 7 PQ, CP4, 68P MP7, 29 abs 8, 310P Ra 39 11P, DN 1012, PQPP. CP 211, it is interesting to note that this theorem of our system only involves the conditional. Yet we do need to use more than our two conditional rules in order to prove it. In particular, we have invoked DN at line 11, and it can be shown that we have to use DN or some equivalent to derive instances of Peirce's law in our proof system. 23.2 Derived Rule. Let's take one more example of a theorem. Back in 14.1, we saw that PQ is a PL logical truth, so we will want to be able to prove it from no premises. Here is an outline proof. 12 PQ excluded middle, as in B3 PQ, sup 4 PQ, PQ I 35 PQ, sup 6 PQ, from 5 as in G21.47 PQ, PQ I 68 PQ, PQ E2, 34, 57 filling in the details, that's a 25-line proof. But we have kept things a lot shorter by allowing ourselves to plug in derivations from two earlier proofs. 213-23 PL proofs. Theorems be picking up that last point, here is a general observation. Suppose we want to cope with increasingly messy PL proofs. Then, we can generalize from particular proofs that we have already produced, and build up a library of derived rules of inference, rules that must be truth-preserving if our original rules are. Roman 2, we can then invoke these derived rules in order to speed up new proofs. For example, we could officially adopt the law of excluded middle, as described in the next section. Or we could adopt versions of De Morgan's laws like from, you can infer. Or we could adopt the disjunctive syllogism rule mentioned in 21.5b. And then we can allow ourselves to appeal to one of our derived rules at any point in a formal proof. And that is how introductory logic texts often proceed. But not us. For we are not going to make a fetish of producing lots of complex PL proofs. Once you have got the hang of how to use our formal logics here and later in the book, and understand their role as ideal models of explicit rigor, then there is little point in making it easier to produce more and yet more proofs inside our various systems. For us, as stressed before in 20.5, Understanding the basic motivations and guiding principles of our logical systems is much more important. 23.3 excluded middle and double negation. Having mentioned theorems and derived rules, we finish the chapter with a simple observation. Consider these two rules of inference, one old, one new, double negation dn. Given, we can infer. Law of excluded middle lem. At any point in a derivation, we can add a WFF of the form, where is any WFF? Now, dn is built into our proof system as a basic rule. Lem isn't, but we have seen how any instance of can be proved at any point by using dn along with other rules. In other words, we could add lem to our system as a derived rule, and it would make no difference to what we can establish. Suppose, however, that we hadn't adopted the rule dn, but had instead adopted the rule lem as basic alongside the other rules. Then, in this revised system, we have the following short proof by disjunctive syllogism. 1p prem 2pp, lem 3p, sup 4p, iter 35p, sup 6 abs 5, 17p efq 6 8p e2, 34, 57 214 summary, and of course this proof idea generalizes too. In our revised system, we can still always get from whether as a premise or as a WFF in the middle of a proof to by using lem and other background rules. So in our new system, dn would be a derived rule. In short, taking the other rules i.e. iter, efk, and the pairs of introduction and elimination rules as fixed background. It doesn't matter whether we adopt dn as our additional negation involving rule or adopt lem instead. The resulting proof systems will be equivalent, in the obvious sense of warranting just the same conclusions from given premises. We will say something about the significance of this observation at the end of the next chapter. 23.4 Summary. A theorem of our proof system is a WFF which can be proved from no premises at all. Intuitively, theorems will be logical truths. We saw that, given the other inference rules, having the rule dn in place is equivalent to having the rule lem. That allows us to invoke an instance of the law of excluded middle at any point in a proof. Exercises 23. A. Show that the following WFFs are theorems of our PL proof system in a suitable language. 1. PQR, PQR2, PQR, Q PR3 PQR PQ, PR4 PQQ, 5 PQ, QP6 PQR, PR, QR7 PQP. QPPB. More on negation and alternative rules of inference. The following rule is often called classical reductio, to be carefully distinguished from our raw. Given a finished subproof, starting with the temporary supposition and concluding, we can derive. And the following is a form of Peirce's law, analogous to lem. We can invoke an instance of A at any stage in a proof. Show that the new proof system which results from our PL proof system by replacing the double negation rule, dn, with either I, classical reductio, or Roman II Peirce's law is equivalent to our current system. 215.24 PL proofs. Meta-theory, we have now worked through a range of proofs inside our Fitch-style natural deduction system. In this chapter, we mostly stand outside this system in order to note some important results about it. In a word, we do some. 24.1 Meta-theory, we have already remarked on some small meta-theoretic results. For example, having shown that we could argue from PQ to QP in our proof system, we then noted that by replacing P and Q with and throughout the little proof, we can similarly get a proof from any WFF, too. So we concluded that it would be redundant to add to our system a further rule, C, allowing us directly to swap the order of conjuncts in a conjunction C 20.1d. This redundancy result is not itself a theorem in the sense of a WFF derived inside our PL proof system. It is, as they say, a meta-theorem about our system. For another example, at the end of the last chapter, we proved the meta-theorem that, keeping the other rules fixed, we could replace the rule dn with the rule lem without changing what can be proved in the system. As we will see, however, the most basic meta-theorems about our Fitch-style proof system are the soundness and completeness results. Our system is sound in the sense of always warranting genuine tautological entailments, and complete in the sense of warranting all such entailments. More about this soon. Our Fitch style system is certainly not the only sound and complete one for arguing in PL languages with their truth-functional connectives. There are other frameworks for proof building on the market, and even within a natural deduction framework, there are various choices both for layout and for the fundamental rules. Still, for brevity's sake, we will continue to refer to a derivation in our particular Fitch-style PL natural deduction system as simply a PL proof. 24.2 Putting everything together before discussing some meta-theorems. Let's bring together in one place the PL rules of inference that have been scattered through the last 4 chapters. And then we will officially specify the ways in which we are allowed to chain inference steps together to form proofs. 216 Putting everything together. First, then, the inference rules again. We start with the rule which allows us to simply repeat ourselves when it is useful to do so. Either, at any inference step, we can reiterate any available WFF. Next, we have a rule governing the absurdity sign, plus 4 pairs of introductions/elimination rules. We explained in 20.2d why we can think of the negation rules as forming a pair of this kind. And we explained in 22.1a why we can think of the conditional rules as forming an introduction, elimination pair, as usual, and our arbitrary PLWFFS and then EFQ given, we can derive any WFF. Raw given a finished subproof starting with the temporary supposition and concluding, we can derive. Abs given and we can derive. I given and we can derive. E given a we can derive. Given a we can derive. I given we can derive for any. Given we can derive for any. E given a finished subproof from as supposition to and also a finished subproof from as supposition to, then we can derive. CP given a finished subproof starting with the temporary supposition and ending, we can derive. MP given and we can derive. Finally, we have the additional negation rule and outlier, which is independent of the basic introduction, elimination pairs, as we will confirm in 24.8. DN given, we can derive. The given inputs for the application of any rule of inference must be available, occurring earlier in the proof, but not inside an already finished subproof. B. Now we review how to put together inference steps in order to construct complete PL proofs. 2 preliminary decisions. I-line numbers on the left of a derivation and commentary on the right are helpful optional extras, but won't count as part of the proof itself. But what about the vertical lines marking columns of reasoning? And what about the horizontal bars separating premises and temporary suppositions from what follows? These do carry important information, so let's retain them. So when we talk about columns, we will take these as marked as before by a vertical line, one for the whole home column and others lasting for the duration of a subproof. 217.24 PL proofs. Meta-theory, Roman 2 we repeat a point that we have made before. Consider 1p, prem 2q, prem 3r sup 4pr, I1 35pq, I1 2. This proof contains a correctly formed subproof, which then turns out to be an irrelevant digression. We finish the subproof, but then make no later use of it in reaching our final conclusion. Now, we could require proofs to be written economically, so that the only subproofs which appear along the way are ones which are actually used as inputs to later rules of inference. However, we can afford to be relaxed about this. After all, digressions may be inefficient, but we do not ordinarily regard them as fallacious. Hence, we will allow subproofs to be completed and then, in effect, abandoned. For us, being a correct proof is one thing. Being elegantly minimal is something else. We can now give an official summary of the principles for building PL proofs. We take it as understood that a proof in our system is a snaking vertical line of WFFS, arranged in marked columns and jumping at most one column left or right at each step. Then, a PL proof begins with 0 or more WFFS as premises, entered at the top of the home, leftmost column of the proof, followed by a horizontal bar. Then at each further step, we do one of the following, keeping going until we eventually end the proof. 1. We remain in the current column and apply a PL rule of inference to add a WFF. In applying a rule, the given inputs to the rule must be available, i.e. must occur earlier but not inside an already finished subproof. 2. we move one column to the right and add a WFF, which becomes a new temporary supposition, followed by a horizontal bar. This starts a new subproof. 3, we move one column to the left only if we are not in the home column. This ends the current subproof. 4, we end the whole proof only if we are in the home column. These moves are subject to the following condition. 5, after stating the premises, or after stating a temporary supposition, or after moving a column left, we must next do 1 or 2. The constraint in Rule 4 means that we can't get a properly completed proof if we stop in the middle of a subproof, with some undischarged temporary 218 vacuous discharge supposition left dangling. The constraints in 5 stop us putting down premises or a temporary supposition and doing nothing with them, and ensure that every proof and subproof has some concluding WFF. Just check through some of our earlier examples to convince yourself that they do conform to our now official proof-building rules. See one important remark. Look again at our derivation rules and at our rules for using them in forming PL proofs. These rules are motivated by semantic thoughts about truth preservation. But the rules nowhere mention anything semantic, they just describe permissible symbol shuffling moves. A computer can be programmed to check whether an array of symbols constitutes a PL proof just by checking the syntactic patterns in the expressions involved without considering valuations, for example. In short, it is a purely syntactic matter whether an array of WFFs is put together in such a way as to form a properly constructed PL proof. 24.3 Vacuous discharge. The guiding ideas behind our PL proof system are, we can agree, very natural and attractive. This section pauses over one bothersome point of detail. Consider, for example, the following derivation: A, 1p prem 2p prem 3q sup 4 abs 1, 25q raw 34 6q dn5. Our abs rule tells us that given p and p we can declare an absurdity. At line 4, both p and p are available, so we can indeed correctly put down at that line. Our RAA rule tells us that, given an available subproof starting with the temporary supposition Q and concluding, we can discharge the supposition and infer Q. At line 5, just such a subproof is available, so RA allows us to infer Q at that line. Hence, with a final DN step, we get another proof in our system warranting the explosive inference P6Q. Isn't there something odd here, though? For note that the supposition Q at line 3 is not actually invoked in arriving at the absurdity at line 4. But isn't the idea behind a reductio proof that, if an assumption leads to or generates a contradiction, we can infer nate? By contrast, our official RAA rule allows what is known by the rather unprepossessing name of vacuous discharge, which means that we are allowed to discharge the temporary supposition at the top of a subproof, ending in absurdity and infer, even if is not actually involved in deriving the absurdity. 219.24 PL proofs. Meta-theory B here is an even simpler derivation, B. 1q prem 2p sup 3q iter 14 pq CP23. To infer a WFF of the form by CP, all we need is an available finished subproof starting and ending. And that's what we have here at line 4. Again, you might be suspicious. The supposition P at line 2 and B is not used in deriving 3, the final WFFQ of the subproof. But isn't the idea behind a conditional proof that, if an assumption leads to or generates a derived conclusion C, then we are entitled to infer if a then C? By contrast, our official CP rule also allows vacuous discharge, which means that we are allowed to discharge the temporary supposition at the top of a subproof ending in and derive, even if is not actually involved in deriving. See, so the question arises, is allowing vacuous discharge, as in these cases, a bug in our proof system, or is it an acceptable feature? Concentrating on the slightly simpler second example, it might be suggested that we should make the conditional proof rule stricter, along the following lines. CP2, given an available subproof starting with the temporary supposition and ending with, where is actually used in deriving, then we can infer. Consider, however, the following proof C. 1q prem 2p sup 3 pq I2 14qe 35 pq CP 224 here the WFF officially appealed to in deriving 4, namely 3, is itself derived from 2. So we do still get a proof even with our revised rule, CP2. To avoid CP2 in effect collapsing back into our original rule, CP, should we also try to block the sort of two-step dance involved at lines 3 and 4 in C? Shall we ban using an introduction, rule and then simply undoing the result by using the corresponding elimination rule? The trouble with this suggestion is that such little detours strike us as typically redundant rather than wrong, so an outright ban would at least initially seem hard to motivate. There's a lot more to be said, but we must leave matters here. The headline news is that other natural deduction systems for standard propositional logic also permit vacuous discharge when applying rules using temporary suppositions like RA, E, and CP, so this isn't only a feature of our system. And this feature doesn't enable us to prove anything that we can't prove otherwise, so at 220 generalizing PL proofs isn't a vicious bug. The path of least resistance, then, is simply to continue to allow vacuous discharge of unused temporary suppositions as a special case. 24.4 Generalizing PL proofs, we now pick up again a point which we have already noted. PL proofs generalize. Suppose we take an array of PL-WFFs, which are interrelated by our rules of inference so as to form a correctly formed proof. And suppose we systematically swap out the atoms in this proof for other WFFs, obeying the crucial rule same atom, same replacement throughout. Then we will get an array of new WFFs. Now, nothing in our rules for PL proof building gives a special role to atomic WFFs. So given that the old WFFs in the old array were originally related to each other in the right way to make them a proof, then the new WFFs in the new array will still be related in the right way to make them a proof. Any derivation built up the same way as our original proof will also be a correctly formed proof. We can put the same point like this, compare 16.5. Take a correct PL proof. Show its structure down to the atomic level by systematically replacing its atoms with schematic variables. Same atom, same replacement, different atoms, different replacements. Call the result a basic proof schema. Then any substitution instance of a proof schema is also a proof. We get a substitution instance, of course, by systematically replacing schematic variables with WFFs again. 24.5 and we introduced a useful notational convention in exercises, starting with exercises 16C. We will be using it frequently, so let's now headline it. Alongside the use of lowercase Greek letters for individual WFFs, it is common to use uppercase Greek letters such as gamma, delta to stand in for some WFFs, 0, 1, or many. Further, we use for the WFFs together with. Unless explicitly indicated, you can take the WFFs to be finitely many in number. Recall now some standard metalinguistic notation from 14.2 and 16.4. Assuming the WFFs and all belong to some PL language, then, we abbreviate the claim that the WFFs tautologically entail the conclusion as follows. We abbreviate the claim that is a tautology as follows. We now add new, equally standard, companion notation. 221.24 PL proofs. Meta-theory, we abbreviate the claim that there is a PL proof from premises to the conclusion as follows. We abbreviate the claim that is a PL theorem, the claim that can be derived from 0 premises as follows. The double turnstile is the semantic turnstile, defined in terms of the semantic property of being a truth-preserving inference. Correspondingly, the single turnstile is the syntactic turnstile, defined in terms of the syntactic property of being a well-constructed PL proof. So the turnstiles have quite different definitions. See still, despite their quite different definitions, it is easy to see that the semantic and syntactic turnstiles march in step in many particular cases. For example, we know from 14.2, 16.5, and 17.1 that for any PL-WFFs, we have 1, 2, 3. And we now know from 23.1, 21.5, and 20.9 respectively that these semantic facts are exactly matched by the syntactic facts that for any 1, 2, 3. Likewise, we noted the following semantic principles in exercises 16. 4 if then, 5 if and then. We now have parallel results about provability. 4 if then, 5 if and then. For the first, note that adding an unused premise to a proof still gives us a correctly formed proof. For the second, we just take a derivation from 2 and splice that together with a proof from T. To get a proof from 2. We can multiply such examples of how particular facts about provability match facts about tautological entailment. But we won't enumerate anymore. That's because we will now see that, globally, the two sorts of fact must always march in step, as shown by this chapter's two major metatheorems. 24.6 Soundness. The first of these metatheorems is this. Our PL proof system is sound, if, then. As a special case, if, then. 222 Soundness reading the turnstiles, if prove, then, tautologically entail. In other words, our proof system really is trustworthy. A completed derivation of a WFF from given premises is always a genuine proof, showing that the conclusion is tautologically entailed by the premises. And if a WFF is derivable from no premises, then it is a tautology. It is only a very mild annoyance that sound is used in elementary logic in two different ways to say of a particular argument that it has true premises and makes a valid inference move, and to say of a formal proof system that its derivations are reliably truth-preserving. B. A general comment on the very idea of soundness. So far, we have introduced just one family of formal languages, PL languages. And we defined a suitable notion of validity in virtue of logical structure for inferences framed in a PL language, namely tautological validity. We have since introduced a Fitch-style framework for proving conclusions from premises in a PL language. The aim of this PL proof system all along has been to enable us to establish that various inferences are truth-preserving without trudging through a truth-table test. And certainly, we have chosen proof-building rules that intuitively seem reliable in virtue of the meaning of the connectives. So it would be very bad news if our proof system can after all lead us astray and purport to validate inferences that are not tautologically valid. We are soon going to introduce another family of formal languages, QL languages, designed for regimenting quantificational arguments. And we will extend our Fitch-style framework to enable us to prove conclusions from premises in a QL language. We will eventually define a suitable notion of validity in virtue of logical structure for arguments framed in a QL language, namely Q-validity. Again, we will want to be able to rely on the so-called proofs, i.e. we will require every derivation of a conclusion from premises to be Q-valid, making our QL proof system sound in the relevant sense. And so it goes. Beyond the scope of this book, there are other formal languages equipped with different topic-neutral vocabularies, and there will be correspondingly different definitions of validity in virtue of logical structure for arguments in such languages. We will typically want to design deductive systems for arguing formally in such languages. There will be many options other than Fitch-style deduction systems, but however they are structured, we will always require our deductive systems to be sound, i.e., we will require a proved conclusion to validly follow from the given premises. See back to PL. You need to take away from this chapter an understanding of the claim that our proof system is sound. You don't need to know how to prove this claim. Still, the basic proof idea is quite straightforward. Let's have some terminology that we will highlight because we will want it later anyway. For brevity, premises and suppositions will now both be called assumptions. The live assumptions at a line of a proof are any available earlier assumptions, plus the WFF on that line if it is itself an assumption. 223-24 PL proofs. Meta-theory, and now say that the line of a PL proof is good if the WFF on that line is tautologically entailed by the live assumptions at that line, if any. A proof starts with a good line. A premise is tautologically entailed by the live assumption at that line itself. As we can check, the allowed proof-building moves all take us from good lines to another good line. So every line of a proof is good. In particular, the last line, where all temporary suppositions have been discharged, must be good, which is just to say the final conclusion will indeed be entailed by the initial premises. For more details, see the Appendix A1. 24.7 Completeness, A. Now for the converse of the soundness theorem. Our PL proof system is complete, if then, as a special case, if then. In other words, there are no missing rules in our PL system. Given a tautologue equally valid inference from PL-WFFS, we can always derive its conclusion from its premises by a derivation in the system as it stands. B. A general comment on the very idea of completeness. Of course, it is very welcome when we can find a complete proof system for inferences framed in a given class of logical languages. A system in which it is in principle possible to warrant all the logically valid inferences by correctly formed derivations. We can do this in the present case. Our PL proof system is complete. And note, this isn't just obvious. A completeness proof will be non-trivial. It turns out that we can similarly construct a complete proof system that captures all the Q-valid inferences in QL languages. However, complete proof systems aren't always available. Some logical languages are too infinitary for the relevant notion of validity to be fully captured by a finitely specifiable formal deductive system, though this has to be a story for another time. For the moment, we will just say, completeness in a proof system is highly desirable, but may not be obtainable once we go beyond the elementary cases considered in this book. See again, what you should take away from this chapter is an understanding of the claim that our PL proof system is complete in the sense defined. You don't need to know how we establish this claim to be true. There is more than one type of strategy for a PL completeness proof. In the appendix, we will explain one strategy, whose leading ideas can then be developed to give an analogous completeness proof of our future QL proof system. But these ideas are somewhat trickier to grasp than the simple idea underlying the soundness proof, so trying to summarize them here would not be very enlightening. Let's therefore leave the details for enthusiasts to explore at the end of book, in A3, A4. 224 double negation, and excluded middle again 24.8 double negation, and excluded middle again, we finish this chapter by revisiting the double negation rule and its equivalent, the law of excluded middle. As we will see, these have a distinctive status that sets them interestingly apart from the other PL rules. A start from the PL proof system, which we codified in 24.2. Now simply omit the rule DN. Call the resulting cutdown system IPL. The reason for the label will become clear in a moment. In the light of 23.3, we see that adding the rule DN to IPL is equivalent to adding the rule LEM, which allows us to invoke an instance of the law of excluded middle at any stage in a proof. And the point we want to emphasize is that DN or LEM are substantive additions to IPL, enabling us to derive conclusions that do not follow if we can only use the rules of the cutdown system. To put it another way, DN, or equivalently, LEM is independent of the other rules of the original system PL. B. How do we prove the independence result? Here is a strategy. We find some new way of interpreting IPL and its connectives, an interpretation on which the rules of our cut-down deductive system would still be acceptable, but on which DN or LEM would plainly not be acceptable. It then follows that buying the rules of IPL can't commit us to DN or LEM. Now, as we said when we first introduced it, the DN rule reflects the classical understanding of negation as truth-value flipping. So an interpretation on which DN or LEM doesn't hold will have to revise the interpretation of negation. How can we do that? It is natural to think of a correct assertion as one that corresponds to some realm of facts, whatever that means exactly. But suppose for a moment that we instead think of correctness as a matter of being informally provable or being fully justified, or, for short, being warranted. Then here is a quite natural four-part story about how to characterize the connectives in this new framework. Is correct, i.e. warranted, if and are both correct, i.e. are both warranted. Roman 2 is correct, i.e. warranted, if at least one disjunct is correct, i.e. there is a warrant for or a warrant for. Roman 3, a correct conditional, must be one that, together with the warranted assertion, will enable us to derive another warranted assertion by using modus ponens. Hence, is correct if there is a way of converting a warrant for into a warrant for. Roman 4, finally, is correct if we have a warrant for ruling out as leading to something absurd, given what else is warranted. Now, suppose that in keeping with this approach, we think of a correctness-preserving inference as one that preserves warranted assertability. We can then still accept F as essentially defining the absurdity constant, so the absurd can't be warrantedly assertable, or else everything would be assertable. And the familiar 4. Introduction. Rules for the connectives will still be acceptable, for they will be warrant-preserving. Think through why this is so. But as we saw 225-24 PL proofs, meta-theory, the various elimination rules in effect, just undo the effects of the introduction rules, so they should come along for free once we have the introduction rules. Hence, in short, thought of as warrant-preserving rules, all our IPL rules can remain in place. However, DN will not be acceptable in this framework. We might have a good reason for ruling out being able to rule out, so we can warrantedly assert. But that doesn't put us in a position to warrantedly assert. We might just have to remain neutral. Likewise, lem will not be acceptable. On the present understanding, would be correct, i.e. warranted, just if there is a warrant for or a warrant for ruling out. But again, must there always be a way of justifiably deciding a conjecture in the relevant area of inquiry one way or the other? Some things may be beyond our ken. Hence, if we want a proof system as a framework for arguments preserving warranted assertability, we shouldn't endorse DN or lem. Be careful here. It is one thing to stand back from endorsing lem. It would be something else to actually deny some instance of lem. In fact, it is an easy exercise to show that, even in IPL, any WFF of the form entails a contradiction. See, so now we see the significance of the fact that the built-in DN rule is an outlier, not one of the introduction elimination rules. Its special status leaves room for an interpretation on which the remaining rules, the rules of IPL, hold good, but DN doesn't. Hence, DN is independent of the other rules. True, our version of the argument might seem a bit too arm-waving for comfort. After all, the notions of warrant or informal proof are not ideally clear. But let's not fuss about that, for we can in fact develop a rigorous story inspired by these notions, which gives us an entirely uncontroversial technical proof that DN and its equivalents are, as claimed, independent of the other rules of PL. Things do get controversial when it is claimed that in some particular domain of inquiry, DN and lem really don't apply. Because in this domain, there can be no more to correctness than warrant or informal provability. For example, so-called intuitionists hold that mathematics is a case in point. Mathematical truth, they say, doesn't consist in correspondence with facts about objects laid out in some Platonic heaven. After all, there are familiar worries. What kind of objects could these ideal mathematical entities be? How could we possibly know about them? Rather, the story goes, being mathematically correct is a matter of being assertable on the basis of a proof, meaning not a proof in this or that formal system, but any proof satisfying informal mathematical standards. Take, then, a proposition like G, Goldbach's conjecture that every even number other than 2 is the sum of 2 primes. We have no proof to warrant an assertion of G. We have no disproof which warrants ruling out G. And there's no guarantee that we can ever get a warrant, either way. So the intuitionist will say we are not in a position to hold GG to be correct. This view is radical and highly contentious taken seriously. It involves having to reject swathes of standard mathematics because it changes the logic we can use. For an intuitionist, the appropriate propositional logic for arguing with the 226 summary connectives is not the full classical two-valued logic PL, where DN and lem hold, but rather the cut-down intuitionist logic we have already labeled IPL, because this is the right logic for correctness as informal provability. D in an introductory logic book, we obviously can't even begin to discuss those intriguing issues about the nature of truth and provability in mathematics. But we have said enough to raise some horribly difficult questions. Are there really domains where we can't apply the full classical PL apparatus, even when we set aside such troublesome issues as vagueness and the proper treatment of paradoxical sentences like the Liar C 10.3? More generally, is there one true logic, or should we be pluralists allowing different principles to govern reasoning in different areas of inquiry? Is a pluralist approach consistent with whatever is true in the thought that logic should be topic neutral? We can't pursue such weighty questions here. We will just have to follow standard practice and concentrate on the classical logic, which includes the law of excluded middle, reflecting the classical understanding of negation as truth value flipping. For this is the logic which is routinely deployed by mathematicians along with the rest of us, at least most of the time. Classical logic is, so to speak, the baseline against which alternative logics are usually measured. So it is on almost everyone's view the logic you need to understand first. 24.9 Summary. We have reviewed our Fitch-style proof system, restating the inference rules, and now specifying the permissible ways of assembling inferences together into correctly structured proofs. In fixing the details of our system, various choices have had to be made. We noted in particular that we allow vacuous discharge. We define the syntactic turnstile, indicating provability, to go alongside the semantic turnstile, indicating entailment. We noted particular cases where properties of match properties of, but the properties of provability and entailment march in step in a more general way too. Our PL proof system is sound and complete. A conclusion derived from some premises by a PL proof really is tautologically entailed by those premises. And conversely, a conclusion tautologically entailed by some premises can be derived from them by a PL proof. Proofs of these two key results do, perhaps, go rather beyond what you really need to know at an introductory level. However, we give outline versions in the appendix. We saw that DN and equivalence stand aside from the other PL rules and encapsulate a so-called classical conception of negation. Intuitionists would argue that full classical logic overshoots, and only the cut-down proposi, Chanal logic IPL, which lacks DN and equivalence, can be applied in general to mathematical reasoning. 227 Interlude. Formalizing general propositions. A propositional logic has provided us with a simple and approachable setting in which we can first encounter a whole range of absolutely fundamental logical ideas. So, in chapters 8 to 13, we saw why we might want to regiment some informal arguments into tidily formalized languages. And we then explored the syntax and semantics of the family of PL languages. And since then, we have approached questions of validity for PL inferences in two rather different ways. 2. In chapters 15 to 16, we defined tautological validity, and we explored the truth table method for determining validity in this sense. And then, having added the absurdity sign and the material conditional to our story about PL languages. 3. In chapters 20 to 24, we have developed a natural deduction framework for showing the validity of inferences depending on the core sentential connectives, using intuitively correct step-by-step derivations. Happily, we can show that the two approaches 2 and 3 validate just the same inferences. Our proof system doesn't overshoot by allowing us to construct proofs which aren't truth-preserving. The system is sound. And it doesn't undershoot by failing to validate some correct reasoning with the connectives. The system is complete. And now, after all this work on propositional logic, we must at last move on. So where next? Consider the following logically valid arguments. 1. Felix is a cat. All cats are scary. So, Felix is scary. 2. Ludwig envies anyone Alma loves. Alma loves Fritz. So, Ludwig envies Fritz. 3. Each great philosopher is worth reading. Some logicians are also great philosophers, so some logicians are worth reading. 4. Some philosophers admire every logician. No philosopher admires any charlatan. So, no logician is a charlatan. If we expose no more structure than the way in which whole propositional clauses are related by connectives, if any, then each of these arguments can only be assigned the utterly unreliable inferential form, A, B, so C. 228. Formalizing general propositions to explain the validity of these arguments. We will therefore have to dig deeper inside their premises and conclusions. What is crucial here is the presence of expressions of generality, i.e. quantifiers, such as all, any, every, each, not to mention some and no. If we are to make any headway tackling the logic of general statements, we are therefore going to need a way of handling sub-propositional structure, and of explaining in particular the roles of quantifiers. See, ordinary language has a rich multiplicity of quantifiers. For example, all, any, every, and each can all be used to express a general claim about everything of some kind. Though, as we will soon see, these four quantifiers also behave in significantly different ways. And this is just one of the complications we encounter with vernacular quantifiers. But we surely don't want to get bogged down in all the linguistic niceties. So we will again follow the divide and rule strategy we have already used to deal with propositional arguments. Just as we sidestep the quirks of ordinary language by going formal in order to deal with the sentential connectives, the plan will be to introduce some well-behaved formal languages for regimenting ordinary language quantified arguments, and then to investigate the logic of the neatly formalized arguments. However, formalization in this case is a non-trivial task. The design brief for PL languages, as explained in 8.7, is very simple, and the resulting languages are correspondingly easy to work with. By contrast, the design rationale for our formal languages for quantifier logic is less immediately obvious. The resulting QL languages depart more from the structures of ordinary language. So we need to spend quite some time explaining carefully why these new languages have the form they do, and it will require a little effort to become fluent at handling them. We go slowly. Take the Felix argument again. As we said, this argument's validity depends on the internal subpropositional structures of its premises and conclusion. And apart from the quantifier all, it is also crucial how the name Felix recurs, and the way that is a cat and is slash are scary recur. When we formalize T, his sort of argument in a QL language, we will therefore need some way of representing the internal structure of the relevant propositions by using formal names and predicates. So, to guide the syntax and semantics of our formalization, we need some preliminary remarks about proper names and logical predicates in ordinary language, and about the simple sentences built from them. That's the business of the next chapter, Chapter 25. Following this, in chapters 26 and 27, we motivate and explain the general idea of a quantifier variable notation for expressing general propositions in a disciplined way. Then in Chapter 28, we learn how to implement this pivotal Phrygian idea in the formal setting of QL languages. That won't be the end of the story. For example, we will eventually want to add a special identity predicate and function expressions to our languages for quantificational logic. But for the next chapters, we concentrate on the basics. 229-25 names and predicates as just indicated in the interlude. Before turning to consider the proper treatment of quantifiers in our formal languages, we need to start with some preliminary remarks about names and predicates. 25.1 Names and other terms. A language like English, here we include mathematical English, has a variety of devices for referring to particular objects. These include proper names, e.g., Alice, Socrates, Kilimanjaro, Vienna, 0, etc. Ordinary proper names can of course be widely shared, as anyone called Peter Smith can tell you. So context will be needed to fix which Peter Smith is being referred to by a particular use of that name. Roman II demonstratives or demonstratively used pronouns e.g. this, that guy, or simply she, relying on context to fix the intended reference. Roman III, so-called definite descriptions of the form the f, e.g. the tallest girl in the class or the hardest logic problem. Once again, some context might be needed in these cases to fix the reference. Which class, which set of problems? Roman IV functional terms where we use an expression for a function like the mother of, the population of, the positive square root of, in combination with some other referring expression, to form a complex term like the mother of Alice, the mother of Alice, the father of that guy, the population of this town, the positive square root of 2, sin/2. Rather differently, we also use what are variously called temporary names, quasi-names, arbitrary names, or v-dummy names. Consider, for example, legal uses of John Doe and Jane Roe. If Jane Roe is the executor of John Doe's will, then. Or consider the mathematician's use of a in, let it be an arbitrary real number. B. In contrast to ordinary language, the logical languages in this book will not have any referring expressions which rely on context for their reference. But we 230 predicates and their arity will add expressions of type I, V, and then Roman IV in stages, while setting aside definite descriptions for special treatment. So, 1. Initially, our QL languages will only have the equivalent of unstructured proper names, which unambiguously always refer to a fixed thing. 2. Next, we will add dummy names to our formal languages, as these will play a key role in regimenting arguments with quantifiers. 3. Eventually, we will also be able to form functional terms in our QL languages. There is a standard label that generically covers expressions of these three types. Proper names, dummy names, and functional terms are all terms. More specifically, these are singular terms as opposed to plural terms, like the Alps, the wives of Henry VIII, the fifth roots of I, which refer to more than one thing, and also as opposed to general terms for kinds of thing, like mountain or woman or complex number. We concentrate first on those singular terms which are proper names, and for both informal and formal cases we say, unsurprisingly, the object referred to by a proper name is the name's reference. 25.2 Predicates and their arity. According to schoolroom grammar, simple sentences can be parsed into subject and predicate, roughly. The subject tells us who the sentence is about. The predicate then tells us something concerning that subject matter. For example, the following sentences are traditionally divided into subject, then predicate as shown. 1. Socrates is wise. 2. Socrates loves Plato. 3. Some philosopher is wise, but modern logicians see things differently. First, we will insist that there is a deep difference between the roles of names like Socrates and of quantifier involving expressions like some philosopher, and so resist classifying them together as subjects. Second, the point emphasized in this section, we will generalize the schoolroom notion of a predicate. For us, a predicate is an expression which can combine with one or more singular terms or other expressions to form a sentence. For example, loves in Socrates, loves Plato counts as a predicate in the logician sense. It is a binary predicate taking two suitable expressions to form a sentence. 230.125 Names and predicates. B. It is convenient to have a device to use when we want a mark explicitly, where one or more names can be attached to a predicate to form a sentence. Let's for now take simple combinations, with names to be the most basic case. We can use dots and dashes as in, is a cat, loves, but here's another standard device. We can use numbered counters to mark slots where names can go, as in is a cat, loves, is between, and etc. to be clear. Earlier, we informally used an expression like N is a man to represent a whole sentence, with the schematic letter standing in for some particular name, C, for example, 3.3. By contrast, is a man represents just part of a sentence, a predicate, with the counter indicating where a name or other expression would need to be added to get a sentence. So, the ordinary language predicates is a cat, is scary, muse, killed themselves. For example, take one name or other suitable completion to form a sentence. While loves is a pupil of, took to task, and are married to each other all take two names, different or the same, to form a sentence. And similarly is between and takes three names. Call these unary, binary, ternary predicates respectively, or less formally, one-place, two-place, three-place predicates. And generalizing. A KRE predicate is an expression which takes K names or other suitable expressions to form a sentence. The number of names that a predicate takes to form a sentence is its arity. See consider, however, the English sentences 1 Tom and Dick carrowed a book, 2 Tom, Dick, and Harry carrowed a book, 3 Tom, Dick, Harry, and Joe carrowed a book, and so on. Or for a logical example, using quotation marks for clarity, consider 1 P and Q entail, PQ, 2P, Q, and R entail, PQR, 3P, Q, R, and S entail, PQRS, and so on. Do such examples show that some ordinary language predicates like carrowed a book or entail can combine with varying numbers of singular terms for people or terms for WFFS to form a sentence? Arguably so. However, when we go formal, we will as is usual insist that our built-in QL predicates are tidily behaved and each has a definite arity. So, in particular, each combines with a fixed number of terms to make an atomic WFF. D. Now to refine our notation and the associated notion of arity. There is a useful convention that places attached to predicates which are marked in the same way are to be filled in the same way. For example, We can fill out killed to get Seneca killed Seneca, and Mark Antony killed Mark Antony, but not Nero killed Poppaea. So we can say that killed takes one name, albeit 232 predicates, properties, and relations twice over. And it is naturally classed as another unary predicate because it is equivalent to killed themselves. Understood this way, the arity of a predicate is represented by the number of different counters that get attached in our notation. We do, however, allow different slot marking counters to be filled out the same way. Compare 3.2b. So Seneca killed Seneca counts as one way of filling out the binary predicate killed alongside Nero killed Poppaea. 25.3 predicates, properties, and relations. What do predicates do, semantically? Informally, unary predicates express properties, binary predicates express relations between two things or between a thing and itself, ternary predicates express three-way relations, and so on. For example, in the sentence Socrates is snub-nosed, the unary predicate is snub-nosed is used to ascribe the property of being snub-nosed to Socrates. In the sentence Romeo loves Juliet, the binary predicate loves is used to say that the binary relation of loving holds between Romeo and Juliet taken in that order, with the first loving the second. Life and love being what they are, it matters which name goes into which slot attached to the predicate here. For Romeo can stand in the relation of loving to Juliet without, conversely, Juliet loving Romeo. Similarly, in the sentence York is on the rail line between London and Edinburgh, the predicate is on the rail line between and expresses a ternary relation between the three cities again. The order in which their names appear matters. Be so far, so good. Except that the notion of a property relation does come freighted with a lot of unwanted baggage. For example, many philosophers urge us to distinguish what they take to be genuine properties, like being human and being wise, and having zero mass from trumped-up fakes, like being either a logician or a neutrino, and being green if it is Tuesday and tasting like coffee otherwise. And philosophers argue about where to draw the genuine fake line. By contrast, logicians are generous souls who talk about properties and relations in a cheerfully inclusive way. We certainly don't want to get entangled in the philosopher's metaphysical debates. For us, then, talk about predicates expressing properties relations will officially mean no more than this. A unary predicate expresses a condition that an object O has to meet if the predicate is to be true of O. A binary predicate expresses a condition that the objects O1, O2 taken in that order have to meet if the predicate is to be true of them. And so on where any condition, however complex or gerrymandered, is countenanced. See now for some useful terminology. If an object O meets the condition expressed by a given unary predicate, then for short we will say that O satisfies that predicate. 233.25 names and predicates likewise. Suppose that the two objects O1 and O2, taken in that order, meet the condition expressed by a binary predicate. Then we will say that the ordered pair of O1 and O2, notated O1, O2, satisfies the predicate. After ordered pairs come ordered triples, quadruples, quintuples, etc. There is nothing very mysterious about finite ordered sequences of objects. The traditional general term for them is tuples. So a k-tuple is just a finite ordered sequence of k, objects O1, O2, OK, and we can take a one-tuple to be an object by itself. The angled bracket notation for tuples is, by the way, pretty standard. Then, if a k-tuple of objects meets the condition expressed a k-re predicate, then the k-tuple satisfies the predicate. 25.4 predicates. Sense versus extension. We said in 7.2 that the sense of a declarative sentence is the aspect or ingredient of its meaning that fixes the condition under which the sentence is true. Similarly, the sense of a unary predicate to start with that case is the aspect of its meaning which fixes the condition which some object must meet if the predicate is to be true of it. So, to borrow a Phrygian example, compare the predicates. Is a horse steed nag gg? The use of these alternative expressions will no doubt give a different coloring to the sentences which contain them. However, these predicates arguably share the same sense, i.e. they can be taken to mean the same in truth-relevant respects and express the same property. In other words, they express the same equine condition that an object has to meet if the predicate is to be true of it. B. The sense of a sentence is, to repeat, the truth-relevant aspect of its meaning. But knowing the sense of a sentence isn't, in general, enough to tell us whether the sentence actually is true. That usually depends on how things are in the world, and it is exactly similar with predicates. The sense of a unary predicate is the truth-relevant aspect of its meaning. But knowing the sense of a predicate, i.e., knowing the condition it expresses, isn't, in general, enough to tell us which objects do satisfy the predicate. That usually depends on how things are in the world. Let's say that the objects which do satisfy a unary predicate form, the predicates extension. Then the point we have just made is that the extension of a predicate will, in general, depend on the situation in the world. Take, for example, the unary predicate is a philosopher. In the world as it is, Socrates is in the predicate's extension, along with Plato and Aristotle. But he might not have been. For example, there is another way the world might have been in which Socrates, that man, opts for a quiet life and doesn't hang around 234, sets the agora, corrupting the youth. And perhaps Socrates in that possible world has an argumentative sister who doesn't exist in the actual world, and she satisfies philosopher there. C. Evidently, then, a predicate with a fixed sense can acquire different extensions as we consider different possible ways the world might be. Conversely, predicates with different senses can have the same actual extension. For example, the two sentences Joe is a human and Joe is a terrestrial featherless biped express different thoughts, because the predicates is a human and is a terrestrial featherless biped express different conditions. Something could in theory satisfy one condition without satisfying the other. In some possible worlds, there are humans who are not terrestrial. Humans could move to Mars. And there are terrestrial featherless bipeds who aren't humans. Suppose Neanderthals had survived. But still, these two predicates do happen to have the same extension as things actually stand, or so our traditional example assumes. For another example, the predicates is a unicorn and is a dragon plainly do not have the same sense. Satisfying the condition for being a unicorn is not the same thing as satisfying the condition for being a dragon, and you could have a world with creatures of the one kind, but not the other. That's why to ask whether dragons ever roamed the earth is not to ask whether unicorns ever roamed the earth. But these two predicates, in fact, happen to have the same empty or null extension in the world as it is. D. The sense of a binary relational predicate is likewise that aspect of its meaning, which fixes the condition which an ordered pair of objects must meet in order to satisfy the predicate. And pairs which satisfy the condition will form the predicate's extension. Generalizing, the sense of a KRE predicate fixes the condition on which k-tuples of objects satisfy the predicate, and the k-tuples which satisfy a KRE predicate form the predicate's extension. Again, KRE predicates with different senses can have the same extension. While keeping its sense fixed, a KRE predicate can have different extensions in different possible situations. 25.5 sets we have just talked of some objects, or ordered pairs of objects, etc. as forming the extension of a predicate, and we have talked too of an object as being in the extension of a predicate. It very natural, therefore, to speak of an extension as a set of objects, or a set of ordered pairs of objects, etc. But just what does this commit us to? For example, do we really need to think of the extension of is a philosopher as a distinct new object in its own right, over and above the people who satisfy the predicate? Or can we take talk of a set of philosophers here just as a facon de parler, a handy way of speaking in the singular about the philosophers, plural? 235 names and predicates, a lot of elementary talk of sets, can be construed in the lightweight second way. Saying that N is in the set of Fs is frequently just another way of saying that N is one of the Fs, i.e. is an F still. The noncommittal set idiom is still useful. In ordinary language, we often find it natural to use singular talk of a collection, class, group, bunch, and the like when talking about some things, plural, and it can seem rather artificial to try strenuously to avoid it. Up to now, we have avoided talk of sets, so, for example, we preferred to talk of some WFFS, plural, tautologically entailing a conclusion, rather than of a set of WFFS entailing the conclusion, which is the more usual idiom. Still partly for convenience, partly to align ourselves with other treatments. We will start occasionally talking of sets or collections. However, unless explicitly signaled, this is to be interpreted in the noncommittal lightweight way that can in principle be paraphrased away into plural talk. When apparent reference to some objects can be paraphrased away, some philosophers talk of these as being merely virtual objects. In this sense, unless otherwise indicated, our sets can be treated as virtual sets. 25.6 Names. Sense versus reference. It is pretty much agreed on all sides that we need a sense versus extension distinction for predicates. Do we need an analogous sense versus reference distinction for proper names? Frege famously thought so, but the issue is hotly contended. Here, just to think about, is an argument for the view that we do need some sense versus reference distinction for names. For vividness, we can take an engaging fictional example. Superman and Clark Kent are two different names for the same person. It is evidently possible for someone to have both names in their vocabulary, but not to know that these are two names for the same person. Lois Lane is initially in this state. And these names are then associated by her with very different Phrygian modes of determination, i.e. very different ways of picking out what is, as it happens, the same person. So, roughly speaking, she thinks of Superman as the handsome superhero in tights, and of Clark Kent as the bespectacled reporter. That is why Lois can rationally assert Superman can fly, yet deny Clark Kent can fly even though, in the circumstances, these sentences attribute the same property to the same person and therefore must in fact have the same truth value. And that's also how Superman is Clark Kent can be quite startlingly informative for her. Hence, for the purposes of interpreting Lois talk about Superman and Clark, and in order to make her related behavior comprehensible, it seems that we need to know more than merely the reference of the name she uses. We do need to distinguish her two different ways of thinking about the man, the different modes of determination which Lois associates with the different names, and so, as Frege would put it, we need to distinguish the different senses the names have for her. Which is why, just as two predicates 236 reference, extension and truth with the same extension can have different senses, we need to recognize that two names with the same reference can have different senses. Or so, in the very briefest terms, a Phrygian argument begins. However, all this is contentious, and we certainly can't follow the twists and turns of the debates here. Fortunately, for our purposes we don't need to. Why so? 25.7 Reference, extension and truth. When is a basic name predicate sentence true? When the named object meets the condition expressed by the predicate. Or equivalently, a sentence formed from a name, and a unary predicate is true if and only if the reference of the end, life and love being what they are, it matters which name goes into which slot attached to the predicate here. For Romeo can stand in the relation of loving to Juliet without, conversely, Juliet loving Romeo. Similarly, in the sentence, York is on the rail line between London and Edinburgh. The predicate not sign is on the rail line between and registered, expresses a ternary relation between the three cities again, the order in which their names appear matters. Be so far, so good. Except that the notion of a property relation does come freighted with a lot of unwanted baggage. For example, many philosophers urge us to distinguish what they take to be genuine properties, like being human and being wise, and having zero mass from trumped-up fakes, like being either a logician or a neutrino, and being green if it is Tuesday and tasting like coffee otherwise. And philosophers argue about where to draw the genuine fake line. By contrast, logicians are generous souls who talk about properties and relations in a cheerfully inclusive way. We certainly don't want to get entangled in the philosophers' metaphysical debates. For us, then, talk about predicates expressing properties relations will officially mean no more than this. A unary predicate expresses a condition that an object O has to meet if the predicate is to be true of O. A binary predicate expresses a condition that the objects O taken in that order have to meet if the predicate is to be true of them. And so on, where any condition, however complex or gerrymandered, is countenanced. See now for some useful terminology. If an object O meets the condition expressed by a given unary predicate, then for short, we will say that O satisfies that predicate. 25 names and predicates likewise. Suppose that the two objects O and O, taken in that order, meet the condition expressed by a binary predicate, then we will say that the ordered pair of O and O, notated O, O, satisfies the predicate. After ordered pairs come ordered triples, quadruples, quintuples, etc. There is nothing very mysterious about finite ordered sequences of objects. The traditional general term for them is tuples. So a k-tuple is just a finite ordered sequence of k objects O, O, OK, and we can take a one-tuple to be an object by itself. The angled bracket notation for tuples is, by the way, pretty standard. Then, if a k-tuple of objects meets the condition expressed a k-RE predicate, then the k-tuple satisfies the predicate. 25.4 Predicates. Sense versus extension. Oh, we said in section 7.2 that the sense of a declarative sentence is the aspect or ingredient of its meaning that fixes the condition under which the sentence is true. Similarly, the sense of a unary predicate, to start with that case, is the aspect of its meaning which fixes the condition which some object must meet if the predicate is to be true of it. So, to borrow a Phrygian example, compare the predicates is a horse steed nag gg. The use of these alternative expressions will no doubt give a different coloring to the sentences which contain them. However, these predicates arguably share the same sense, i.e. they can be taken to mean the same in truth-relevant respects and express the same property. In other words, they express the same equine condition that an object has to meet if the predicate is to be true of it. B. The sense of a sentence is, to repeat, the truth-relevant aspect of its meaning. But knowing the sense of a sentence isn't, in general, enough to tell us whether the sentence actually is true. That usually depends on how things are in the world, and it is exactly similar with predicates. The sense of a unary predicate is the truth-relevant aspect of its meaning. But knowing the sense of a predicate, i.e., knowing the condition it expresses, isn't, in general, enough to tell us which objects do satisfy the predicate. That usually depends on how things are in the world. Let's say that the objects which do satisfy a unary predicate form, the predicates extension. Then the point we have just made is that the extension of a predicate will, in general, depend on the situation in the world. Take, for example, the unary predicate is a philosopher. In the world as it is, Socrates is in the predicate's extension, along with Plato and Aristotle, but he might not have been. For example, there is another way the world might have been in which Socrates, that man, opts for a quiet life and doesn't hang around, sets the agora, corrupting the youth. And perhaps Socrates in that possible world has an argumentative sister who doesn't exist in the actual world, and she satisfies philosopher there. See? Evidently, then, a predicate with a fixed sense can acquire different extensions as we consider different possible ways the world might be. Conversely, predicates with different senses can have the same actual extension. For example, the two sentences, Joe is a human, and Joe is a terrestrial featherless biped, express different thoughts, because the predicates is a human and is a terrestrial featherless biped, express different conditions. Something could in theory satisfy one condition without satisfying the other. In some possible worlds, there are humans who are not terrestrial. Humans could move to Mars. And there are terrestrial featherless bipeds who aren't humans. Suppose Neanderthals had survived. But still, these two predicates do happen to have the same extension as things actually stand. Or so our traditional example assumes. For another example, the predicates is a unicorn and is a dragon plainly do not have the same sense. Satisfying the condition for being a unicorn is not the same thing as satisfying the condition for being a dragon, and you could have a world with creatures of the one kind but not the other. That's why to ask whether dragons ever roamed the earth is not to ask whether unicorns ever roamed the earth. But these two predicates, in fact, happen to have the same empty or null extension in the world as it is. D. The sense of a binary relational predicate is likewise that aspect of its meaning, which fixes the condition which an ordered pair of objects must meet in order to satisfy the predicate. And pairs which satisfy the condition will form the predicate's extension. Generalizing, the sense of a k-RE predicate fixes the condition on which k-tuples of objects satisfy the predicate, and the k-tuples which satisfy a k-RE predicate form the predicate's extension. Again, k-RE predicates with different senses can have the same extension. While keeping its sense fixed, a KRE predicate can have different extensions in different possible situations. 25.5 sets we have just talked of some objects or ordered pairs of objects, etc. as forming the extension of a predicate, and we have talked too of an object as being in the extension of a predicate. It very natural, therefore, to speak of an extension as a set of objects, or a set of ordered pairs of objects, etc. But just what does this commit us to? For example, do we really need to think of the extension of not sign is a philosopher as a distinct new object in its own right, over and above the people who satisfy the predicate? Or can we take talk of a set of philosophers here just as a fa con de parler, a handy way of speaking in the singular about the philosophers, plural? 25 names and predicates, a lot of elementary talk of sets, can be construed in the lightweight second way. Saying that N is in the set of Fs is frequently just another way of saying that N is one of the Fs, i.e. is an F still. The noncommittal set idiom is still useful. In ordinary language, we often find it natural to use singular talk of a collection, class, group, bunch, and the like when talking about some things, plural, and it can seem rather artificial to try strenuously to avoid it. Up to now, we have avoided talk of sets. So, for example, we preferred to talk of some WFFS, plural, tautologically entailing a conclusion, rather than of a set of WFFS entailing the conclusion, which is the more usual idiom. Still, partly for convenience, partly to align ourselves with other treatments, we will start occasionally talking of sets or collections. However, unless explicitly signaled, this is to be interpreted in the noncommittal lightweight way that can in principle be paraphrased away into plural talk. When apparent reference to some objects can be paraphrased away, some philosophers talk of these as being merely virtual objects. In this sense, unless otherwise indicated, our sets can be treated as virtual sets. 25.6 names. Sense versus reference, it is pretty much agreed on all sides that we need a sense versus extension distinction for predicates. Do we need an analogous sense versus reference distinction for proper names? Frege famously thought so, but the issue is hotly contended. Here, just to think about, is an argument for the view that we do need some sense versus reference distinction for names. For vividness, we can take an engaging fictional example. Superman and Clark Kent are two different names for the same person. It is evidently possible for someone to have both names in their vocabulary, but not to know that these are two names for the same person. Lois Lane is initially in this state, and these names are then associated by her with very different Phrygian modes of determination, i.e. very different ways of picking out what is, as it happens, the same person. So, roughly speaking, she thinks of Superman as the handsome superhero in tights, and of Clark Kent as the bespectacled reporter. That is why Lois can rationally assert, Superman can fly, yet deny, Clark Kent can fly, even though, in the circumstances, these sentences attribute the same property to the same person and therefore must in fact have the same truth value. And that's also how Superman is Clark Kent can be quite startlingly informative for her. Hence, for the purposes of interpreting Lois's talk about Superman and Clark, and in order to make her related behavior comprehensible, it seems that we need to know more than merely the reference of the name she uses. We do need to distinguish her two different ways of thinking about the man, the different modes of determination, which Lois associates with the different names, and so, as Frege would put it, we need to distinguish the different senses the names have for her. Which is why, just as two predicates reference, extension, and truth with the same extension can have different senses, we need to recognize that two names with the same reference can have different senses. Or so, in the very briefest terms, a Phrygian argument begins. However, all this is contentious, and we certainly can't follow the twists and turns of the debates here. Fortunately, for our purposes we don't need to. Why so? 25.7 reference, extension, and truth. When is a basic name predicate sentence true? When the named object meets the condition expressed by the predicate. Or equivalently, a sentence formed from a name and a unary predicate is true if and only if the reference of the name is in the predicate's extension. The sense of a predicate combines with how things are in the world to fix the extension of the predicate, but it is this extension which then does the work of determining the truth values of basic sentences involving that predicate. Similarly, whether or not names have senses, it is the reference of a name which determines the truth values of basic name predicate sentences involving that name, generalizing to cover basic sentences with any number of names. A sentence built from a KRE predicate and K names in order is true if and only if the K-tuple of objects referred to by the names is in the extension of the predicate. For example, the extension of the predicate, not sign loves, defined over people, comprises those ordered pairs of people such that the first of them loves the second. And a sentence of the form loves n is true just when the pair of objects denoted by m and n in that order is in the extension of the predicate. B. How should we read this in the special case where a name is empty, i.e. lacks a reference? Ordinary language can acquire proper names which fail to refer. For example, Vulcan was introduced as the name of a postulated planet closer to the Sun than Mercury, and it turned out that there is no such planet. What should we say about the truth values of simple name-predicate sentences involving Vulcan? One view is that we should say that they are false. Another view is that we should say that they are neither true nor false, because there is no reference to be either in or not in the relevant predicate's extension. The empty name produces a truth value gap. We won't need to decide, however. For when we turn to consider formalized languages, we will simply ban empty names. The proper names in our QL languages will always have a reference. See, let's introduce some standard terminology. Two names are coreferential if they have the same reference. Two predicates are coextensional if they have the same extension. 25 names and predicates a sentence provides an extensional context for names and predicates. In short, is extensional if swapping a name in it for a coreferential name and or swapping a predicate in it for a coextensional predicate cannot change the truth value of the sentence. Basic name predicate sentences are extensional. Since what determines the truth value of a basic sentence as far as a name is concerned is its reference, swapping a name for a coreferential one can't change the truth value of the sentence. Coreferential names can be intersubstituted salva veritate, i.e., preserving the truth. Likewise, since what determines the truth value of a basic sentence as far as a predicate is concerned is its extension, swapping a predicate for a coextensional one can't change the truth value of the sentence. Coextensional predicates can also be intersubstituted salva veritate. D. What goes for the simplest sentences formed from just names and predicates goes for plenty of other ordinary language sentences. However, English is not a fully extensional language. In other words, some sentence constructions yield intentional, i.e. non-extensional, contexts. For example, compare the claims, 1 Daisy believes that Dobbin is a unicorn. 2 Daisy believes that Dobbin is a dragon. Little Daisy may believe that Dobbin, dressed up for the F letter 2C6 ETE, is a real unicorn without believing him to be a dragon, which shows that 1 and 2 can have different truth values even though the predicates not sign is a unicorn, and not sign is a dragon have the same null extension. Here, coextensional predicates cannot be intersubstituted salva veritate. How can this be so? Plainly, what makes 1 true and 2 false are facts about the contents of Daisy's beliefs, facts about how she is thinking about things. And a Phrygian will say that these contents are given by the respective senses of Dobbin is a unicorn, and Dobbin is a dragon, and these sentence senses are determined by the senses of the predicates here. So, in this case, it isn't the shared null extension of the predicates which contributes to fixing the truth values of 1 and 2, but rather the predicates' different senses. Similarly, compare 3 Lois believes that Superman can fly. 4 Lois believes that Clark Kent can fly. Still going along with the familiar fiction, initially 3 is true while 4 is false. Here, coreferential names cannot be intersubstituted salva veritate. How can this be so? A Phrygian will say that 3 and 4 make claims about the contents of Lois's beliefs, and these different contents are given by the respective senses of Superman can fly and Clark Kent can fly, and hence are determined by the senses of Superman and Clark Kent. So in these cases, the shared refer and se of the names isn't what determines truth values. Relatedly, the expression Lois believes that not sign can fly can attribute a genuine property to what's named summary by a term filling the gap. Otherwise, we'd have to say Superman Clark Kent both has and doesn't have the property. So that gappy expression won't count as a property-ascribing expression either, i.e., it isn't a real predicate. E. We need not worry here whether the Phrygian gives the right diagnosis for these cases. What is uncontroversial is that English provides many non-extensional contexts like these. And the important point is that, in contrast, our QL languages will lack any contexts like the ordinary language. N believes that. In QL languages, the truth values of sentences will be fixed, so far as the contributions of names and predicates goes by references and extensions alone. In short, QL languages are fully extensional. But if senses don't have to enter the story about what fixes the truth values of QL sentences, they also won't have to enter into the story about what makes for the validity of QL arguments, since validity is defined in terms of truth preservation. So as far as our logical inquiry into QL arguments goes, we won't need to have a developed theory of sense, which is a relief. We should be grateful for small mercies. 25.8 Summary: the non-logical building blocks of QL languages, at least at the initial stage, are names and predicates. Only later will we add function expressions. This chapter prepares the ground for moving to these formalized languages by saying something about names and predicates in ordinary language. We distinguish proper names from other ways of picking out particular objects. Unlike definite descriptions and functional terms, they are not internally complex, and unlike demonstratives, names can be treated as context-independent. A logical predicate is an expression that can, in particular, combine with some names to form a sentence, and which expresses a condition which the named objects have to meet if the sentence is to be true. We need to distinguish the sense of a predicate from its extension. Arguably, we need a parallel distinction between the sense and reference of a name. It is the references of names and the extensions of predicates that determine the truth values of simple sentences built from names and logical predicates, both in ordinary language and in QL languages. But in QL languages, as we will see, this applies to all the complex sentences too. What matters about names and predicates in fixing the truth values of complex sentences will still be just references and extensions. For convenience, we will talk of extensions as being sets, but don't over-interpret this. 26 quantifiers in ordinary language. We now turn to consider how we are going to express general propositions in our formal languages. Expressions of generality in a natural language, like English, behave in complex ways. This chapter explores just some of the tangles. The following chapter then explains a strategy for handling quantification in formalized languages so as to avoid these many vagaries of ordinary language by using a so-called quantifier variable notation. 26.1 Which quantifiers? As we noted in exercises 3, Aristotle in his prior analytics concentrates on 4 forms of quantified propositions corresponding to the English all F are G, no F are G, some F are G, and some F are not G. But that's just a handful among many ordinary language constructions involving expressions which quantify. Consider, for example, every any each F is G, at most one at least 3 exactly 5 F are G, finitely infinitely many F are G. There are exactly as many F as G, few many almost all F are G, half a quarter of the F are G, numerous a lot of several enough F are G. And perhaps, as we'll see in chapter 40, the F is G belongs on the list too. Those constructions all take 2 general terms, replacing F and G to form a sentence. By contrast, consider everything something nothing is G, everyone everybody someone somebody no one nobody is G. There exists a G, there exist 2 at least 4 many Gs. There are infinitely many Gs. In these cases, we have to replace just the one schematic letter, G, with a general term to get a sentence. Every any all each we can naturally speak, then, of binary vs unary quantifier constructions. And a first question is, which of these varied binary and unary constructions are we going to care about in developing our logical quantification theory? We will in fact be focusing on so-called universal, every any all each, and existential, some there is, quantifiers. These both come in binary and unary versions. We'll consider in the next chapter how the 2 versions are related. We will also get a treatment of no quantifiers for free because we will have negation in our formal languages, and no is equivalent to not some. Later, when we add an identity predicate to our formal languages, we will be able to cope with numerical quantifiers like at least 5, exactly 5, at most 5. And we can also give a formal treatment of the. This way, we arguably get all the quantifiers we need for core mathematical and scientific purposes, and for a great amount of common or garden reasoning too. 26.2 Every, any, all, each. A. Consider the following English sentences used as standalone claims. 1. Every play by Shakespeare is worth seeing. 2. Any play by Shakespeare is worth seeing. These surely come to the just same, expressing the same generalization about all the plays. Yet compare how 1 and 2 embed in wider contexts. For example, contrast 3. If every play by Shakespeare is worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. 4. If any play by Shakespeare is worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. Some find 4 ambiguous. But on the natural reading, expressing a general dismissal of the bard's plays, 4 says something quite different from 3. Similarly for the following, 5. I don't believe that every play by Shakespeare is worth seeing. 6. I don't believe that any play by Shakespeare is worth seeing. On the natural reading of 6, it says something quite different from 5. So the quantifiers every and any are certainly not always interchangeable. For another example to show this, consider the following pair. A Monro is a Scottish mountain over 3,000 feet. 7. If Jack can climb every Monro, he can climb every Monro. 8. If Jack can climb any Monro, he can climb every Monro. The first is a tautology. The second could well be false on the reading, which says that if Jack can climb any one Monro, then he can climb them all, even the most challenging. B. What about all and each? Take, for example, 9. All plays by Shakespeare are worth seeing. 10. Each play by Shakespeare is worth seeing. 26. Quantifiers in ordinary language as standalone claims. These again seem to convey just the same message as 1 and 2. And now consider 11. If all plays by Shakespeare are worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. 12. I don't believe that all plays by Shakespeare are worth seeing. 11 is equivalent to 3 and 12 to 5. So, at least in these cases, sentences containing all behave like sentences with every rather than any. Similarly for the corresponding each sentences. So can we perhaps say this? All, each, and every are just stylistic alternatives, the main difference being that all goes with a plural construction while each and every go with the corresponding singular form. Well, we will also have to allow some other grammatical adjustments. For example, all my books are blue corresponds to each of my books is blue, and every one of my books is blue. But now compare. 13. You can fit all of Jane Austen's novels into a single ordinary-sized book. 14. You can fit each of Jane Austen's novels into a single ordinary-sized book. I take the first to be false, the second true. All here is naturally read as all taken together. Each is more naturally read as each taken separately. Similarly, compare 15. Jill can legally marry all of Bill's brothers. 16. Jill can legally marry each of Bill's brothers. By my lights, the second may be true, while the first isn't, given our laws against polygamy. But if you disagree, perhaps you find the sentences in each of the last pairs to be ambiguous between the taken together, taken separately readings. Then no matter. Your view equally reinforces the point that these English expressions of generality do behave in complex ways. And we haven't yet mentioned other complications. For example, the way that all, but not every each, can go with so-called mass terms. Thus we can say all snow is white, but not every each snow is white. See, given that we are interested in the logic of arguments involving ideas of generality, but are not especially interested in theorizing about the tangled English usage of every, any, all, each, or similar complications, what to do. As announced in the last interlude, we will follow the same strategy that we introduced to cope with the connectives. We will explain how to construct QL languages which avoid the complex multiplicity of the English. Every, any, all, each quantifiers by having just one, simply behaved, way of forming universal generalizations of this type. These formalized languages will also replace some, and its close relations, there is at least one, and there exists, with a single simply behaved substitute. We can now divide and rule again, see section 8.6. In other words, we can tackle the assessment of many quantificational arguments in 2 stages. We translate a given argument into a suitable QL language, enabling us quantifiers and scope to represent quantified messages in a uniform, tidy, and easily understood way. And then, we assess the resulting formalized argument for validity. 26.3 quantifiers and scope wanting to sidestep the tricky multiplicities of English usage is one major motivation for going more formal. However, there is another, rather deeper, reason for adopting an artificial language to regiment quantified propositions for logical purposes. For we need to avoid the structural ambiguities which beset English quantified sentences. Let's explore. For a warm-up exercise, compare the following sentences. 1. Some senior Republican senators took cocaine in the 1990s. 2. Some women died from illegal abortions in the 1990s. As a shock headline, one can be read as saying, of some present Republican senators, that they have a dark secret in their past, namely that they dabbled in illegal drugs in the 90s. But 2 is not to be read, ludicrously, as saying of some present women that they have a secret in their past, namely that they earlier died of an illegal abortion. The intended claim is, of course, that some women living in the 90s died then from illegal abortions. With some mangling of tenses and adding brackets for clarity, we might represent the intended readings of the 2 sentences respectively as follows. 3. Some senior Republican senators are such that in the 1990s it was true that they use cocaine. 4. In the 1990s, it was true that some women are such that they die from illegal abortions. Here the final verbs are now deemed to be tenseless. So a compelling way of describing the situation is to say that the tense modifier and the quantification are understood as having different scopes in the messages intended by 1 and 2 compare section 8.5 on the idea of scope. But note that the shared surface form of the 2 original sentences doesn't explicitly mark this difference. We implicitly rely on context and plausibility considerations in order to arrive at the natural readings. These 2 readings are, however, represented unambiguously by 3 and 4. In these sentences, the relative scopes of the tense modifier and quantifier phrase are now fixed by the obvious rule that the first bracketed modifier has wider scope and applies to what follows. Now consider, 5. Some philosophers used to be enthusiastic logical positivists. Are we saying that some current philosophers went through a positivist phase in their brash younger days? Or are we saying that, once upon a time, some then philosophers were keen positivists? The intended message could be 6. Some philosophers are such that it used to be true that they are enthusiastic logical positivists. 26 quantifiers in ordinary language, or alternatively, we could be claiming. 7. It used to be true that some philosophers are such that they are enthusiastic logical positivists. Without any context to help us construe 5, the claim is simply ambiguous. And the ambiguity is structural, the individual words aren't ambiguous. The issue is, which has wider scope, i.e., which governs more of the sentence, the generalizing operator or the tense modifier? Be mixing together ordinary expressions of generality and tense-modifying operators is therefore prone to produce scope ambiguities. So too is mixing vernacular quantifiers with what logicians call modal operators, i.e., with expressions of necessity and possibility. Consider, for example, that notorious philosophical claim, 8. Every perceptual experience is possibly delusory. Does this mean that each and every perceptual experience is one which, taken separately, is open to doubt? i.e. 9. Every perceptual experience is such that it is possible that it is delusory. Or is the thought that the whole lot could be delusory all at once, i.e. 10. It is possible that every perceptual experience is such that it is delusory. These claims are certainly different, and it is philosophically important which reading is meant in arguments for skepticism about the senses. Even if 9 is true, 10 doesn't follow. Compare, for example, 11. Every competitor might win first prize, and the following 2 readings. 12. Every competitor is such that it is possible that they win first prize. 13. It is possible that every competitor is such that they win first prize. It could be that 12 is true because it's a fairly run competition of skill with very well-matched entrants, while 13 is false because the rules governing the knockout rounds ensure that only one ultimate winner can emerge. Now, some English speakers rather firmly claim that 8 means 9. Others equally firmly say it means 10. I take that as some evidence for a third view, namely that in ordinary use, 8 is dangerously ambiguous. In what order is the intended message built up using the quantifier and the modality? Surface grammar doesn't fix this. Again, you don't have to agree. Even if you think that, in correct usage, 8 and 11 are unambiguous, you must still acknowledge the key point, namely that the interpretation of such quantified sentences crucially involves paying attention to questions of scope. See, exploring the logic of tense operators and of modal operators is beyond the scope of this book. So, let's turn to the sorts of cases that more immediately concern us. First, consider what happens when we mix everyday expressions of quantifiers and scope generality with negation. Here is one kind of example. A statement of the form, some Fs are not Gs, is usually heard as being entirely consistent with the corresponding, some Fs are Gs. For example, some students are not keen on logic is no doubt sadly true, but it is consistent with the happier truth, some students are keen on logic. But now suppose Jack says, some footballers deserve to earn $5 million a year. Jill, in response, takes a high moral tone, expostulates about the evils of huge wages in a world of poverty and deprivation, and emphatically concludes, some footballers do not deserve to earn $5 million a year. Jill plainly does not intend to be heard as saying something compatible with Jack's original remark, which shows that, although vernacular English sentences of the form, some Fs are not Gs, are more usually construed as meaning. 14. Some Fs are such that it is not the case that they are Gs. In some contexts, the negation can be understood to have wide scope, with the resulting message being 15. It is not the case that some Fs are such that they are Gs. Another example. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia says, 16 all that glisters is not gold, which is naturally construed in context as meaning that not everything that glisters, i.e. glitters, is gold. So what Portia intends to say is equivalent to 17. It is not the case that all that glisters is such that it is gold. But now compare the following sentence, which in surface form is just like 16. 18 all that perishes is not divine. This is more naturally read with the quantifier, and the negation scoped the other way around, i.e. as equivalent to 19, all that perishes is such that it is not the case that it is divine. In sum, like the logical operation of negation, quantifying may be thought of as an operation which can govern more or less of a complex sentence. And when an assertion mixes a negation and a quantifier, we may not be able to read off the intended relative scopes of the two logical operators simply from the surface form of the sentence being used, unless we set out to be very ploddingly explicit in the manner of 17 and 19. We can again be left with a scope ambiguity, as in these examples, perhaps, 20 Jill didn't finish every book, 21 everyone's not yet arrived, 22 I would not give that to anyone. D. Consider next some sentences containing more than one quantifier, Joel Hampkins's nice example. 23 on Mother's Day, every mother will get some gift. 24 at the crack of doom, the clouds will part, and every human will look up to see some angry and jealous God. 26 quantifiers in ordinary language, the first is surely to be read as saying that every mother will get her own present. The second is more naturally read as saying that the same angry and jealous God will reveal itself to all alive that dread day. We can express the core parts of these claims respectively as follows. 25, every mother is such that there is some gift such that she will get it. 26, there is some angry and jealous God such that every human is such that they will look up to see it. So on the obvious reading of 23, the every quantifier has the wider scope, i.e. governs more of the sentence, while we read 24 with the some quantifier having wider scope. Here is another example of an every some sentence, this time one which can quite reasonably be read with the quantifiers scoped either way. 27, everyone loves a certain someone, is the claim that each person, perhaps in some contextually indicated group, has their own beloved. Or is the claim that there is someone who is the apple of every eye. Given an English sentence involving more than one quantifier, context, and plausibility considerations may indeed often serve to privilege one particular reading and prevent misunderstanding, as is the case with 23 and 24. But there is always the potential for unresolved ambiguity, as perhaps in 27. And the two readings of 27 do express different propositions. You can't infer one from the other. Compare section 5.3. Note, by the way, that these four kinds of scope ambiguity, arising when everyday quantifiers are mixed with tense, modality, negation, or with other quantifiers, do not occur when proper names are used instead of the quantifiers. Consider, for example, 28 Jack took cocaine in the 1990s, 29 Jill might possibly win, 30 Michael does not deserve $5 million a year, 31 Romeo loves a certain someone. We need to fix who is being talked about and the unit of currency. But none of these claims is structurally ambiguous. Issues of scope do not arise, which is why it is often said that, unlike quantifiers, genuine names are scopeless. Finally, having introduced the notion of quantifier scope, let's revisit a pair of examples from the previous section. 32, if every play by Shakespeare is worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. 33, if any play by Shakespeare is worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. The difference between these can now be seen as involving issues of scope. In 32, the generalization is definitely confined inside the antecedent of the conditional. If this narrow scope generalization is true, I'll eat my hat. By contrast, the fixing domain's more natural reading of 33 gives the generalization wider scope. Outside the conditional, any play by Shakespeare is such that, if that one is worth seeing, I'll eat my hat. There might be some mileage in the view that, in the absence of other indications, every defaults to narrow scope with respect to other logical operators, and any defaults to wide scope. But everyday usage really doesn't seem to be consistent in this respect. I continue to find 8 scope ambiguous, for example. Gee, we have said enough. Yes, we can argue about the interpretation of Pardic-Euler examples, but there is no question that ordinary language expressions of generality can generate scope ambiguities. Part of the design brief for our formal QL languages, therefore, must be that, as with PL languages, the scope of log-ICL operators, now including the quantifiers, is always clear and unambiguous. 26.4 Fixing domains suppose that, at the beginning of class, I ask, is everyone here? Plainly, I am not asking about everyone now living. I have in mind those who have signed up for the logic class, and I am asking if all of them are present. I continue. I am impressed. Someone solved that extremely tricky optional homework problem. Again, I am not talking about some student in another college or in another year, let alone just some random person. I mean that there is someone among the current logic class who solved the problem. So, although not explicitly restricted, everyone and someone here are naturally understood as ranging over a rather particular group of people. These people form the intended current domain of the quantifiers, or, in rather grander terminology, they make up the universe of discourse. An every, any, all, each quantifier is then universal in the sense of making a claim about every object in the relevant universe of discourse. As in our logic class example, we often leave it up to the context to fix the domain which the quantifiers are ranging over, i.e. to determine who or what currently counts as everyone or everything. For more examples, consider e.g. everyone enjoyed the concert. Make sure everyone has a glass of wine. Everything fitted into 2 suitcases. Can you finish everything this morning? Even if we use a binary quantifier with a general term qualifying the quantifier, what we are quantifying over can still vary with context. Consider e.g. every seat is booked, all passengers have now boarded, any laptops should now be switched off, each baby started crying. Which seats, which passengers, which laptops, which babies? Moreover, we are adept at following mid-conversation shifts in the intended domain of our quantifiers, using contextual cues and common sense to follow implicit changes in who counts as everyone or what counts as everything, or what counts as irrelevant, someone something. To continue with our logic class example, suppose I go on to say, as we saw, everyone agrees that modus ponens is a good form of inference for the ordinary language conditional. 26 quantifiers in ordinary language, you immediately pick up that I am this time generalizing not over the members of the class, but over the mainstream logical authors whom we were explicitly discussing last week. And when I later remark, someone, however, has denied that modus ponens is always reliable, you don't take me to be contradicting myself. You charitably suppose that I am now moving on to cast the generales, ing net rather wider, beyond the standard authors we've already mentioned, to include logical outliers and mavericks. Ordinary discourse, then, often leaves it merely implicit who or what we are quantifying over. But when we start regimenting arguments for logical purposes, with the aim of making everything ideally clear and determinate, we won't want to rely on contextual clues or interpretative charity. We will need a policy for explicitly and clearly fixing the domains of quantifiers in QL languages. 26.5 Summary ordinary English expressions of generality include both unary and binary quantifiers. These behave in complicatedly tangled ways. Consider for example the availability of all, every, any, and each to express universal generalizations, and compare the different behavior of these quantifiers in various contexts. Note too how sentences involving quantifiers and other logical operators are prone to scope ambiguities. Quantifiers like everything, everyone will range over different things from case to case. In ordinary usage, we typically need extraneous input to fix the current domain of quantification. This gives us good reason to introduce formal QL languages with a more restricted number of simply behaved quantifiers, where there aren't scope ambiguities and where domains of quantification are clearly fixed. Exercises 26. The following are not questions with straightforward answers. But before reading on, you should pause to consider 1. What further complexities in the behavior of ordinary language quantifiers like all, any, every, each, some, no, etc. strike you? 2. We saw that some quantifiers, apparently, come in both unary and binary forms. Is there any reason to suppose one form is more fundamental than the other? 3. What might be the limitations of a logic of quantifiers, which focuses just on Aristotle's 4 main forms of quantified sentences, as noted at the beginning of this chapter? 27. Quantifier variable notation. The discussion in the last chapter suggests 3 desiderata for formal languages apt for exploring the logic of generality. We want to avoid the complicated multiplicity of ordinary language ways of expressing general claims. We want to devise our notation so that the scope of a quantifying operation is always unambiguous, and we want to clearly fix what our quantifiers range over. This chapter explains how to design our QL languages to meet these requirements. 27.1 Quantifier prefixes and variables as pronouns a first. How are we going to avoid scope ambiguities? Well, as we saw in section 26.3, we can usually keep things unambiguous even in ordinary language by rephrasing using quantifier prefixes like everyone is such that. Some senior Republican senators are such that. There is some gift such that. Every perceptual experience is such that, etc., where these are linked to later pronouns such as they and it. For example, we can disambiguate every student admires a certain book by offering the alternative readings 1. Every student is such that there is a book such that they admire it. 2. There is a book such that every student is such that they admire it. These paraphrases are unambiguous. The order of the 2 quantifier prefixes in these sentences determines their relative scope, with the first one having wider scope and so governing what follows it. So we immediately have an attractive and quite natural model to emulate in designing languages for use in quantificational logic. In our formal QL languages, we will unambiguously render general propositions by using quantifier prefixes linked to later pronouns. B. How are we going to handle pronouns formally? Note that there are different uses of ordinary language pronouns. There are, for example, demonstrative uses, as when I point across the room and say, she is a great logician. I could have equivalently used a demonstrative and said, that woman is a great logician. For my use of the pronoun here to be in good order, I must successfully pick out a particular woman. Contrast the claim, no woman is such that she is immortal. In this case, she plainly doesn't denote a particular woman, nor does 27 quantifier variable notation it in every woman is such that she is mortal. In these cases, the pronouns are not doing straightforwardly referential work, but rather link back to, are bound to, the previous quantifier prefix. Pronouns like this are classed as one kind of anaphoric pronoun, literally, they carry back. But we will call them simply bound pronouns. So let's sharpen our question. What shall our formal languages use as bound pronouns tied to quantifier prefixes? See, suppose we want to unambiguously render the more natural reading of 3, everyone loves a certain someone, by using quantifier prefixes linked to later pronouns. Our gender-neutral singular pronoun is they, but it plainly won't do to write 4, everyone is such that there is someone such that they love them, for that is again ambiguous. Who is doing the loving? We need, therefore, some way to indicate which pronoun is bound to which quantifier prefix. In examples 1 and 2, we could exploit the difference between the person including, they, and the impersonal it, to link them to the personal and impersonal quantifier prefixes, respectively. But what can we do more generally? One ordinary language option is to use something like 5, everyone is such that there is someone such that the former loves the latter. But that's not a very useful model to adopt, if only because it isn't easy keeping track of what counts as the former or the latter as we manipulate propositions while working through an argument. So here's a neat alternative trick. We will henceforth use single letters as additional pronouns, x, y, z. We then explicitly tag our quantifier prefixes with these new pronouns, as in, everyone x is such that, someone y is such that, in order to make it entirely clear which quantifier is bound to which later pronoun. Hence, instead of 5, we can write 6. Everyone x is such that there is someone y such that x loves y similarly. The other reading of 3, as in everyone loves a certain someone, namely Kylie, gets unambiguously rendered as 7, there is someone y such that everyone x is such that x loves y. Compare and contrast 8. There is someone x such that everyone y is such that x loves y, which unambiguously says that someone Jesus loves us all. Of course, we have borrowed our new pronoun symbols from the mathematical science, following one use they make of so-called variables. Consider, for example, the arithmetical truism 9 for every number x plus 1 equals 1 plus x. Unary versus binary quantifiers, what does this say? The same as every number is such that it plus 1 equals 1 plus it. So we see that in this sort of case, the mathematician's x is essentially doing the work of a pronoun like it. And while using x's, etc., as pronouns tied to more or less explicit quantifier prefixes may be most familiar from the maths classroom, there is nothing irredeemably mathematical about this usage. D. Quine wrote, "Logic is an old subject, and since 1879 it has been a great one." Why that date? It is when the Begriffsschrift was published. And it is to Frege there that we owe the key insight that we can make the scope of quantifiers unambiguously clear by using a quantifier variable notation where quantifier prefixes get linked to variables as pronouns. This will be our notation too. 27.2 Unary versus binary quantifiers. We have already said in section 26.1 that we are going to build just 2 kinds of quantifiers into our QL languages, corresponding to every, all, and some there is. But we also noted that the ordinary language versions of these come in 2 forms, unary and binary. And this still applies when we use quantifier prefixes linked to variables. So compare these two. Everything x is such that x is physical, every philosopher x is such that x is wise. Or, generalizing, compare the schematic forms, everything x is such that x is g, every fx is such that x is g. The first quantifier construction takes one general term g, the second takes 2 general terms f, g to form a sentence. Again, we can call the first form of quantifier unary, the second binary. We might also say the second form involves a restricted quantifier, as the role of the f term here is to restrict what the initial quantifier prefix ranges over. What then is the relationship between the unary and binary forms of quantifier here? A natural view might be that binary restricted quantifiers are in fact the basic case. The apparently unary everything is g is really a special case of every f is g, where f is replaced by the colorless, all-inclusive thing. Similarly, for example, somebody is g is a special case of some f is g, where F is replaced by body, meaning person. However, it seems we can also go in the other direction, and instead treat the unary versions of the every and some quantifiers as basic. Thus consider 1. Every elephant has a trunk, or the regimented version in quantifier variable form. 2. Every elephant X is such that X has a trunk. These look to be equivalent to the quantified conditional 3. Everything X is such that if X is an elephant, then X has a trunk, where now the quantifier is unary. Likewise, consider the generalization 27 quantifier variable notation for some elephant trampled the grass, or the regimented version. 5. Some elephant X is such that X trampled the grass. These look to be equivalent to the quantified conjunction 6. Something X is such that X is an elephant and X trampled the grass. We will need to say more about these claimed equivalences. But for the moment, let's assume that we can, without mangling content too much, exchange binary, every and some for unary quantifiers plus connectives. So which way shall we jump? Do we develop our formal quantifier variable treatment of every some general propositions in a way that treats the binary versions as basic? Or do we treat the unary quantifiers as basic? Taking the second line means being less faithful to the surface forms of natural language. However, it does keep our formal apparatus particularly simple, and this is the line adopted by most logicians ever since Frege. So, we will only build unary quantifiers into our QL languages, just formal versions of everything X is such that, and something Y is such that, etc. We then express restricted quantifications by using conditionals and conjunctions inside the scope of these unary quantifiers. Note, though, that treating unary quantifiers as basic is an independent move, over and above the fundamental decision to adopt a quantifier variable notation. 27.3 Domains. We have decided then that our formal QL languages will only have built-in, every, and some quantifiers in their unary forms. What do these quantifiers range over? As we noted in the last chapter, ordinary discourse often leaves it up to context and interpretative charity to settle what counts as everything or everyone, and the universe of discourse is often allowed to shift as conversation progresses. By contrast, we will want everything in our formal languages to be explicit and stable, with nothing left to guesswork. The standard approach is to take the quantifiers in a particular QL language to all run over the same unshifting domain. And a further standard stipulation is that domains always contain at least one object. Hence, to interpret a QL language, we fix at the outset, once and for all, one common non-empty domain for its quantifiers. We do this by giving a description D of the domain in the glossary for the language, where at least one thing satisfies D. For convenience, we can think of this domain, the objects the quantifiers of a language run over, as forming a set. But don't overinterpret the lightweight set talk here. See section 25.5. Quantifier symbols B, the one common domain convention, buys us clarity and simplicity, though at the cost of some artificiality, including some departure from mathematical practice. For mathematicians using semi-formal language, often use different quantifiers with different domains, associated with different sorts of variables. For example, an arithmetician might typically use lower-case variables for numbers and upper-case variables for sets of numbers. An algebraist might typically use letters from early in the alphabet for scalars and letters from the end of the alphabet for vectors. Simultaneously using quantifiers tied to distinct sorts of variables to range over distinct domains is very natural. However, and to repeat, this is the logician's initial convention. Our QL languages will have just one sort of variable ranging over one inclusive domain. Hence, when we want to quantify over different sorts of things in a single QL language, we will again have to explicitly restrict our all-inclusive quantifiers using connectives. C domains can be small, comprising just, say, the students signed up to the logic class. However, as we said, we will ban completely empty domains. In other words, we assume that a QL language isn't talking about nothing at all, but see Chapter 34. Domains can also be very large, as when our quantifiers range over everyone now living, or over all elementary particles or all positive integers. The quantifiers of standard set theories range over a wildly infinitary universe of sets, fully caffeinated sets, treated as objects in their own right. Compare section 25.5. Can we allow a language's universe of discourse to be absolutely everything, every object there is of any sort? Yes, if that idea makes sense. However, that's a big if. To get the flavor of one reason why there might be a problem here, consider this thought, plausible if we take sets seriously. Given any universe of objects, however many there is always another object, namely the set of all the objects collected together so far. So any proposed totality of objects is always further extensible by another object, and so we can never determinately pin down all objects in a stable way. Or so one story goes. But we can't tangle with this troublesome line of argument here. 27.4 Quantifier symbols. We now take one more step, moving from stilted English using variables as pronouns towards something even closer to a standard logical QL language. We introduce the quantifier symbols, and as follows. Instead of writing, everything everyone X is such that, we will simply use the very terse notation X, with the rotated A, reminding us that this can also informally be read as for all. And instead of something someone Y is such that, or there is something someone Y such that, we will use Y. Here, the rotated E reminds us that this can also informally be read as there exists Y such that. 27 Quantifier variable notation. Assume that we are working in a context where the quantifiers range over, say, all people. Then our three examples from section 27.1, they're numbered 6. Everyone X is such that there is someone Y such that X loves Y7. There is someone Y such that everyone X is such that X loves Y8. There is someone X such that everyone Y is such that X loves Y. Can now be very neatly abbreviated in turn as follows. 6. XY, X loves Y7, YX, X loves Y8. XY, X loves Y. Note that you obviously can't infer 7 from 6. That would indeed what we called a quantifier shift fallacy in section 5.3, and now it is clear why the label is apt. B. Keeping the same universe of discourse, now consider how we can express restricted generalizations using our new notation. Take, for example, one everyone in the class has arrived. Then, following the suggestion made in section 27.2, we can render this as 2. Everyone X is such that if X is in the class, then X has arrived, which now becomes 3X. If X is in the class, then X has arrived, where X still ranges over all people. Taking another step of symbolization by borrowing the symbol for the material conditional, this is arguably equivalent to 4. XX is in the class X has arrived. The next sentence, however, is potentially ambiguous. 5. Everyone in the class has not arrived. We can, in some contexts, understand this with not having wide scope, i.e. we can understand 5 as conveying the message unambiguously expressed by 6 not sign XX is in the class X has arrived. But in other contexts, we will understand 5 as meaning 7 XX is in the class right arrow not sign X has arrived. In 6 and 7, the relative scopes of the negation and quantifier are now transparently clear. Likewise, 8 some footballer deserves great riches, which we can render using a prefixed unary quantifier as 9, someone X is such that X is a footballer and X deserves great riches, can now be partially symbolized as 10, XX is a footballer X deserves great riches. And what about the following sentence, which taken out of context is ambiguous? Unnamed objects, 11 some footballer does not deserve great riches. We can unambiguously render the two possible readings like this. 12XX is a footballer not sign X deserves great riches. 13 not sign XX is a footballer X deserves great riches. C. The sort of unholy mixture of English and logical symbolism in our exemples in this section is often called loglish. It is easily understood, given a grasp of the connectives and a grasp of the new quantifier symbols in their abbreviatory role. As we will see in the coming chapters, going via varieties of loglish as a halfway house greatly eases the transition between ordinary language and fully formalized QL languages. 27.5 Unnamed objects. Now a simple point, but one that we should stress. Not everything in a domain need have a fixed proper name. This has two important implications. A. Let's use VAV informally to represent a loglish sentence starting with the quantifier prefix v, where AV is an expression with one or more occurrences of the variable v. Let AN be the result of replacing all the occurrences of v in AV with the proper name, and then we will say that AN is an instance of the quantified sentence, VAV. For example, Ludwig is in the class, Ludwig has arrived, might be an instance of XX is in the class, X has arrived. Now, what holds of everything in a domain holds for any particular named thing. We assume names in use do refer to things in the current domain. So from VAV we can infer any corresponding particular instance AN. But the reverse is false. It could be that for any available name N in the language, AN is true, but VAV is still false because some unnamed object fails to satisfy the condition expressed by A. For example, it may be that, as the psalmist sings, "The Lord telleth the number of the stars, he calleth them all by their names." But we certainly don't have names for all the stars. And if we say, all stars contain iron, for example, i.e. XX contains iron, where the quantifier ranges over stars, then our claim wouldn't be made true just by the fact that the named stars all happen to contain iron. B. Similarly, let VAV informally represent a loglish sentence starting with the quantifier prefix v, and we will say that AN is an instance of the quantified sentence VAV2. Now, since what holds of a particular named thing holds of something in the domain, keeping the assumption that names currently in use do refer to things in the current domain, from any instance AN, we can infer VAV. Again, the reverse is false. It could be that VAV is true, even if each particular instance AN is false where N is a name already in our language. Consider, for example, the true claim XX is a nameless star. 27. Quantifier variable. Notation 27.6, a variant notation. A. The quantified sentence 1, XY, X loves Y, corresponds to one reading of everyone loves a certain someone. It is now important to emphasize that the particular choice of variables here is quite arbitrary. The role of the variables is simply to tie the quantifier prefixes to the places either side of loves. To express the same message, we could therefore equally well use 2, YZ, Y loves Z, or YX, Y loves X, or ZY, Z loves Y, or. Here is a variant notation which ties quantifier prefixes to places graphically. Take the predicate, not sign loves. Then instead of 1 or 2, we could write simply 3 not sign loves, and similarly, instead of using 4YX, X loves Y to express the other reading of everyone loves a certain someone, we could write 5 not sign loves for another example. Consider again 6X if X is in the class, then X has arrived. We can think of this as involving the complex predicate. If not sign is in the class, then not sign has arrived, using a repeated counter to indicate that the gaps are to be filled in the same way. See section 25.2d. And we could alternatively express the message that everyone satisfies this predicate by writing 7. If not sign is in the class, then not sign has arrived, of course. This braces and gaps graphical notation is difficult to typeset, and it gets difficult to read when more than one prefixed quantifier symbol gets tied to multiple later gaps. No wonder, then, that we will stick to the now conventional quantifier variable notation. Still, note that the use of a variable to link a quantifier to some places in an expression is really just a variant on our graphical notation. For example, 1 XY, X loves Y, 3 not sign loves are to be explained as ultimately meaning just the same. This reemphasizes that the particular choice of variable letters is irrelevant, so long as we keep fixed the pattern of ties from quantifier prefixes to places occupied by variables. B. The graphical notation also vividly brings out another important point. In the graphical notation, the quantifier symbol by itself doesn't yet implement summary a generalization. It needs to be tied to slots in the following gappy expression. It is plus the ties which does the work. It is exactly similar when we use variables. Without its variable does not yet implement a generalization, nor does the quantifier prefix x by itself. It is the prefixed quantifier plus the later linked variables, the combination that together forms what we can call a quantifier operator, which does the work. Now, linguists use quantifier to mean expressions in ordinary language like every and some, etc. The nearest equivalent in Loglish, i.e., the simple expressions which determine the kind of generalization we are making, are the quantifier symbols, and some writers do indeed call these simply quantifiers. If we alternatively hijack the word quantifier for the operator that does the work of forming a generalized claim, then, as we've just noted, it is the quantifier prefix plus its linked variables which really deserves the label. However, it is also quite usual to call the quantifier prefix, x by itself, a quantifier, even though that arguably labels the wrong thing. But let's not get hung up on the terminological point. Let's relax and agree to cheerfully use the word quantifier in whichever way is convenient in context. 27.7 summary at the beginning of the chapter, we listed 3 desiderata to guide the design of our formal QL languages. We can now indicate how we are going to meet each one in the following chapter. A primary goal is to devise our notation so that the scope of a quantifying operation is always clear and unambiguous. We will meet this central requirement by using quantifier prefixes tied to variables as pronouns in our QL languages. It is also important to avoid the complex multiplicity of ordinary language ways of expressing general claims. So we are going to restrict ourselves to just 2 types of quantifier prefixes in QL languages, corresponding to the ordinary language, every and some in their unary versions. We will symbolize these using tagged with a variable for every and for some. We want to clearly fix what our quantifiers range over. We will do this by the crude but effective method of simply stipulating, when setting up a formal QL language, the common domain of quantification for all its quantifiers. So our QL languages have only unary quantifiers, and the quantifiers in a particular language all run over the same domain. It remains to be seen just how expressive the resulting formal languages are. How well, for example, can we capture the content of ordinary language binary or restricted quantifications? 28 QL languages. The previous chapter motivated and explained the crucial new idea of a quantifier variable notation for expressing generality. In this pivotal chapter, we see how to construct QL languages which incorporate this sort of notation. 28.1 QL languages. A glimpse ahead. The informal Loglish of section 27.4 introduces a symbolic quantifier variable notation and recycles the familiar symbols for the connectives, but it keeps English for non-logical vocabulary. Our more formal QL languages will now use symbols for names and predicates too. So we will symbolize one Romeo loves Juliet by the likes of 2 LRJ, using lowercase, sans serif letters like R and J for names, uppercase letters like L for predicates, and following a standard convention where we write predicates before the names or variables they apply to. And instead of 3, everyone X is such that there is someone Y such that X loves Y, or the Loglish version 4, XY, X loves Y. In a QL language we will, for example, write 5XY LXY. Similarly, instead of 6, everyone X is such that if X is in the class then X has not arrived, or the Loglish version 7. XX is in the class right arrow not sign X has arrived. A QL language will provide something like 8XCX right arrow not sign X, with the one-place predicates having the obvious interpretations. Let's take one more initial example. The claim 9 every philosopher admires some logician names, predicates and atomic WFFS in QL. Syntax is potentially ambiguous, but the more natural reading can be unambiguously rendered like this, using unary quantifier prefixes. 10. Everyone X is such that if X is a philosopher, then there is someone Y such that Y is a logician and X admires Y. Using Loglish shorthand, this becomes 11 XX is a philosopher right arrow, YY is a logician X admires Y. And this goes into a suitable QL language, with the predicate letters appropriately reinterpreted as 12 XBX right arrow YLI axi. Once you have grasped the quantifier variable notation in its informal Loglish guise, then it really is quite a small step to understand formal QL languages. The rest of this chapter now introduces these languages in 3 main stages. 28.2 names, Predicates and atomic WFFS in QL. Syntax: A. The atomic WFFS of a QL language are formed from predicates with fixed arities combined with the right number of terms. See Section 25.1b and Section 25.2b. The only terms we are going to be introducing in this chapter are proper names. It will be important that QL languages also have an unlimited supply of further terms in the guise of so-called dummy names, but we don't really need to introduce them until Section 32.1. Much later, we also introduce functional terms. So, for now, the non-logical vocabulary of a QL language, the vocabulary which can vary from language to language, will comprise just names and predicats. We want to keep our symbolism uncluttered. So we will use single letters, perhaps with primes, for these non-logical building blocks of QL languages, just as we used single letters for the non-logical building blocks of PL languages. As noted, we normally use lowercase letters from mid-alphabet for proper names and use uppercase letters for predicates. Compare our earlier informal use of letters like N to stand in schematically for names and the likes of is, F to stand in for predicates. Hence, in summary, the built-in non-logical vocabulary of a QL language can include proper names, usually letters like M, N, O, predicates, usually letters like F, G, L, M, R, S. Proper names are terms. Each predicate is assigned a fixed arity and will take a fixed number of terms to form an atomic WFF. In English, we can put predicates after names, as in Felix is scary, or between names, as in Romeo loves Juliet or Joe prefers Jack to Jill. And in the informal notation introduced in Chapter 1, we represented the simplest name-predicate sentences by the likes of N is F. Again, following the order of 28 QL languages' ordinary language, and inserting an is for readability. In QL languages, by the convention we announced, we put the predicate before the names or other terms, and we don't need the equivalent of is to glue them together. In a QL language, a predicate of arity K followed by K terms from the language forms an atomic WFF. Perhaps, for example, FM, LNM, LU, RNMO. Note, however, that this way of structuring atomic WFFS is no more than a default convention, blessed by tradition. Later, we will allow some exceptions to the predicate's first rule. We can also allow the use of non-letter symbols for names and/or predicates. 28.3 Names, predicates, and atomic WFFS in QL. Interpretation: A now for interpreting the QL symbolism we have so far. Proper names refer to objects, in that broad sense of object, that can include people and mountains, stars and molecules, numbers and metric spaces, etc. Predicates express conditions for objects or tuples of objects to satisfy. And how do we fix the reference of a name or fix the condition expressed by a predicate? By giving a glossary, which for us will be in English. So, a glossary for a QL language interprets a QL proper name by associating it with an English name or other expression which, in context, unambiguously refers to some unique object. A glossary interprets a QL predicate of arity K by associating it with some English expression giving the condition which a K-tuple of objects needs to satisfy if the formal predicate is to be true of those objects. An atomic QL WFF formed by a KRE predicate, followed by K proper names, says that the named objects taken in order satisfy the condition expressed by the predicate. As in the PL case, glossaries here fix interpretations, not truth values. Whether an interpreted QL atomic WFF is true will depend, in particular, on the extension of the relevant predicate, and that is up to the world. See Section 25.7 again. B. An important proviso. The condition expressed by a predicate must be sharp enough for it to be quite determinate whether or not an object satisfies the condition. This ensures that the sentences of QL languages will be like the WFFS of PL languages in having definite truth values. Compare Section 10.3. Ordinary language has vague predicates with borderline cases. It is natural to say, for example, that it can be indeterminate whether Bill is bald, neither true nor false. By our determinacy assumption, QL languages must lack such predicates. So, when we interpret a formal predicate by associating it with an English predicate, We have to quietly assume that any vagueness in the English has been tidied away or can for current purposes just be ignored. One example, introducing QL, see now a neat little dodge. We will allow the case where a formal predicate has arity 0. By our syntactic rule, a predicate of arity 0 followed by 0 terms forms an atomic WFF. So a predicate of arity 0 just is already an atomic WFF, comparable to an atom of PL. Hence, we will interpret a predicate of arity 0 by assigning it a sentence in a glossary, again just like a PL atom. It obviously makes no real difference whether we say, a QL language can have predicates of various arities from 1 up, and can also have propositional letters as well, or Roman 2, a QL language, can have predicates of various arities from 0 up. The second way of putting it is just rather appealingly neater. 28.41 example. Introducing QL, that's the first stage of language building done. At the level of syntax, we specify the non-logical vocabulary of a QL language by listing its built-in proper names and listing its built-in basic predicates, fixing the arity of each predicate as we go. Then, at the level of semantics, we give a glossary for these names and predicates. We then have rules which tell us how to form and interpret atomic WFFs using these names and predicates. Let's take a particular example, the language we will call QL. We can neatly package the syntactic and semantic stories together like this. In the language QL, the proper names are just M, Socrates N, Plato O, Aristotle, and the predicates are just F. Not sign is a philosopher G, not sign is a logician H, not sign is wise L, not sign loves M, not sign is a pupil of R, not sign prefers to registered. Read this in the obvious way. The arity of the interpreting informal predicate fixes the arity of the corresponding formal predicate. And then match the JTH place after the formal predicate to the informal predicate's place marked with the JTH counter. For example, the predicate R followed by 3 names says that the first named individual prefers the second to the third. So here are 7 atomic WFFs from QL, formed according to our construction rule in section 28.2 together with their interpretations, following our interpretation rule in section 28.3, given the language's glossary. FM, Socrates is a philosopher. HN, Plato is wise. LNM, Plato loves Socrates. 28 QL languages Lu, Aristotle loves himself. Mon, Aristotle is a pupil of Plato. RNMO, Plato prefers Socrates to Aristotle. Romo, Aristotle prefers Socrates to himself. 28.5, adding the connectives, the second stage of QL language building, is very straightforward. We simply take over from PL languages the familiar connectives plus the absurdity sign. If alpha and beta are WFFs of a given QL language, so too are not sign alpha, alpha beta, and alpha right arrow beta. The absurdity sign is also a WFF of any QL language. The connectives are to be interpreted as before as tidied up negation, conjunction, inclusive disjunction, and the material conditional. The absurdity sign can be thought of as before as expressing a nonspecific contradiction. Given these newly added rules for WFF building with connectives, the following are therefore also WFFs of QL with their associated interpretations. Not sign FM, Socrates is not a philosopher. Go ho, if Aristotle is a logician, he is wise. HN, LMN, Plato is wise and Socrates loves him. RNMO right arrow, lam not sign lon. If Plato prefers Socrates to Aristotle, then Aristotle loves Socrates, but not Plato. B. We should strongly emphasize that connectives in a QL language do remain essentially sentential connectives. So we must render Plato and Aristotle are philosophers into QL as FN fo and not, repeat not, as the ill-formed FNO. In English, as we noted in section 8.2, and can connect 2 names as well as 2 sentences. But in QL languages it is quite different, cannot connect names. Similarly, to render Aristotle is a logician and is wise into QL, we must use go ho and not, repeat not, the ill-formed GHO. Again, unlike the English, and the QL connective cannot connect predicates. 28.6 syntax for the quantifiers, A now for the key third stage, adding quantifiers to our formal languages. First, then, we need to add to the logical vocabulary of QL languages as follows. Syntax for the quantifiers. Every QL language has an unlimited supply of variables, starting x, y, z. It also contains the two quantifier symbols, read roughly. For all, for some, we tag a quantifier symbol with a variable to get a quantifier prefix, or quantifier for short, as in x, y, z. X, y, z. Quantifiers of the first kind are called universal quantifiers. Quantifiers of the second kind are called existential quantifiers. Note that, unlike in our informal Loglish, we will not put brackets round quantifier prefixes in our official QL languages. We don't really need them, and the more austere bracket-free notation is nowadays at least as common. When we come to specifying QL languages more carefully, we will want to be a bit more definite about what counts as a variable. But for now, the key point is that symbols for variables are to be sharply distinguished from symbols for terms like proper names. How then do we form quantified QL/WFFs? Variables serve as bound pronouns and must always be introduced along with the quantifier prefixes which bind them. So the idea is this. We take a WFF containing one or more occurrences of some term. For now, that means some proper name. Then, in one step, we replace all the occurrences of that term with a variable not already in the WFF, and prefix a quantifier using the same variable. The result is a new QL/WFF. Let's restate the rule symbolically using a couple of new conventions, following our policy of using Greek letters for schematic letters. Tau, the Greek T will be used to stand in for a term. Xi, zeta, xi, zeta, the Greek X, Z will be used to stand in for formal variables. Then here is our syntactic rule for forming quantified WFFs. Suppose alpha tau stands in for a QL/WFF involving one or more occurrences of the term tau, and alpha xi is the expression which results from replacing the term tau throughout alpha tau by a variable xi new to that WFF. Then alpha xi is not a WFF. However, xi alpha xi and xi alpha xi are QL/WFFs. Schematic notation like alpha tau is common, but note, it doesn't signify that the represented expression contains brackets, only that it contains the term. Some handy shorthand. We will say that a WFF xi alpha xi formed from alpha tau in this way is formed by universally quantifying on. Similarly, xi alpha xi is formed from alpha tau by existentially quantifying on tau. 28 QL languages. See, to make all this clear, we will step slowly through some very easy examples, sketching how to construct quantified WFFs. Start with the QL/WFF1, FM right arrow HM. Think of this as alpha M. Now universally quantify on the only term, the name, we replace the term by the variable x, say, and prefix the result with the quantifier symbol, tagged with the same variable. We get x alpha x, i.e. 2xfxhx. Equally, starting from 3 FM LMN, we can existentially quantify on M to get e.g. 4 ZFZ LZN. Now think of this new WFF as alpha N. We can then proceed another step and replace the name N here with a variable. We have to choose a variable that doesn't occur in the WFF we are building from, so we can't use Z again. But we could pick e.g. X. Then we prefix a quantifier symbol tagged with this new variable, which gives us, say, the WFF x alpha x, 5xzfz lzx. Similarly, starting from the QL/WFF6 LMN, we can quantify first on N, and then on M to form in turn 7y LMY, 8xy LXY. Or starting from 6 again, we can replace names in a different order and or use different variables and or use different quantifier symbols. We could form 9x LXN, 10y XLXY. Equally, we could get from 6 to 11y XLX, y XLX, zy LZY. Note though that our construction rule doesn't allow us to get from 6 to 12y LI, z LZZ. Think why not? However, those expressions are WFFs, as they can be formed by quantifying on the name in the WFF13 LMM. Next, since him is a WFF as well as 7, we can use a connective to construct 14, right arrow y LMY. Then, universally quantifying on the name, we get, for example, 15xhx right arrow ylxy. An aside on scope again, and since xmxn is of course a WFF alongside 9, so 2 is their disjunction, 16xlxn xmxn. And existentially quantifying on the name, we can get the WFF 17yxlxy xmxy. D now for some non-WFFs. Expressions like the following 18fz, lzn, mix, arzoi, fm right arrow gz, xlxy are not QLWFFs. Expressions with variables dangling free, not bound to prect-ing quantifiers, do not count as WFFs according to our construction rules. And, given our ban on reusing variables already in a given WFF when applying a quantifier, we can't get from 7 to the expression 19yy lie. Note too that we can't prefix another quantifier to 8. We can't form an expression with a dangling quantifier, not tied to any later variable, as in 20zxy Neither of the expressions 19 and 20 will count as WFFs for us. And because the WFF 14 already contains the variable y, we can't quantify it using the same variable again. So this is another non-WFF, 21y high, y lie. To repeat, FZ and LZN are not WFFs. So inside the WFF for ZFZ, LZN, the conjunction does not connect WFFs. How does this square with our stern words in section 28.5b about QL connectives still being essentially sentential connectives? Well, note that 4 is constructed by quantifying on a name in a WFF like 3, FM, LMN. And in 3 the connective does connect WFFs. The point generalizes. In building up a WFF, a connective will always be first introduced as connecting whole WFFs. See section 35.2 for more on this. 28.7 and aside on scope again, we just noted that the QLWFF ZFZ LZN can be constructed by quantifying on M in the WFF, FM, LMN. But of course, it can equally well be constructed by quantifying on O in the WFF, FO, LON. Hence, at least on the story so far, a quantified WFF will not have a unique possible construction history parse tree in the sense of section 9.2. Does this matter? No. Exploring a few simple examples will show you that different possible routes to constructing a quantified WFF will structurally all look the same. They will just differ in the proper names that occur earlier in the history of a WFF and which then get quantified away. Therefore, our syntactic story still doesn't allow structurally ambiguous WFFs. In particular, the relative order in which logical operators are introduced into a quantified WFF in a possible construction history remains determinate. Hence, as when discussing PLWFFs in section 9.40, we can still say this as a first rough version. An occurrence of a logical operator, connective 28 QL languages or quantifier, is in the scope of some other occurrence of an operator in a WFF if the first operator is introduced before the second as we build up the WFF. Other definitions of syntactic ideas can similarly be carried over from our discussion of PL languages to our new QL languages. For more on this, put more carefully, see section 35.2. 28.8 Interpreting the quantifiers, A now to interpret quantified WFFs. As we said, to interpret a QL language, we must specify its non-empty domain. We do this in the glossary for the language by giving some domain description. We can then continue as follows, drawing on our understanding of the quantifier prefixes in their Loglish guise. Suppose that the term tau refers to the object O, and suppose that, given the interpretation of other vocabulary, the WFF alpha tau involving that term says that this object O satisfies a certain condition, says that O is C. Then, universally quantifying on tau, Xi alpha Xi says that everything is C, meaning everything in the relevant language's domain, of course. Existentially quantifying on tau, Xi alpha Xi says that something, at least one thing, is C, meaning something in the relevant domain again. B, the assigned domain for a QL language, can be any definite set of objects, large or small, so long as there is at least one object in the domain, subject to one important constraint. The domain of quantification for a language must include the objects referred to by any proper names of that language. Why? This constraint is to ensure that, given as premise a WFF saying that everything in the domain is C, we can indeed infer that any particular named object is C. And likewise, given that a named object is C, we can infer the quantified WFF saying that something in the domain is CC. We will illustrate this interpretative scheme by working through a few examples from our mini-language QL. First, however, we need to complete the interpretation key for this language by fixing what its quantifiers range over. So let's add a domain description to the language's glossary. The domain of quantification for QL. People, past and present. Start off then with the WFF interpreting the quantifiers 1, FM right arrow HM. Given our glossary for the language, this says that if Socrates is a philosopher, then Socrates is wise. In other words, Socrates is such that if he is a philosopher, then he is wise, or for short, using C for this condition. Socrates is C then 2xfx, hx, says that everyone, i.e. everyone past and present, is C. I.e. everyone is such that if they are a philosopher then they are wise. Equivalently, all philosophers are wise. Similarly, 3 FM LMN says that Socrates is a philosopher and Socrates loves Plato. In other words, it says Socrates is such that he is a philosopher and he loves Plato, for short now using C. For this new condition, Socrates is C. And then 4 ZFZ LZN says that there is someone who is C. I.e. there is someone who is a philosopher and loves Plato. Equivalently, some philosopher loves Plato. Next, take the simple WFF5 LMN. This of course says that Socrates loves Plato. Hence, when we existentially quantify into the place occupied by the second name as in 6y LMY, this says that someone has the property which 5 ascribes to Plato. So, someone is loved by Socrates, i.e. Socrates is such that he loves someone. By universally quantifying into the place occupied by Socrates' formal name, we can then say the same about everyone. Therefore 7xy LXY means that everyone is such that they love someone. Needless to say, however, we don't really need to build up to the interpretation of 7 laboriously like this. In practice, since the QL and the Loglish quantifiers effectively mean the same, we can just directly transcribe 7 into Loglish as 8. Everyone X is such that there is someone Y such that X loves Y. And once we fix the domain, this stilted not quite English is already perfectly understandable as it is. D. Let's work through another series of examples. 9. FM Ram says that Socrates is a philosopher and Aristotle prefers him to Plato. So 10 Wi-Fi Roin says that someone has the property that 9 attributes to Socrates, i.e. there is someone who is a philosopher whom Aristotle prefers to Plato. Hence 11, go right arrow Wi-Fi Roin, 28 QL languages says that if Aristotle is a logician, then there's some philosopher he prefers to Plato. And next, 12 XGX right arrow Wi-Fi, Arzine says about everyone what 11 says about Aristotle. Everyone is such that, if they are a logician, then there's some philosopher they prefer to Plato. In other words, every logician prefers some philosopher to Plato. But again, we needn't in practice go through all this step-by-step interpreta tive palaver when faced with a WFF such as 12. The quick thing to do is just to transcribe 12 into Loglish as a halfway house, as in 13x if x is a logician, then YY is a philosopher and x prefers y to Plato, which in turn unpacks as 14, everyone x is such that if x is a logician, then there is someone y such that y is a philosopher and x prefers y to Plato, which is, to be sure, very stilted not quite English, but it is surely still entirely understandable. 28.9 quantifier equivalences, A given our glossary for QL, and the rule for interpreting universally quantified WFFS. 1x not sign fx says that everyone is a non-philosopher, i.e. no one is a philosopher. Therefore its negation, 2 not x not sign fx, says that it isn't the case that no one is a philosopher. In other words, there is someone who is a philosopher. Hence this says the same as 3x fx. Similarly, since 4x not sign fx in QL means that someone is not a philosopher, Its negation 5 not x not sin fx says that it isn't the case that there is someone who is not a philosopher. In other words, everyone is a philosopher. Hence, 5 is equivalent to 6x fx. The two equivalences here obviously generalize. Let's use xi as before to indicate a variable, and now for brevity use, psi for some suitable WFF completing expression containing that variable. Then, quantifier equivalences in QL languages, WFFS of the forms and xi psi, with the same completing expression psi are equivalent, i.e. are true in just the same circumstances. Likewise, WFFS of the forms not xi not sin psi and xi psi are equivalent. So universal and existential quantifiers are interdefinable using negation, just as conjunction and disjunction are interdefinable using negation. See section 13.1. The parallel shouldn't be surprising. If we imagine for a moment that we are dealing with a case where everything has a name, compare section 27.5, then we can think of xfx as in effect a big disjunction like fm, fn, fo. But by a version of one of De Morgan's laws, this big disjunction is equivalent to the negation of the big conjunction, not sin fn. Why? Given the same pretense that everything has a name, this big conjunction is in effect equivalent to x not sin fx. Whence xfx is equivalent to the negation of that, i.e. not x not sin fx. By a similar arm-waving argument, xfx should be equivalent to not x not sin fx. We could therefore do quantificational logic using a language with only one of the two interdefinable types of quantifiers, just as we could do propositional logic using only one of conjunction or disjunction alongside negation. Frege's Begriffsschrift used just the universal quantifier. However, just as it is customary and convenient to use both conjunction and disjunction in PL languages, so it is now customary and convenient to use both types of quantifier in QL languages. C. The whole point of the quantifier variable notation is to encode the relative scope of quantifiers, so we can say render the two different readings of everyone loves a certain someone quite unambiguously by the QL WFFS XYLXY and YXLXY. We plainly cannot swap the order of quantifiers here without changing the meaning of the WFF, and that holds in general. Quantifier order matters, but there are exceptions that we should finish by noting. Thus consider 1, XYLXY, which says of everyone what YLMY says of Socrates. So one says that everyone loves everyone. While, swapping round the quantifiers, 2YXLXY says that everyone has the property which XLXN attributes to Plato, i.e. the property of being loved by everyone. So 2 also says that everyone is loved by everyone. Hence, 1 and 2 are equivalent. Likewise, 3XYLXY4 are also equivalent, both saying that someone loves someone. The point generalizes. Suppose xi and zeta are distinct variables. Then, adjacent quantifiers of the same type can be interchanged. That is to say, pairs of WFFS of the form xi zeta psi and zeta xi psi are equivalent. Similarly, pairs of WFFS of the form xi zeta psi and zeta xi psi are equivalent. 28 QL languages 28.10 summary. The atomic WFFS of QL languages are built from predicates and terms. Proper names are the most basic kind of term. Later we will introduce dummy names and functional terms. Predicates come with fixed arities. An atomic WFF is formed by taking a predicate of arity k and following it by k terms. We give the interpretations of proper names and predicates by glossaries associating the expressions with vernacular equivalents. Then, roughly, a predicate name's WFF says that the named objects satisfy the condition expressed by the predicate. Connectives in QL languages still basically behave as sentential connectives, as in PL languages. We next add variables and quantifier symbols to the logical vocabulary of QL languages. Expressions like x, y are now available as universal quantifiers. Expressions like x, y are existential quantifiers. A WFF with an initial quantifier can then be formed by taking a WFF alpha tau with one or more occurrences of a name or other term tau. Replacing the term throughout by a variable xi new to the WFF to form alpha xi, and prefixing a quantifier involving the same variable to get xi alpha xi or xi alpha xi. We interpret quantified WFFS by fixing the domain or universe of discourse for the relevant language. Suppose alpha tau says the object referred to by tau is C. Then a WFF of the form xi alpha xi renders everything as C, while xi alpha xi renders something as C where the things in question in the relevant domain. Exercises 28. Which of the following expressions are WFFS of the language QL? 1. LNN, LMN right arrow LNM. 2. XFX right arrow LXM3. Go not XGX HX4 XFX right arrow GX HX5 XFX XGX. 6. XFX XGX. 7. FXYJ. 8. XFX YJ 9. RZIX 10. RZIX 11. LMN XLMX right arrow LXN 12. GN right arrow ZFC. LNZ 13. YJ right arrow ZFC Liz. 14. Not Wi-Fi, XR Zoy in each case. Give one possible construction history for those expressions which are WFFS, and indicate which logical operators, connectives, or quantifiers are in the scope of which other logical operators. What do those expressions which are WFFS mean? 29. Simple translations. The striking novelty of QL languages is that they use a quantifier variable notation to express generality. However, as we have seen, this notation is in fact modeled quite closely on two familiar devices found in ordinary English and/or in mathematicians' English, namely prefixed quantifiers tied to pronouns and variables serving as pronouns. So the basics of the notation are actually not hard to grasp. What will cause the translational headaches is the additional sparseness that we have imposed on our formalized languages. Each QL language has just a single sort of variable, with all variables ranging over the same domain. Roman II QL languages don't have any special apparatus for expressing restricted quantifiers. They don't have binary quantifiers taking two predicates, perhaps notated as in X. FXGX. To say that all FS in the domain are G, we have to make do with the now familiar unary quantifiers, plus connectives. Roman III QL languages only have two built-in kinds of unary quantifier. These restrictions are absolutely standard, and you have to learn to negotiate them. But we should emphasize that they are not really intrinsic to the basic Phrygian conception of quantifiers that underlies modern logic. 29.1. Restricted quantifiers revisited. Suppose we are working in a language like QL, where the quantifiers range inclusively over all people, past and present. Then, given the sparse resources of this language, if we want to translate 1. All logicians are wise, 2. Some logicians are wise, our only option is to follow the lead of section 27.2 and restrict our quantifiers using connectives. Therefore, 1 and 2 will get translated by 3 XGX-HX, 4 XGX-HX. And let's stress that the connectives do have to go this way round, i.e., we need to translate 1 using a conditional and 2 using a conjunction, and not vice versa. Why? 29 simple translations, translating 1 into QL as XGX-HX would plainly be wrong. For that formal WFF says, quite differently, that everyone is a wise logician. Roman II translating 2 as right arrow HX would also be wrong. Socrates is not a logician, and GM is false. Hence, GM right arrow hem is true, being a mater isle conditional with a false antecedent. But if GM right arrow hem is true, so is HX. So the mere existence of a non-logician like Socrates makes right arrow HX true. But obviously that's not enough to make 2 true, i.e., it's not enough to make it true that some logicians are wise. Further, we want the translations of intuitively equivalent propositions to come out as equivalent formal sentences. Translating restricted all with a conditional and restricted some with a conjunction makes this happen. Roman III, not all logicians are unwise is equivalent to some logicians are wise, so their QL translations should be equivalent. Translating restricted all with a conditional, the negated all proposition gets rendered not XGX right arrow not sign HX, or equivalently X not sign GX right arrow not sign HX, but something of the form not sign alpha right arrow not sign beta is equivalent to alpha beta. And still, because of the meaning of the connectives, x not sign gx right arrow not sign hx is equivalent to xgx hx. Putting things together, not all logicians are unwise is rendered as not xgx right arrow not sign hx, which comes out as equivalent to xgx hx, which translates some logicians are wise. As required. B. How good is our translation of 1 as 3? In particular, what about the use of the material conditional here? Informally, we might suggest that 1 all logicians are wise can be paraphrased along the lines of 1, everyone is such that, if they are a logician, they are wise. Suppose we accept this. Then note that we have already discussed the kind of if, which is involved in contexts like 1 in section 19.3. Using a different example, we argued that the if here does need to be a material conditional. So if we accept the equivalence of 1 and 1, then we should indeed render both as 3xgx hx. What about our translation of 2? The plural in some logicians are wise indicates that there is more than one wise logician. But 4xgx hx says only that there is at least one. Is this minor discrepancy worth fussing about? Almost never. When we propose something of the form, some g's are h as a premise, or aim to derive it as a conclusion, the number of g's that are h typically doesn't matter to us. We care about whether any of them are. So we can simply ignore the small translational infelicity in rendering some g's are h as xgx hx. In almost every context, it is worth the gain in formal simplicity. Further, when we later augment our QL languages with an identity predicate, we will see how to express some more than one with the resources of our enriched language when we really need to do so. Existential import 29.2 Existential import. ASO, putting worries about plurals aside, propositions of the form 1 all g's are h, 2 some g's are h, are standardly rendered into a QL language by corresponding WFFS like 3xgx hx, 4xgx hx. Traditionally, however, it has been supposed that a universally quantified proposition like 1 has existential import. For instance, if it is true that all logicians are wise, then there must exist some logicians to be wise. Hence, a proposition of the form 1 entails the corresponding proposition of the form 2, or so the story goes. On the other hand, the WFF3 doesn't entail 4, assuming it is possible for there to be no g's. For suppose that there are no g's, then 3 is true. Everyone x is such that x is g, x is h, since the antecedent of the material conditional is always false, while 4 is false. Therefore, 3 won't entail 4. To be sure, 3 plus the existential assumption xgx will entail 4, but the point is that this additional existential assumption is needed. So the moral is this. If the traditional view is right, then a proposition of the form 1 entails 2, while 3 by itself doesn't entail 4, hence the standard translations aren't fully adequate because they don't respect all logical relations. B. We might well wonder, however, whether tradition gets it right. Consider, for example, Newton's first law in the form 5 all particles subject to no net force have constant velocity. Surely, to accept Newton's law is not to commit ourselves to the actual existence of some particles subject to no net force. Doesn't the law remain true irrespective of whether there are any such particles? Another example. Couldn't the notice 6 all trespassers will be prosecuted be true even if there are no trespassers? And it could well be because 6 is taken to be true that there are no trespassers. However, to complicate matters, it might be suggested that there is a subtle difference here between all and any, with all g's or h being more apt for cases where there are some g's, while any g's or h leaves it open whether there are some g's. So should we perhaps really state Newton's law with any? C. We fortunately need not get entangled in such debates. We need not settle whether vernacular propositions of the form all g's are h usually entail the existence of some g's. Just regard this as one of those messy issues about ordinary language, which get helpfully tidied up when we move to a formalized language. Our policy henceforth will be to take the default rendering of all g's are h, and similarly every any each g is h, as something like xgx hx, which lacks existential import. We can then always tack an explicit existential clause xgx onto the translation if, on a particular occasion, we think it matters. 29 Simple Translations 29.3. No, the last two sections suggest that sparse QL languages can handle restricted, all, every, and some quantifiers reasonably well. But what about handling other quantifiers? Our QL languages have just two flavors of built-in quantifiers. Should we, for instance, have added a built-in no quantifier? A in QL, x not sign hx means that everyone is not wise, i.e. no one is wise. In the same language, not x hx means that it isn't the case that there is someone who is wise. So this too means that no one is wise. Hence, we already have two alternative but equivalent translations of that basic no proposition. The point obviously generalizes. Informally, we can recast simple, unrestricted, no propositions using a quantifier prefix like no one nothing x is such that, and then recast that as either everyone/everything x is such that it is not the case that, or it is not the case that someone something x is such that, which correspond respectively to the formal expressions x not sign or not x. More carefully, using the same notation as in section 28.8, suppose we interpret the term tau as referring to O, and suppose the WFF alpha tau then says that O is C. Then xi not sign alpha xi and not xi alpha xi are equivalent, and say that there are no C's in the relevant domain. Of course, we could have added a third quantifier symbol to QL languages, perhaps a rotated n to go with and. We could then express there are no fs by nxfx. This would make some translations rather smoother. The cost would be increasing the number of rules needed later for dealing with quantifier arguments. The conventional judgment is that the gain isn't worth the cost. B. And what about restricted no quantifications? For example, how can we render into QL the calumny that one no philosopher is wise? As with other no translations, we have two options, one using a universal quantifier, one using an existential quantifier. The first option goes via the Loglish 2. Everyone x is such that if x is a philosopher, then x is not wise to arrive at 3xfx not sign hx. The second option formalizes the equivalent thought, for it is not the case that someone x is such that x is a philosopher and x is wise to get 5 not xfx hx. Why are 3 and 5 equivalent? Xfx not sign hx is equivalent to not x not sign fx not sign hx, and that in turn is equivalent to not xfx hx, as we would expect when we recall that right arrow not sign beta is equivalent to alpha beta. Translating via Loglish 29.4, translating via Loglish after those preliminaries, we now turn to tackle some translation exercises with a general approach described in this section, and applications in the next. As indicated in section 28.8, faced with the task of translating from English to some QL language, it can help to go via Loglish as an intermediate step. And we can break down translation via Loglish into stages. Suppose we start, on the one side, with an ordinary language proposition involving generality. And suppose we have, on the other side, a QL language with an appropriate glossary. Then, stage 1 begin by recasting our vernacular proposition by using ordinary language quantifier prefixes linked to later pronouns, translating away any no quantifiers. At a first shot, these prefixes will typically be restricted quantifiers such as every woman is such that, someone who loves Owen is such that, or some prime number is such that. Stage 2, replace the vernacular pronouns with variables as pronouns x, y, etc., and make cross-linkings clear by explicitly tagging each quantifier prefix with the variable it is linked to get the likes of every woman x is such that, someone y who loves Owen is such that, some prime number z is such that. Stage 3, the glossary for our formal language, fixes a domain for the quantifiers to range over. Now replace restricted quantifiers by using informal unary quantifiers over this domain plus conditionals conjunctions. So, for example, every woman x is such that becomes everyone x is such that if x is a woman then. Someone y who loves Owen is such that becomes someone y is such that y loves Owen and etc. Stage 4 next, simply abbreviate the generic quantifier prefixes by x, y. Also replace the vernacular connectives with their symbolic versions, using the standard logical symbols, and we get loglish sentences like, XX is a woman, X is an adult human. YY loves Owen, Y is a philosopher. ZZ is a philosopher, right arrow. YY is a logician, X admires Y. These are still quite straightforwardly interpretable, relying on our informal understanding of the symbols and our grasp of English. Stage 5, finally, replace the vernacular names and predicates in loglish sentences with symbolic counterparts using our chosen QL language's glosary, making sure that we now obey the predicates. First, word order. Rewrite X, Y in the formal style, without brackets, as X, Y. Of course, it is not being seriously suggested that you have to follow this stage-by-stage plan in all its detail and in the exact order suggested. You will very quickly learn to skip lightly through these stages when translating from English to QL. Still, in our illustrative examples in the next section, it will be helpful to take things very slowly and show our working, going for rather plodding explicitness with the aim of maximum clarity. 29 simple translations, 29.5 translations into QL. Nothing would be gained by taking, say, sober mathematical examples, and we could run the risk of making things look more difficult than they really are. So let's stick to mundane human affairs and define the following language. In QL, the proper names with their interpretations are M, Maldwin N, Nuries O, Owen, and the predicates are F. Not sign is a man G. Not sign is a woman L. Not sign loves M. Not sign is married to R. Not sign is a child of and registered. The domain of quantification, people living people for definiteness. And now let's consider how to translate the following propositions into QL. 1. There's someone who loves Maldwin, Nuries, and Owen. 2. Whoever is loved by Owen is loved by Maldwin too. 3. Every woman who loves Maldwin is loved by Owen. 4. Maldwin loves some woman who loves Owen. 5. Nuries and Owen love any child of theirs. 6. Owen is Maldwin's child. 7. Maldwin is married to no one. 8. No one who loves Nuries loves Owen. 9. Nuries is a woman everyone loves. 10. If everyone loves Nuries, then Owen does. 11. If someone loves Nuries, then Owen does. 12. If anyone loves Nuries, then Owen does. Taking our propositions in turn, we have first. 1. There's someone who loves Maldwin, Nuries, and Owen. Someone is such that they love Maldwin, Nuries, and Owen. Someone X is such that X loves Maldwin, Nuries, and Owen. XX loves Maldwin, X loves Nuries, X loves Owen, XLXM, LXN, LXO. We will use the sign to indicate sufficient translational equivalence. The internal bracketing of the three-way conjunction is up to you. And of course, there is nothing significant about the choice of informal variable X or the formal variable X. You can use any variables you like, so long as you preserve the crucial pattern of linkages from quantifier prefixes to slots in later expressions. Translations into QL2. Whoever is loved by Owen is loved by Maldwin too. Everyone who is loved by Owen is such that Maldwin loves them. Everyone X who is loved by Owen is such that Maldwin loves X. Everyone X is such that if X is loved by Owen, then Maldwin loves. X Owen loves, Maldwin loves, X locks, LMX. Note how the relative clause, who is loved by Owen, is treated as a predicate restricting the quantifier. 3. Every woman who loves Maldwin is loved by Owen. Every woman who loves Maldwin is such that X is loved by Owen. Everyone X is such that if X is a woman who loves Maldwin, then Owen loves, XX is a woman, and X loves Maldwin, Owen loves X, XGX, LXM right arrow locks. 4. Maldwin loves some woman who loves Owen. Some woman who loves Owen is such that Maldwin loves X. Someone X is such that X is a woman who loves Owen, and Maldwin loves, XX is a woman and X loves Owen, Maldwin loves X, XGX, LXO, LMX. 5. Nuries and Owen love any child of theirs. Everyone X who is a child of Nuries and Owen is such that Nuries and Owen love X. Everyone X is such that if X is a child of Nuries and Owen, then Nuries and Owen love X. XX is a child of Nuries and Owen right arrow. Nuries loves, Owen loves X, XRXNO right arrow, LNX locks. 6. Owen is Maldwin's child. Owen is a child of Maldwin. Someone X is such that Owen is a child of Maldwin and XX Ronks. The point of this last example is to emphasize that QL's predicate R is determinately a ternary predicate, glossed as not sign is a child of and registered. If we want to translate, Owen is a child of Maldion, which involves the ordinary language binary predicate, not sign is a child of, we have to use the illustrated trick of sopping up, place in the ternary predicate with a quantified variable. Now for a couple of simple examples involving the no quantifier. Remember, section 29.3 tells us that no propositions can be rendered in two different ways. Thus, 7 Maldwin is married to no one. It is not the case that Maldwin is married to someone. 29 simple translations. Not sign there is someone, such that Maldwin is married to X, not XMMX. Or, starting again, taking the alternative route. Everyone X is such that Maldwin isn't married to X, X not sign MMX. 8 No one who loves Nuries loves Owen. It is not the case that someone who loves Nuries loves Owen. Not sign there is someone X who loves Nuries, and is such that X loves Owen. Not sign there is someone X who is such that X loves Nuries, and X loves Owen, not XLXN, LXO. Or equivalently, everyone who loves Nuries does not love Owen. Everyone X who loves Nuries is such that X doesn't love Owen. Everyone X is such that if X loves Nuries, then X doesn't love Owen. XLXN right arrow not sign LXO. The next proposition can also be regimented in two related ways. 9 Nuries is a woman everyone loves Nuries, and Nuries is a woman, XLXN GN. Or alternatively, everyone is such that they love Nuries, who is a woman, XLXN GN. We will say more about why these WFFS are equivalent in the next section. Next, a conditional with complete propositions as antecedent and consequent. 10. If everyone loves Nuries, then Owen does. Everyone X is such that X loves Nuries, Owen loves Nuries. X, LXN right arrow lon. Similarly, 11. If someone loves Nuries, then Owen does. X, LXN right arrow lon. But now what about 12? If anyone loves Nuries, then Owen does. Perhaps with the right stress and or right context, we can construe this as saying, if just anyone loves Nuries then, which is equivalent to 10. However, the more natural reading gives anyone wider scope than the conditional. 12. If anyone loves Nuries, then Owen does. Anyone, everyone is such that if they love Nuries, then Owen loves Nuries, XLXN right arrow lon. Moving quantifiers, however, can't we equally naturally read 12 as equivalent to 11 and translate it accordingly? Well, yes we can. The alternative translations XLXN right arrow lon and XLXN right arrow lon are in fact equivalent, as we will now see. 29.6. Moving quantifiers. We should comment on a couple of examples from the last section where there are equivalent alternative translations. Consider first our two renditions of Nuries is a woman everyone loves. 1 XLXN GN, 2 XLXN GN. To see why these are indeed equivalent, it might help to pretend there are just the three people named by m, in, and o in the domain, so a WFF xi alpha xi amounts to alpha m, alpha n, alpha o, omitting some brackets. In this special case, 1 and 2 amount to the obviously equivalent 3, LMN LNN ln GN4, LMN GN LNN GN ln GN. The point about 1 and 2 generalizes. Pairs of WFFS of the following forms are equivalent. Xi alpha xi beta, or at least, this is true so long as the WFF beta doesn't contain the variable xi. That restriction is crucial. For example, in one direction, we can't go from the WFF XFX XGX to XFX XGX. The latter expression isn't even a WFF in our syntax. Why? Similarly, we can't go in the other direction from the WFF XFX GX to XFX GX. Again, the latter expression isn't a WFF. Why? Similar equivalences hold for the existential quantifier and for disjunction in place of conjunction. So in summary, and do think through all these cases, pairs of WFFS of the following forms are equivalent. Xi alpha xi beta and xi alpha xi beta xi alpha xi beta and xi alpha xi beta xi alpha xi beta and xi alpha xi beta xi alpha xi beta and xi alpha xi beta where beta doesn't contain the variable xi. The equivalencies also hold, of course, with the order of the conjunctions disjunctions reversed. B. What about moving a quantifier outside a conditional? Consider again the WFF5 x LXN right arrow ln, which is equivalent, by the definition of the material conditional, to 6 not x LXN ln. 29 simple translations notice the negation. By the interrelation of the quantifiers, 6 is equivalent to 7 x not sine LXN ln. But by the rule that we have just met for taking a universal quantifier outside a disjunction, this is in turn equivalent to 8 x naught sine LXN ln, which is equivalent to 9 x LXN right arrow ln by the interpretation of the material conditional again, which gives us the claimed overall equivalence between the two renditions of example 12 in section 29.5. So dragging an existential quantifier out from the antecedent of a conditional flips the type of quantifier. The same goes for dragging a universal quantifier out from the antecedent of a conditional. For example, these are equivalent y. 10 xfx right arrow gn 11 xfx gn. However, since the consequent of a material conditional is like an ordinary, unnegated, disjunct, we can pull out a quantifier as with other disjunctions. Thus, generalizing, we have the following again. Do think through these cases. Pairs of WFFS of the following forms are equivalent. Xi alpha xi right arrow beta and xi alpha xi, right arrow beta xi alpha xi, right arrow beta, and xi alpha xi right arrow beta beta right arrow xi alpha xi, and xi beta right arrow alpha xi, beta right arrow xi alpha xi, and xi beta right arrow alpha xi, where beta doesn't contain the variable xi. 29.7 Summary restricted universal quantifiers are translated using conditionals in the scope of universal quantifiers, which run over the whole domain. Restricted existential quantifiers are translated using conjunctions in the scope of existential quantifiers, which run over the whole domain. We need not add a no quantifier to our QL languages. Given that we can so easily render something of the form, there are no g's by the corresponding WFF, not xgx, or equivalently x not sine gx. And the restricted quantification, no fs or g's, can be rendered by either not xfx gx or xfx, not sine gx. We can ease the process of translating from English into a given QL language by going in stages via Loglish. 1. Rephrase a given English proposition using prefixed restricted quantifiers linked to pronouns, massaging away no quantifiers using every, exercises 29 or some, plus negation. 2. Replace vernacular pronouns with variables, and make cross-linkings clear by tagging quantifier prefixes with their linked variables. 3. Render the restricted quantifiers by using generic quantifiers, running over the whole universe together with conditionals and conjunctions. 4. Use and to abbreviate quantifier prefixes, replace vernacular connectives with formal ones, giving us Loglish expressions. 5. Then use the glossary for the relevant QL language to render the names and predicates. Exercises 29. A. Translate the following into QL as best you can. 1. Aristotle is a pupil of Socrates and Plato. 2. Plato taught Aristotle only if Socrates taught Plato. 3. If Plato is a pupil of someone, he is a pupil of Socrates. 4. Some philosophers are not wise. 5. Not all philosophers are wise. 6. Any logician loves Aristotle. 7. No one who is a wise philosopher prefers Plato to Aristotle. 8. Whoever is a pupil of Plato is wise. 9. Not every wise logician is a pupil of Aristotle. 10. Any logician is a wise philosopher. 11. Aristotle prefers no philosopher to Plato. 12. Some wise people aren't philosophers, and some aren't logicians. 13. Only philosophers love Aristotle. 14. Not only philosophers love Socrates. 15. Socrates is a philosopher whom everyone wise loves. 16. Only some logicians love Plato. 17. No philosophers or logicians are wise. 18. All philosophers and logicians are wise. B. Which of these pairs of WFFS are equivalent, which not, and why? 1. XFX XGX, XFX GX2, XFX XGX, XFX GX3, XFX XGX, XFX YJ 4 XFX XGX, xyfx jai 5 xyfx jai 6 xyfx jai, gx7 xfx xgx, xfx yjai 8 xfx xgx, xyfx right arrow jai 9 xfx xgx, yxfx right arrow jai. See, use equivalences you now know about to outline a proof that every WFF is equivalent to 1 in Prenex form, where all quantifiers are at the beginning of the WFF. We can render Plato and Aristotle are philosophers by e.g. Fn Fo. Why can't we render Plato and Aristotle are classmates by e.g. Cn Co? What does this sort of case tell us about some expressive limitations of QL languages? 30 more on translations. This chapter starts by looking at more difficult examples of translating between English and the particular formal language QL from section 29.5. Then we consider some issues about how to choose a QL language to use when assessing arguments. 30.1 More translations into QL. Let's take some more examples of translating claims into QL, this time ones which involve multiple quantifiers. So consider the following mostly false. 1. Every man loves someone or other. 2. Some man loves a woman. 3. Someone Owen loves is loved by everyone Nuries loves, for no woman loves every man. 5. No woman loves any man. 6. Anyone who is married loves someone they aren't married to. 7. A married man only loves women. 8. No man loves anyone who loves Nuries, a helpful tip. In going via Loglish intermediate stages, it will be useful if we occasionally make informal use of square brackets to demarcate parts of complex expressions. Then we can work within the square brackets as we move from one stage to the next. So, 1. Every man loves someone or other. Every man X is such that X loves someone or other. Everyone X is such that if X is a man, then X loves someone or other. XX is a man, YX loves Y, XFX YLXY. 2. Some man loves a woman. There is some man, such that there is some woman Y such that X loves Y. There is someone X such that X is a man, and there is some woman Y such that X loves Y. XX is a man. There is someone Y such that Y is a woman and X loves Y. More translations into QL. XX is a man. YY is a woman. X loves Y. XFX YJ LXY. 3. Someone Owen loves is loved by everyone. Nuries loves. Someone X whom Owen loves is such that X is loved by everyone Nuries loves. Someone X is such that Owen loves, and X is loved by everyone Nuries loves. Someone X is such that Owen loves X, and everyone Y is such that if Nuries loves Y then Y loves X. X Owen loves, Y Nuries loves Y right arrow Y loves X X locks, Y LNY right arrow licks. For no woman loves every man. It is not the case that some woman loves every man. Not sign some woman X is such that X loves every man. Not sign someone X is such that X is a woman, and X loves every man. Not sign someone X is such that X is a woman, and every Y is such that if Y is a man, then X loves Y, not XGX Wi-Fi, LXY. Or, starting again, taking the alternative route for translating a no proposition. Every woman is such that she doesn't love every man. Every woman X is such that it is not the case that X loves every man. Every X is such that if X is a woman, then not sign X loves every man. Every X is such that X is a woman right arrow not sign everyone Y is such that if Y is a man, X loves Y. XGX right arrow not Wi-Fi, LXY. Next, the stressed claim, no woman loves any man, is naturally heard as saying the same as 4. But an unstressed 5 is more naturally read like this. 5. No woman loves any man. It is not the case that some woman loves a man, not XGX Wi-Fi, LXY. Another rendition, using our other style for translating no propositions, is XGX right arrow not Wi-Fi, LXY. And here's a third version. Every woman is such that every man is such that she doesn't love him. Everyone X is such that if X is a woman then every man Y is such that X doesn't love Y. Everyone X is such that if X is a woman then, everyone Y is such that if Y is a man, then X doesn't love Y. XGX right arrow Wi-Fi right arrow not sign LXY. 30 more on translations. Can you see why these 3 renditions ought to be equivalent to each other? Our next example involves translating the unary predicate, is married, into a language which only has a built-in binary predicate meaning, is married to. No problem. We just rely on the obvious semantic equivalence of the unary, is married to someone. Thus we have 6. Anyone who is married loves someone they aren't married to. Everyone X who is married is such that there is someone Y whom X isn't married to, such that X loves Y. Everyone X is such that if X is married, then someone Y is such that X isn't married to Y and X loves Y. XX is married right arrow Y not sign MXY, LXY. Finally, we render X is married using the predicate M plus an existential quantifier. What variable shall we use? Rule of thumb. When you need to introduce some variable into a WFF, it is always safer to use one that doesn't already appear. That way you will avoid unintended tangles. So choose the variable z, xz, mxz right arrow Y not sign mxy, lxy. In our next example on the list, a married man is naturally read as a universal generalization about married men. So we can begin 7. A married man only loves women. Every man who is married is such that X only loves women. Everyone X is such that if X is a man and is married, then X only loves women. Now, only loves women is in turn naturally read as saying anyone whom X loves is a woman, but we will want to leave it open whether there is anyone X in fact loves. So continuing, everyone X is such that X is a man and is married. Right arrow everyone Y is such that if X loves Y then Y is a woman. XFX, Z, MXZ, right arrow YLXY, right arrow J. Our final example again involves that troublesome vernacular quantifier, anyone. As we have already seen in some contexts, anyone is replaceable by someone. 8 seems to be another case in point. The following rendition seems natural. 8. No man loves anyone who loves Nuries. Every man X is such that it is not the case that there is someone who loves Nuries whom X loves. Every man X is such that not sign there is someone Y such that Y loves Nuries, X loves Y. XX is a man right arrow not sign YY loves Nuries, X loves Y, XFX right arrow not Ylin LXY. An alternative translation could be XFX right arrow, Ylin right arrow not sign LXY. Why should these be equivalent? And that's more than enough examples to be going on with. Translations from QL 30.2, translations from QL, translating from an unfamiliar language, tends to be a lot easier than translating into that language. Once we have learnt to spot the devices which QL languages use for expressing restricted quantifications and/or no quantifiers, it is often pretty easy to construe a WFF straight off. And if the worst comes to the worst, and we are faced with a more dauntingly complex WFF, we can always just reverse the stage-by-stage Vialoglish procedure that we have just been using. To illustrate this, we will take 3 QL WFFs. 1 not XYFXJ, right arrow, MXY right arrow, ZRZXY 2 XGX right arrow, LXY LXZ3, XGX right arrow not sign LXM right arrow, XLXM right arrow YRXMY, YRXMY right arrow LXM. We now unpack these WFFs in stages going via Loglish to arrive at interpretations. For example, as follows. 1 not XYFX J right arrow, MXY right arrow ZRZXY, not sign for anyone X and anyone Y. If X is a man and Y a woman, then if X is married to Y, there is someone Z who is X and Y's child. Not sign for any man and any woman if they are married to each other, they have a child together. Not every man and woman who are married have a child together. 2 XGX right arrow, LXY, LXZ. Everyone X is such that if X is a woman then everyone Y and everyone Z are such that, if X is a child of Y and Z, then X loves Y and X loves Z. Every woman X is such that for anyone Y and anyone Z if X is a child of Y, and Z then X loves Y and X loves Z. Every woman loves her parents. 3 XGX right arrow not sign LXM right arrow, XLXM right arrow YRXMY, YRXMY right arrow LXM. If XGX right arrow not sign LXM, then XLXM right arrow YRXMY, YRXMY right arrow LXM. If no woman loves Maldwin, then XLXM if and only if YRXMY. If no woman loves Maldwin then, for any X. X loves Maldwin if and only if X is a child of Maldwin and someone. If no woman loves Maldwin, then he is loved just by any children he has. 30.3. choosing a domain, some QL languages are of stable and lasting interest. Two examples that you will soon meet if you continue to study logic are the language of full-blown set theory, which has just one built-in non-logical predicate, for set membership, and whose quantifiers run over sets, and the language of first-order arithmetic, which quantifies over natural numbers and which has just one built-in name for zero, and function expressions for the successor, addition, and multiplication functions, see Chapter 42. But most of the languages which we meet in this 30 More on Translations book are of much more fleeting interest. They are constructed entirely ad hoc, for temporary use, either for illustrative purposes like QL and QL, or when we want to formalize particular arguments, starting in Chapter 32. So, when rendering ordinary language into QL, how do we choose an ad hoc language? One particular issue which arises is, how do we choose which domain to quantify over? Suppose, for example, that we want to regiment the argument, some philosophers are wise, no astrologer is wise, so some philosophers are not astrologers. Ignoring the implication that there is more than one wise philosopher, we can regiment the argument into an ad hoc QL language along the lines of 2xbxwx. Xax, not sign wx, 6xbx, not sign ax, where the predicate letters get the obvious interpretation, and the domain of quantification is naturally chosen to be people. But what if we want to regiment the equally valid argument, some philosophers are wise? No koala bear is wise, so some philosophers are not koala bears. This time, we can't use a formal language whose quantifiers run just over people. We need a language with a more inclusive domain, one that includes both philosophers and koalas. Then we can formalize the argument like this. 4xbxwx, xkx not sign wx, 6xbx not sign kx, where the quantifier runs over mammals, or living things, or terrestrial objects, or over any other sufficiently inclusive domain. And we could indeed have equally well used a more inclusive domain in regimenting, 1-2. So note then that the same premise, some philosophers are wise, can, for different purposes, be equally well translated into different QL languages with different domains. The point generalizes. When choosing a QL language for regimenting some ordinary language propositions, we will need a domain of quantification, which includes everything that the informal quantifiers in the given propositions are already quantifying over. But there will in general be no uniquely correct choice of domain. It will be enough that the domain is sufficiently inclusive. 30.4. Translation and logical form. After grappling with so many translation examples, let's finish this chapter with some rather more restful historical philosophical reflections. Early in the last century, we find Bertrand Russell and Ludwig Wittgenstein, much influenced by Frege, being gripped by the thought that the surface look of ordinary language in some way disguises the true, logical form of propositions. They proposed that a central concern of philosopher-logicians should be to analyze propositions to reveal this putative underlying structure. And the translation and logical form idea later gained ground that the now standard notation of the new quantifier/variable logic perspicuously represents real structures of logical form, hidden by the surface syntax of language. Is there anything in this idea? Here's an obvious initial problem. As we have seen, if we try to render "no woman loves Maldwin" into a language like QL, we arrive at the alternatives not XGX, LXM, and XGX right arrow not sign LXM. It really just doesn't seem very plausible to suggest that the first formal WFF here is picking up on an existential quantifier, and a conjunction somehow already hidden under the surface of the ordinary English. So, should we prefer the second rendition and say instead that there is a hidden universal quantifier and a conditional? How could we possibly choose? Note, however, that our rendition of the no proposition into QL involves working around two difficulties that we have imposed on ourselves. To keep our formal language sparse, we have stipulated that there isn't a no quantifier built into the language, and also that the remaining quantifiers all range over a single universe of discourse, with restrictions to be made by using connectives. So the particular shapes of our two formal versions of "no woman loves Maldwin" are really an artifact of these two optional choices, we made for the sake of convenience in designing our QL languages. It would be very hard to argue that the results of these choices should be deeply revealing about the semantic structure of ordinary language. See still, what about the most fundamental thing, the basic quantifier variable idea for representing general claims? Frege and his followers are now surely onto something. For we can agree that everyday English doesn't vividly mark in surface syntax the deep semantic difference between a proper name like Maldwin or Nuries on the one hand, and an expression of generality like someone or nobody on the other hand. For grammatically speaking, the two sorts of expression very often behave in much the same way, e.g. we can plug either kind into predicates like not sign is Welsh or not sign loves and get grammatical sentences. Now, it would be a step too far to say that vernacular expressions of generality behave grammatically exactly like proper names, and can always occupy the same positions in sentences. For example, contrast something wicked this way comes with the ungrammatical Maldwin wicked this way comes, or contrast someone brave rescued the dog with Nuries brave rescued the dog. Or again, contrast foolish Donald tweeted with the ungrammatical foolish nobody tweeted. And so on. But still, the key point remains that the surface syntax of everyday language closely assimilates names and some expressions of generality, and doesn't explicitly and systematically signal the semantic divide between names and quantifiers in the way that QL syntax does. In particular, everyday language does not mark the crucial fact that proper names are scopeless while quantifiers have scopes, and hence can generate scope ambiguities. So, yes, it might well be said that the quantifier variable notation represents more perspicuously aspects of underlying semantic structure, which are somewhat masked by the surface grammar of English. 30 more on translations, D, but we need not really press that last point. For our key claim is that it is a good strategy for logical purposes to sidestep the messy complexities of English usage. Think again of any versus every. Think again of scope phenomena, etc. And we do this by 1. Translating arguments involving general claims into a nicely behaved, unambiguous QL language, and then 2. Evaluating the arguments in their tidily regimented form. To defend this strategy, it is not necessary to suppose that the artificial languages, even in part, reflect structures which are in some good sense already there, under the surface of English. It is enough that WFFS in the formal language behave in truth-relevant ways, which sufficiently respect the contents of the claims made in the original English. Now, whenever we deploy this divide-and-rule strategy for assessing arguments, i.e., whenever we translate from ordinary language into a formal language, and then deal with the clean and tidy formalized arguments, we would ideally both like very direct, natural, unforced translations into the relevant artificial language L, and also like Roman II, an elegantly simple language L, which is easy to manipulate and theorize about. But the more natural, we try to make the translations between English and L, the greater the number of distinctions we may find ourselves needing to mark in L, and so the more complex everything will get. And that will mean, in particular, increased complexity when we come to evaluate arguments in L in practice. Then, we are typically faced with a trade-off between closeness of translation and ease of logical manipulation. We've seen this before when we adopted the material conditional, giving us the simplicity of truth-functional logic for PL, but at the price of some rather dubious-seeming translations of everyday ifs. And again, in the present case, there's a trade-off. We buy the sparse simplicity of QL languages at the cost of, among other things, having to shoehorn our everyday restricted quantifications into a language where such quantifications have to be mocked up using connectives. But arguably, the price is right. The formal translations, although sometimes strained and cumbersome, do enable us to capture the logically relevant content of a wide class of ordinary claims. In particular, we can then use our formal translations in assessing the validity of a great number of arguments relying on the presence of quantifiers. And by these standards, the use of QL languages is a pretty resounding success. Or so, let's hope, the following chapters will reveal. 30.5 Summary. We have looked at examples of the translation of more complex, multiply quantified, propositions into QL, again easing the journey by going via Loglish intermediate stages. We have also seen a few examples of the reverse journey, taking us back from QL/WFFS to their English translations. In fixing on a formal language for rendering a given argument, we will need exercises 30, among other things, to assign it a sufficiently inclusive, non-empty domain of quantification. There need be no unique way of doing this. We do not claim that our renditions of e.g. restricted quantifiers reveal the underlying logical form of our vernacular propositions, so that all FSRG is unmasked as really a quantified conditional. Our key claim is only that our formal translations track the tidied up, disambiguated truth-relevant content of vernacular propositions well enough for the purposes of our divide-and-rule approach to logic. Exercises 30. A. Translate the following into QL. 1. Maldwin loves anyone who loves Owen. 2. Everyone loves whoever they are married to. 3. Some man is a child of Owen and someone or other. 4. Whoever is a child of Maldwin and Nuries loves them both. 5. Owen is a child of Nuries and someone who loves Nuries. 6. Some men do not love those who they are married to. 7. Every man who loves Nuries loves someone who is married to Owen. 8. No woman is loved by every married man. 9. Everyone who loves Maldwin loves no one who loves Owen. 10. Whoever loves Maldwin loves a man only if the latter loves Maldwin too. 11. Only if Maldwin loves every woman does he love whoever is married to Owen. 12. No one loves anyone who has no children. B. Now consider the language QL whose quantifiers range over the positive integers with the following glossary. N. 1. F. Not sign is odd, G. Not sign is even, H. Not sign is prime, L. Not sign is less than, R. Not sign is the sum of and registered. Then translate the following into natural English. They are not all true. 1. XY Z R Z X Y 2 Y X L X Y 3. X Y L X Y high 4 XHX right arrow Y L X Y high 5 X Y F X Rixon right arrow not sign Phi 6 X Y G X Phi Rzi 7 X Y Z R Z X N risen right arrow GX right arrow J 8 X Y Z F X Phi RZ X Y right arrow J Z 9 X G X not sign R X N N right arrow Y Z high 8 Z R Zis 10 X Y high LXY WZ Rwin RZWN HC interlude. Arguing in QL. A. We announced in the previous interlude that we will adopt a divide-and-rule strategy for coping with arguments involving quantifiers. We are going to sidestep the messy complexities of ordinary language by first regimenting arguments into well-behaved formal languages, and then assessing the resulting formalized arguments. We have now introduced formal QL languages. True, we haven't yet put together the whole story about the syntax of QL languages, and we have only given an informal account of how we interpret such languages. But we have said enough to be able to start discussing how to formalize a wide class of quantifier arguments. B. We approached questions of PL validity in two ways. P1. We defined tautological validity for arguments involving the PL connectives, and we gave a direct brute force method for determining validity in this sense. P2. We set down some intuitively correct, truth-preserving modes of infer and se for the connectives, guided by their intuitive meaning, and codified these rules into a natural deduction system for warranting arguments. Soundness and completeness theorems tell us that these two approaches end up validating just the same arguments. Similarly, we can approach questions of QL validity in two ways. Q1. We can define a suitable notion of Q validity for QL arguments involving the quantifiers as well as the connectives. Q2. We can set down some intuitively correct, truth-preserving modes of inference for the quantifiers to add to the rules for the connectives, and codify them into a natural deduction system for warranting QL arguments. But what is Q validity? Let's have an initial sketch. C. Recall how things went for propositional logic. The PL logical operators are truth-functional. This means that a possible valuation of some atomic WFFS will fix the truth values of all the WFFS constructed from these atoms, and this motivates the definition of tautological validity. A PL inference is tautologically valid just when, for every possible valuation of its non-logical vocabulary, the relevant atoms, if its premises are true, then its conclusion is true too. Arguing in QL similarly, the QL logical operators, now including the quantifiers, might be said to be value functional. What this means is that fixing the truth-relevant values of given names and predicates, plus fixing the domain of quantification, will again fix the truth. Values of all the WFFS we can construct from those resources using the QL operators. And what are the truth-determining values of names and predicates? What are their Q values for short? Exactly what you would expect from our preliminary discussions in Chapter 25. So a Q valuation will assign references to names and will assign appropriate extensions to predicates. It is these references and extensions, plus the domain of quantification, that fix the truth values of sentences in a QL language. This motivates the definition of Q validity. A QL inference is Q-valid just when, for every possible Q valuation of the building blocks of the relevant language, i.e., every way of assigning Q values to its names and predicates, and every way of fixing the domain. If the inference's premises are true, then its conclusion is true too. Take, for example, the following everyday argument: Felix is a cat. All cats are scary. So, Felix is scary. Obviously, this is deductively valid, and moreover, it is intuitively logically valid because it is valid in virtue of the meaning of the topic-neutral quantifier all. Rendered into a suitable QL language, the argument becomes fn, xfx right arrow gx6gn. And this, we claim, is Q-valid. It doesn't matter what domain the quantifiers are ranging over, or which object in the domain the name picks out, or which sets of objects from the domain the predicates have as extensions. On any such Q valuation, if the premises are true, the conclusion is true too. Think through why this really should be true. To backtrack, we initially characterized a one-step argument as being deductively valid just if there is no possible situation in which its premises are true and conclusion false. And we said that an argument is logically valid just if it is deductively valid in virtue of the way that topic-neutral notions appear in the premises and conclusion. As we noted at the time, both the idea of a possible situation and the idea of topic neutrality are less than ideally clear. Still, if we restrict our focus to arguments turning on the truth-functional connectives, we can trade in the general notion of logical validity for the notion of tautological validity, defined in terms of the perfectly clear notion of evaluation. Similarly, the notion of Q-validity will give us a rational reconstruction of the idea of an argument's being deductively valid in virtue of the way topic-neutral quantifiers and connectives appear in it. However, even with what little we have said so far, you can immediately spot that there is going to be a fundamental disanalogy between assessing the tautological validity of PL arguments and assessing the Q-validity of QL arguments. In the PL case, the non-logical vocabulary of an argument comprises just the relevant atomic WFFS, and each of these is assigned one of two truth values. Interlude: given a finite handful of atoms, there is only a finite number of different possible assignments of truth-relevant values to them. That is why we can do a brute force truth table test to decide questions of tautological validity. There is only a limited number of cases to consider. So when we trudge through all the different valuations of the relevant atoms, in order to see whether a bad line with true premises and false conclusion turns up, we know the process must terminate with a verdict. In the QL case, the non-logical vocabulary of an argument comprises, say, some names and predicates, and the values we assign these are, respectively, objects on the one hand and extensions on the other. But now note that, even in the simple Felix example with its one name and two predicates, there are countless different Q values we can potentially assign to the relevant vocabulary, countless different choices of domain, choices of references for the name, and extensions for the predicates. There is plainly no possible way of doing a brute force search through all these Q valuations. And while there are tricks we can use for some simple cases, there is, perhaps unsurprisingly, no generally applicable mechanical test for Q validity. So, in general, we need to take other paths to demonstrate the Q validity of logically valid QL arguments. One possibility is to develop the truth tree method for propositional logic, which we gestured at so very briefly in section 16.2. But in this book, we continue to go down the natural deduction path. We now know how to establish the tautological validity of PL arguments using Fitch-style proofs. And it turns out that this framework can be very smoothly and naturally extended to give us proofs of the validity, indeed, the Q-validity of logically valid QL arguments too. In fact, things can go so smoothly that it is very inviting to look at proofs first, before saying more about Q-validity. Therefore, starting in the next chapter, we will begin to explore natural rules for arguing with quantified statements, first informally, and then in a Fitch-style formal proof system. At the outset, we just claim that our rules of inference are intuitively compelling, capturing everyday modes of inference. And given all our earlier background work on PL Fitch-style proofs, we can now go quite quickly in developing a full QL proof system. Only after we have explored this formal proof system in some detail will we return in Chapter 36 to give an official account of Q-validity and explain why our proof-building rules are not just intuitively reliable, but are indeed reliable for Q-validity. 31 Informal quantifier rules. This chapter briskly describes 4 intuitively correct principles for arguing informally with the quantifiers, every and some, when they are regimented as quantifier prefixes. Then the next chapter will explain the corresponding rules of inference for constructing arguments using formal QL quantifiers. 31.1 Arguing with universal quantifiers. Let's begin with that hackneyed old favorite, a Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Hence Socrates is mortal. This hardly needs a proof to warrant it, but consider the following derivation, where we render the second premise using a quantifier variable notation, with the quantifier prefix running over a sufficiently inclusive domain. See section 30.3. 1 Socrates is a man. Premise 2. Everything X is such that if X is a man, then X is mortal. Premise 3. If Socrates is a man, then Socrates is mortal. From 2. For Socrates is mortal. From 1. 3. The principle that is invoked to get line 3 is very straightforward. What applies to everything everyone in the relevant domain applies to any individual thing in the domain. Using the notion of an instance, introduced in section 27.5, we can state the intuitively compelling principle of universal instantiation as follows. From a universal generalization, we can infer any particular instance. This first principle enables us to argue from a universal generalization. Our second principle will allow us to argue to a universal generalization. To introduce it, we will work through an example. So consider this inference. Everyone likes pizza. Whoever likes pizza likes ice cream. So everyone likes ice cream. Again, obviously valid. But how can we derive the universally generalized conclusion from the premises with an informal proof? The trick is to consider an arbitrary representative from the domain. Regimenting the premises and conclusion using informal quantifier prefixes, the idea is that we can argue like this. 31 Informal quantifier rules 1. Everyone X is such that X likes pizza. Premise 2. Everyone X is such that if X likes pizza, then X likes ice cream. Premise, now pick any person in the domain as an arbitrary representative, temporarily dub them Alex. Then, 3 Alex likes pizza. From 1-4 if Alex likes pizza, Alex likes ice cream. From 2-5 Alex likes ice cream. From 3-4 but Alex was arbitrarily chosen, and we have appealed to no special facts about them. So what we can deduce about them applies to everyone. 6. Everyone X is such that X likes ice cream. From 5 now, the final step here is not, repeat not, relying on the hopeless idea that whatever is true of some individual in a domain is true of everyone everything. Here's Veronica. She is, as it happens, a woman, Slovak, and plays the violin. Plainly, we can't infer that everyone is a female Slovak violinist. Rather, the principle at stake is this second level. 1. Compare section 20.7a, section 21.3, section 22.1a. Suppose, given some background assumptions, we can infer that an arbitrary representative member of the relevant domain is F. Then, from the same background assumptions, we can infer that everything in the domain is F, where the conclusion no longer mentions the arbitrary representative A. But when can we treat some individual as an arbitrary representative of the domain? when we rely on no special distinguishing facts about that individual. In other words, when that individual features in no premises or additional assumptions, so we can only draw on general knowledge about the domain in establishing that the individual in question is F. C. Let's immediately take another example of this principle of universal generalization at work. Consider, see, no horses are green, all frogs are green, so no horses are frogs. Regimenting the premises and conclusion, recasting the no propositions using prefixed universal quantifiers and negation, we can now argue as follows. 1. Everything X is such that if X is a horse, X is not green. Premise 2. Everything X is such that if X is a frog, then X is green. Premise, now pick anything in the domain as an arbitrary representative, temporarily dub it arb. Then, 3. If arb is a horse, arb is not green. From 1-4, if arb is a frog, arb is green. From 2-5, if arb is a horse, arb is not a frog. From 3-4, but arb was arbitrarily chosen, and we have appealed to no special facts about it. So what we can deduce about it applies equally to anything. 6. Everything X is such that if X is a horse, X is not a frog. From 5 we derive 3 and 4 using our first quantifier principle, the step taking us from arguing with existential quantifiers 3 and 4 to 5 is just propositional reasoning. We then derive our universally generalized conclusion, 6, using our second quantifier principle. D. There is an old worry that goes back to George Berkeley. Think of the mathematical practice of starting a proof with, for example, let be an arbitrary triangle. Following Berkeley, someone might jump in to ask what an arbitrary triangle could possibly be. How can it possibly be, in his words, neither equilateral, isosceles, nor scalene, but all and none of these at once? However, taking to be an arbitrary representative triangle in an argument, or taking Alex to be an arbitrary representative person, etc., is not to conjure up a peculiar sort of being which lacks specific properties or has contradictory properties. Rather, it is just to consider an individual from the relevant domain, while not relying on anything distinctive about it when selecting it or when drawing a conclusion about it. 31.2 Arguing with existential quantifiers. Now we introduce two principles for arguing with some. This time, it is the principle for arguing to a generalization, which is the simple one. Consider, for example, D. Socrates is a wise man, therefore some man is wise. Regimenting the conclusion with a quantifier prefix, we can render the argument as follows. 1. Socrates is a man and Socrates is wise. Premise 2. Something X is such that X is a man and X is wise. From 1, call the principle being used here existential generalization. The idea is that, whether we are using a permanent proper name like Socrates or a temporary name like our Alex and Arb, what is true of a named individual in a domain is certainly true of something in the domain. We can put it this way, we can infer an existential generalization from any particular instance of it. Note too this similar argument, Narcissus loves himself. Therefore someone loves Narcissus. Again, a regimented proof is simple. 1. Narcissus loves Narcissus. Premise 2. Someone X is such that X loves Narcissus. From 1 is a particular instance of the existentially quantified 2, where we replace the variable with a name. And we can again infer the existentially quantified proposition from the instance. The point of this little example is to highlight that, when we existentially generalize from a claim like one involving a name, we do not have to replace all the occurrences of the name with a variable to get a valid inference using our principle. 31. Informal quantifier rules B. That was easy. But our second principle for arguing with some quantifiers takes rather more explanation. Consider another obviously valid argument. If someone likes pizza. Whoever likes pizza likes ice cream, so someone likes ice cream. How can we show that the conclusion follows from the premises? As a warm-up exercise, pretend for a moment that there are only two people in the domain, Jack and Jill. We can then argue by cases. Suppose, first case, Jack likes pizza. By our second premise, he likes ice cream, hence someone likes ice cream. Alternatively, second case, suppose Jill likes pizza. By our second premise, she likes ice cream, hence again someone likes ice cream. Therefore, in either case, we can conclude someone likes ice cream. Since we are given that someone likes pizza, at least one of these cases holds, so we can conclude outright that someone likes ice cream. Roman 2, now we need to drop the pretense that there are just two people. But in general, we can't run through everyone in the domain case by case. That's probably quite impractical, even if we know who they are. What to do? We can still argue as if by cases by arguing from a representative case. So dub some arbitrary representative person Alex. Suppose that Alex likes pizza. Given our second premise, it follows that Alex likes ice cream, and hence that someone likes ice cream. Now, this conclusion that someone likes ice cream doesn't depend on who Alex is, doesn't depend on who is being supposed to be a pizza lover. But our first premise tells us that there is at least one pizza lover to choose. Hence, our desired conclusion follows outright. To bring out the structure of the argument in Roman 2, clearly, we can regiment it as follows, indenting the line of proof when we make a temporary supposition. 1. Someone X is such that X likes pizza. Premise 2. Everyone X is such that if X likes pizza, X likes ice cream. Premise, now pick someone in the domain as an arbitrary representative and temporarily dub them Alex. Let's suppose 3 Alex likes pizza. Sup 4 if Alex likes pizza, Alex likes ice cream. From 2, 5 Alex likes ice cream. From 3, 4, 6, someone X is such that X likes ice cream. From 5, but note our interim conclusion, 6 doesn't mention Alex and doesn't depend on anything special about them, other than 3 they like pizza. And premise 1 tells us that there is someone who is, as we are supposing Alex to be, a pizza lover. So, given 1 and the inference from 3 to 6, we are entitled to our conclusion outright. 7. Someone X is such that X likes ice cream. From 1, 3, 6 arguing with existential quantifiers here, we get to 4 using our first principle of inference for every. The step from 3 and 4 on to 5 is just a modus ponens inference. Step 6 involves our first principle for some. What makes Alex count as an arbitrary representative in this context, so that we can now make the final inference step to 7. To repeat, the fact that we rely on no distinguishing information about Alex, other than that they like pizza. In other words, we only draw on general knowledge about the domain in making inferences from the supposition 3. How then shall we spell out the general inferential principle being used here, where we argue from a representative case? Suppose, given some background assumptions, we can infer that something in the relevant domain is F, and, Roman 2, from the additional supposition that it is F we can infer the claim C, where it is not mentioned in any previous assumption, and C is independent of the particular choice of A. Then, from the same background assumptions, we can infer C outright. Note, then, that this is another, second-level, inferential principle, i.e. another principle that tells us if one entailment holds, so does another. See, this principle is the most intricate of all the inference rules we will be stating in this book. But the underlying idea is simple enough. To repeat, you can think of it as a generalized version of arguing by cases. Let's walk slowly through a second informal example, then, where we again argue from a representative case. So here is another valid Aristotelian syllogism to consider. Some pets are dragons. Nothing pink is a dragon. So some pets aren't pink. Regimenting the premises using prefixed quantifiers, we can set out a deduction of the conclusion from the premises like this. 1. Something X is such that X is a pet and X is a dragon. Premise 2. Everything X is such that if X is pink, X is not a dragon. Premise, now pick something in the domain as an arbitrary representative and temporarily dub them arb. Let's suppose 3 arb is a pet and arb is a dragon. Sup 4 if arb is pink, arb is not a dragon. From 2, 5 arb is a pet and arb is not pink. From 3, 4, 6, something X is such that X is a pet and X is not pink. From 5, but note our conclusion, 6 doesn't mention arb and doesn't depend on anything particular about it other than 3 it is a pet dragon. And our premise 1 tells us that there is something which is, as we are supposing arb to be, a pet dragon. So given 1 and the inference from 3 to 6, we are entitled to our conclusion outright. 7. Something X is such that X is a pet and X is not pink. From 1, 3, 6, 31 informal quantifier rules we get to 4 using our first principle of inference for every. The reasoning from 3 and 4 on to 5 is elementary propositional reasoning again. Step 6 involves our first principle for some. Then the final step at 7 is another application of our new principle, about which more in the next chapter. 31.3 Summary. We briskly introduced 4 inference rules for arguing with every and some in their Loglish form of quantifier prefixes. These rules are tidied-up versions of principles we already use in everyday reasoning. 2 rules are very straightforward. The rule of universal instantiation tells us that from a universal quantification, you can infer any instance. The rule of existential generalization tells us that from an instance, you can infer its existential quantification. The other 2 rules universal generalization, and what we called arguing as if by cases involve reasoning with arbitrary instances of a universal or existential quantification, as illustrated. We will give a more careful treatment of these rules in their formal guises in the following chapter. Exercises 31 Regiment the premises and conclusions of the following arguments using informal prefixed quantifiers and variables. Using the 4 quantifier principles we have met plus propositional reasoning, give informal derivations in the style of this chapter to show that the arguments are valid. 1. If Joe can do the exercises, then everyone in the class can do the exercises. Mo is in the class and can't do the exercises, so Joe can't do the exercises. 2. No whales are fish, so no fish are whales. 3. All leptons have half-integer spin. All electrons are leptons, so all electrons have half-integer spin. 4. Some chaotic attractors are not fractals. Every Cantor set is a fractal. Hence, some chaotic attractors are not Cantor sets. 5. Some philosophers are logicians. All logicians are rational people. No rational person is a flat earther, therefore some philosophers are not flat earthers. 6. All lions and tigers are dangerous animals. Dangerous animals should be avoided. Leo is a lion, so Leo should be avoided. Give informal derivations warranting these arguments too, a little more difficult. 7. There is someone who loves everyone. Hence, everyone is loved by someone or other. And be the difference between xy and yx. 8. Everyone loves logic. Hence, it isn't the case that someone doesn't love logic. 9. Any philosopher who is not a fool likes logic. There is a philosopher who isn't a fool. Therefore, not every philosopher fails to like logic. 32 QL proofs. We now introduce inference rules for the use of quantifiers in formal QL arguments. This is the crucial step in developing quantificational logic. However, our rules will now look familiar because they are just formal versions of the 4 intuitively compelling rules we met in the last chapter. 32.1 Dummy names in QL languages. We need to start, though, by asking, just what are expressions like Alex doing in our informal proofs in the last chapter? Alex, their functions somewhat like the lawyers, John Roe or Jane Doe. It plainly isn't serving as an ordinary proper name, which already has a fixed reference. On the other hand, it isn't a bound pronoun either. It is a sort of dummy name, or temporary name, or ambiguous name, or arbitrary name. All of those labels are in use, although perhaps none is entirely happy. Another, colorless, label for the logical use is parameter. We will mostly use the first and last of these labels. When we turn to formalizing our quantifier proofs, then, we will want symbols to play the role of these dummy names or parameters. There is no one agreed policy for supplying such symbols. There are 3 alternatives on the market. A. We can use the same symbols for freestanding parameters as we already use for variables bound to quantifiers. In conventional jargon, the same symbols can appear as both free variables and bound variables. B. We can use the same type of symbols for dummy names as for proper names, with just some of the names getting a fixed denotation in a given language. C. We can use a third, distinctive, type of symbol for dummy names. The first policy has historically been the most common one among logicians. It perhaps does conform best to the practice of mathematicians who casually move between using letters as dummy or temporary names. Let m be the number of positive roots, and using letters of the same kind as quantified variables. For any positive integer n plus 1n minus 1 equals n minus 1. often leaving it to context to make it clear what the symbols are doing. However, when we go formal, overloading symbols like this can cause trouble unless we spell out careful rules for their double use. 32 QL proofs, the second policy can also be made to work with a bit of care. But once we have distinguished, at the semantic level, the fixed denotation names built into a particular language, from Roman to its further supply of dummy names, why not highlight the distinction by using syntactically different symbols for the two styles of name? The third policy, then, may be less economical, but it does make it easier to keep track of what is going on. It conforms to the good Phrygian principle of marking important differences of semantic role by using different styles of symbols. It has distinguished antecedents, particularly in the work of the great 1930s logician Gerhard Jensen. So, C is the policy we adopt in this book. B, given our decision, then, we now need to augment our definition of the shared logical apparatus of each QL language. Thus, every QL language, as well as having an unlimited supply of variables starting X, Y, Z, also has an unlimited supply of dummy names starting a B, C. Like proper names and unlike variables, dummy names are also terms. We will later do better than giving open-ended lists. For now, however, the crucial point is that the dummy names, proper names, section 28.2, and variables, section 28.6 of a language are to be sharply distinguished from each other as symbols by using letters from the beginning, middle, and end of the alphabet. The syntactic rules for WFF building introduced in section 28.2b and section 28.6b can remain the same, however, since we stated them as applying to terms generally. A predicate followed by the right number of terms, now proper names and/or dummy names, is an atomic WFF. Hence, the atomic WFFs of QL also include FA, GB, LBN, MCC, rank. However, expressions with variables dangling free without an associated quantifier prefix still don't count as WFFs for us, given we have adopted policy, C. As to the semantic role of dummy names, just think of them for now as temporarily dubbing objects selected from the domain. C, we will need some terminology to distinguish WFFs with dummy names from those without. So, for future use, let's say, a QL WFF without dummy names is a closed WFF or a sentence. A WFF with one or more dummy names in it will be called an open WFF or an auxiliary WFF. Hence, for example, YMMY, YXLXY, ZHZ right arrow YLZY, XLX right arrow Wi-Fi RZine. Schematic notation and instances of quantified WFFs are sample QL sentences, while LMB, YMay, Ha right arrow YLay, La right arrow Wi-Fi RBine are also WFFs, but auxiliary ones as they contain dummy names. It is the sentences of a given QL language which will get stable, fixed interpretations. And when we consider formal QL arguments, we will primarily be interested in arguments from 0 or more sentences as premises to a sentence as final conclusion. Non-sentences with dummy names will mainly play the same role as the informal expressions with Alex and Arb. In the last section, i.e., they will mainly be used in auxiliary steps in the middle of natural deduction proofs. Hence our label, auxiliary WFFs. D1 comment. Swapping between the different policy options, A, B, and C for handling parameters in arguments will change which expressions count as WFFs by changing the allowed non-sentences. But the class of sentences, i.e. WFFs, without parameters dummy names, however they are implemented, can stay constant across the options. And, as you would expect, the logical relations between sentences will stay constant too. Hence, although we do have to make a policy choice here about how we handle parameters, in the most important respect, it is not a very significant choice. 32.2 schematic notation and instances of quantified WFFs before proceeding. It will be useful to gather together some notational conventions, old and new, for the use of symbols in schemas. Compare section 28.6. Delta delta, the Greek D will now be used to stand in for some dummy name. Tau stands in for a term, which can be a proper name or a dummy name. Xi, as before, stands in for some variable. Alpha delta and alpha tau stand in for WFFS, which involve one or more occurrences of, respectively, the dummy name delta and the term tau. Xi alpha Xi and Xi alpha Xi stand in for WFFS, which begin with a universal or existential quantifier involving the variable Xi, and where the expression alpha Xi completing the WFF contains one or more occurrences of the same variable Xi. Now, our summary versions of the 4 quantifier rules in the last chapter were all stated in terms of the notion of an instance of a quantified claim. So we will need a formal definition of that syntactic notion. Suppose Xi alpha Xi or Xi alpha Xi is a quantified WFF. Tau is a term, and alpha tau is the result of replacing every occurrence of Xi in alpha Xi by tau. Then alpha tau is a WFF and an instance of the quantified WFF. For example, here are a few quantified QL-WFFs with some of their instances. 32 QL proofs X LXN, LMN LNN LAN, ZFCGZ, FNGN FAGA FCGC, XFX YLXY, FM right arrow YLMY, FN right arrow YLNY, FB right arrow YLBY. By contrast, the following are not pairs of quantified WFFS and their instances, not XFX, not sin FM, ZFCGN, FNGN, XFX, YLXY, XFX right arrow, LXM. It is only WFFS with a quantifier as the main operator which count as having instances. And let's emphasize again, the notion of instance is defined syntactically. An instance of a true WFF needn't be true, consider existential cases. 32.3 Inference rules for A. After those preliminaries, we can at last turn to building a Fitch-style natural deduction system for proofs involving quantifiers. This section and the next are pivotal, so take them slowly and carefully. The basic shape of proofs, the principles for column shifting, etc., are just the same as for PL proofs. And we can readopt our inference rules for dealing with the sentential connectives, now applied to WFFS of our QL languages. Now, we add a pair of rules for constructing arguments using universal quantifiers. Recall the first informal principle of inference we met in section 31.1. From a universally quantified WFF, we can infer any instance. As noted, this is often called universal instantiation, but we will prefer the term elimination for the formal version. In line with our previous conventions for naming rules, the idea, recall, is that an elimination rule for a logical operator, O, allows us to infer from a WFF with O as its main operator. Using the obvious short form label then, the formal rule is very simply this. E given Xi alpha Xi, we can derive any instance alpha tau. Exactly as in PL proofs, the given inputs for the application of this and other rules of inference must be available in the sense of section 20.6. Using a language with a suitable glossary, we can render argument A from section 31.1 in the last chapter as a FM, XFX, GX6GM. And since we have the familiar rules for the connectives available, our sketched informal argument warranting the inference therefore becomes 1 FM, Prem 2 XFX right arrow GX, Prem 3 FM right arrow GM, E2 4 GM MP1. 3. We annotate the application of the new rule E in the predictable way. Inference rules for B, the second principle we met, is the universal generalization rule. What applies to an arbitrary representative in a domain applies to everything. We will prefer the label introduction for the formal version, and the rule becomes this. If we have already derived a WFF with a dummy name then, so long as this dummy name really can be treated as temporarily dubbing an arbitrary representative, because the name features in no relevant assumptions, we can go on to derive its universal generalization from the same background assumptions, where the generalization no longer mentions that representative. In section 24.6c, we define the idea of the live assumptions for a WFF in a proof, i.e., the earlier available premises suppositions plus the WFF on that line if it is itself a premise supposition. Then, more formally, the rule we want is this. Given an available WFF alpha delta, where the dummy name delta does not occur in any live assumption for that WFF, then we can universally quantify on delta and derive xi alpha xi. But note, if we quantify on delta, then that dummy name will not appear in the resulting WFF xi alpha xi. See section 28.6b. Hence, our rule is equivalent to the following official version. Think about it. We can derive xi alpha xi given an available instance alpha delta, so long as the dummy name delta doesn't occur in any live assumption for that instance, and Roman 2 delta doesn't occur in the conclusion xi alpha xi. Let's remark again, the variable xi can't already appear quantified in alpha delta, or else xi alpha xi won't be a WFF. Take, then, the argument b from the last chapter. Rendered into a suitable ad hoc QL language, this becomes bxfx, xfx, gx6xgx. And using our new rule, a formal proof warranting the inference here can proceed exactly like the informal argument we gave for b. 1xfx, prem 2 xfx right arrow gx, prem 3 fa e14 fa ga e2 5 ga mp3 4 6 xgx. I5 our way of annotating the inference to line 6 is as you would expect. Similarly, we can formally render the argument C from the last chapter into a QL language like this, using an obvious glossary. C xhx not sign gx, xfx gx6 xhx not sign fx. Again, we can mirror our informal derivation with a formal one. For now, we will laboriously fill in the propositional reasoning between lines 4 and 11 below. 32 QL proofs 1 xhx right arrow not sign gx, prem 2 xfx right arrow gx, prem 3 ha right arrow e14 fa ga e2 5 ha sup 6 not sign ga mp5 3 7 fa sup 8 ga mp7 4 9 abs 8 6 10 raa 7 9 11 ha right arrow not sign fa cp 5 10 12 xhx not sign fxi 11. Note that the dummy name does appear in the supposition at line 5 and appears again in another supposition at line 7. However, and this is crucial, by the time we get to line 11 both these suppositions have been discharged. Hence at line 11 there are no live assumptions involving that dummy name. So we are now allowed to universally quantify on it using I. 32.4 inference rules for a universal quantification can be thought of as like a big conjunction. See section 28.9b. And just as we can infer a conjunct from a conjunction by the elimination rule says that we can infer any instance from a universally quantified WFF. Similarly, an existential quantification can be thought of as like a big disjunction. And just as we can infer a disjunction from a disjunct by the introduction rule will say that we can infer an existentially quantified WFF from any instance. We can derive the WFF xi alpha xi from any given instance alpha tau. Note, the variable xi can appear in alpha tau or else xi alpha xi won't be a WFF. Then formalizes our existential generalization principle from section 31.2. Whether we use a proper name or a dummy name, if a named individual satisfies a certain condition, we can infer that something satisfies that condition. Our formal rule can now be used in the following two intuitively correct mini-proofs, which track the informal proofs for D and E from section 31.2. 1 FNGN, Prem 2 XFXGX, I1 and 1 LNN, Prem 2 XLXN, I1 inference rules for B as before. The other existential quantifier rule permitting us to argue, as if by cases takes a bit more care to state. Here is the key idea again. We are given that something is F, pick an arbitrary instance, so suppose that it was F, making no further assumptions about A. If this supposition implies a conclusion C which is independent of our choice of representative then, since we are given that something is F, we can conclude C. So there are two conditions for an application of this rule which we need to capture. We need it to be an arbitrary representative, i.e., we can't invoke any distinguishing facts about A apart from its being F. Roman 2, the conclusion C must be independent of our choice of representative, so C mustn't mention A for the corresponding formal rule. We prefer the label elimination, compare. And here is a version of the rule we need. E given xi alpha xi, and a finished subproof from the instance alpha delta as supposition to the conclusion gamma, where I the dummy name delta is new to the proof, and Roman 2 gamma does not contain delta, then we can derive gamma. Strictly speaking, we could allow occurrences of delta in earlier, but now completed, subproofs. However, our always use a new dummy name condition, I is memorable, and is the simplest way of ensuring that delta features in no prior assumptions, nor in the relevant earlier WFF xi alpha xi. Here then is last chapter's informal argument F once more rendered into a suitable QL language, and now warranted using our new rule. FXFX, XFX, GX6XGX. 1XFX, Prem 2XFX right arrow GX, Prem 3 Fa sup 4 Fa Ga E2 5 Ga MP3, 46XGX I5 7XGX E1. 3.6, we annotate the final step by giving the line number of the existentially quantified WFF, which we are invoking, and then noting the extent of the needed subproof from an instance of that WFF with a new dummy name to the desired conclusion. Check that this step does obey our stated rule. By the way, don't be surprised that an application of the existential quanti-fear elimination rule ends up proving an existentially quantified WFF at line 7. Look again. The elimination rule in our example is being applied to the earlier existentially quantified WFF at line 1. It is that existential WFF which we are arguing from, using the E rule. Similarly, we can formalize last chapter's syllogistic argument G like this. 32 QL proofs G XFX GX, XHX right arrow not sign GX6 XFX, not sign HX. And here is a full dress Fichte-style proof using our rules. 1 XFX GX. Prem 2 XHX right arrow not sign GX, Prem 3 Fa Ga sup 4 Ha right arrow, E2 5 Fa E3 6 Ga, E3 7 Ha sup, 8 not sign Ga MP 7, 4 9 Ab 6, 8 10, REA 7 9 11, Fa not sign Ha I5, 10 12 XFX not sign HX I 11 13 XFX not sign HX E1. 3 12. See it is, however, getting tedious to fill in routine derivations using rules for the sentential connectives, when we can argue from some previous QL WFFS to a new WFF by using propositional reasoning. Why don't we now allow ourselves to jump straight to that new WFF? For example, here is a briefer version of the last proof, where we use PL on the right to signal some PL-style inference. 1 XFX GX. Prem 2 XHX right arrow not sign GX, Prem 3 Fa Ga sup 4 Ha right arrow, E2 5 Fa not sign Ha PL3, 4 6 XFX not sign HX, I5 7 XFX not sign HX E1, 3 6. This version is not just shorter, but it highlights the quantificational part of our reasoning, which is what we now care about. From now on, we will occasionally cut ourselves a degree of slack by skipping over PL reasoning like this when writing out Fichte-style proofs for arguments using quantifiers. D. For another example, consider the argument. H. Only logicians are wise. Some philosophers are not logicians. All who love Aristotle are wise. Hence some of those who don't love Aristotle are still philosophers. This is valid, think about it. Rendered into QL, this becomes H XHX right arrow GX, XFX not sign GX, XLXO, HX6X not sign LXO, FX. A formal derivation to warrant the inference will therefore start inference rules for 1 XHX, GX, Prem 2 XFX, not sign GX, Prem 3 XLXO, HX. Prem, and now a general point. When premises are a mix of universal and existential quantifications, it is a good policy to instantiate the existentials first. Why? Because when we use E, we must always begin by instantiating the existential quantification using a dummy name new to the proof. So you will need to get that name into play before you can later use it to instantiate some relevant universal quantification. So let's instantiate 2 with a new dummy name, and then apply E to 1 and 3. 4 Fa sup 5 Ha right arrow Ga, E1 6, Lao right arrow Ha, E3 now. Our target conclusion is X not sign LXO, FX, which we can derive by existentially quantifying on the dummy name in not sign lao fa. But that WFF follows from what we already have by propositional reasoning. How? Fill in the proof using PL rules. Cutting ourselves some slack and skipping the details, we can conclude. 7 not sign lao fa, PL4. 5, 6 8 x not sign LXO, FXI 7 9 x not sign LXO, FXE2. 4 8 E. For one more initial illustration of the existential rules in action, let's give a derivation for the obviously correct inference IXFX, XGX 6 XFX GX. The premise is a disjunction, so we know that the overall shape of our proof is going to be an argument by cases like this. XFX XGX, prem XFX, sup. XFX GX XGX, sup. XFX GX XFX GX. E. How do we fill in the dots? In each case, we have an existentially quantified supposition, and so we will expect to use the rule E. So we will start a new subproof by instantiating the quantified WFF, using a new dummy name, and aiming for the conclusion XFX GX. Here's a completed proof. 32 QL proofs 1 XFX XGX, prem 2 XFX sup, 3 fa sup 4, fa ga I 3 5 XFX GX, I 4 6 XFX GX, E2, 3 5 7 XGX, sup 8 GB, sup 9 FBGB, I 8 10 XFX GX, I 9 11 XFX GX, E7, 8 10 12 XFX GX, E1, 2 6, 7 11 32.5 quantifier equivalences. We now have introduction and elimination rules for the two QL quantifiers. The good news is that these are all the quantifier rules we need. And if we allow ourselves to jump over merely propositional reasoning, formal quantifier proofs using these rules can often be pretty neat and natural. We will work through more examples in the next chapter. But first, it is helpful to show that our rules are enough to prove the following fundamental facts. A. The choice of the variable we use when we quantify doesn't matter, so long as it is new to the WFF. B. An initial quantifier prefix of the form xi is equivalent to the corresponding not xi not sign, and xi is equivalent to not xi not sign. C2. Adjacent initial quantifiers of the same flavor can be interchanged, and the result will be provably equivalent. A. First then, we warrant the trivial inference XFX 6 Wi-Fi, 1 XFX, prem, 2 fa E1 3 Wi-Fi. I2. The reverse inference is of course proved the same way, showing that the WFFs are equivalent, and this simple pattern of proof generalizes. For any WFFs xi alpha xi and zeta alpha zeta, where the second results from the first by swapping all occurrences of the variable xi for a variable zeta new to the expression, there will be a derivation of the shape. 1 xi alpha xi, prem 2 alpha delta, E1 3, zeta alpha zeta I2, we can also warrant the trivial inference XFX 6 Wi-Fi as follows. Quantifier equivalences, 1 XFX, prem, 2 fa sup, 3 Wi-Fi, I2 4 Wi-Fi, E1, 2 3. Again, the pattern of proof generalizes in the obvious way. B. Next, we want to warrant the inference XFX 6, not X not sign FX. We need to derive the negation of X not sign FX, so we assume that WFF at 2 and aim for absurdity. And how can we now use this new existential assumption except by using E? So we suppose an instance at 3 and continue by aiming for absurdity. 1 XFX, prem 2x not sign FX, sup 3, sup 4 fa E1 5 abs 4, 3 6 E2, 3 5 7 not x not sign FX raw 2 6, since the absurdity sign doesn't contain the dummy name, the application of E at line 6 conforms to the stated rule. How do we warrant the converse inference not x not sign FX 6 XFX? To get the conclusion, we can try to prove fa and then universally generalize. So how can we prove fa? Let's try that frequently useful dodge. Assume the opposite and aim for a reductio. 1 not x not sign FX, prem 2, sup, 3 x not sign FX I2 4 abs 3, 1 5 not fa, RAA 2 4 6 fa DN 5 7 XFX. I6 note, the final step is again legal, since the dummy name A in 6 occurs in no live assumption, i.e. no premise or undischarged assumption. Now for a pair of proofs showing that we can derive xfx and not x not sin fx from each other. First, we want a proof of the following shape: xfx prem fa sup. Not x not sin fx not x not sin fx E32QL proofs. Since the conclusion of the subproof begins with a negation, the obvious thing to do is assume x not sin fx and aim for a reductio. So we can fill in the dots like this. 1x fx prem 2 fa sup 3x not sin fx sup 4 E35 abs 2 4 6 not x not sin fx raa 35 7 not x not sin fx E1 2 6. The derivation in the reverse direction is rather more interesting. Our premise is not x not sin fx. How are we going to derive the desired conclusion xfx? Again, what else can we do but assume the opposite and aim for a reductio? So we have not x not sin fx prem not x fx sup. Not x fx raa x fx dn. To derive, we'll want to prove x not sin fx. How can we do that? By generalizing something like. Let's try to prove that by supposing fa and aiming for another reductio. 1 not x not sin fx prem 2 not x fx sup 3 fa sup 4 x fx I35 abs 4 2 6 raa 357 x not sin fx I68 abs 7 1 9 not x fx raa 2 8 10 x fx dn 9 c. Finally, here are a couple of simpler proofs illustrating how we can swap the order of two initial quantifiers of the same flavor. First, universals. 1 xy lxy prem 2 lay E1 3 lab E2 4 x lxb I3 5 y x lxy I4 ql theorems. Next, let's warrant the inference xy lxy 6 y x lxy. Given the existential premise, we need to instantiate it in a supposition to prepare for an argument by E. But this instance is another existentially quantified WFF, so we need next to take an instance of that. Following this plan, we get 1 xy lxy prem 2 y lay sup 3 lab sup 4 x lxb I3 5 y x lxy I4 6 y x lxy E2 3 5 7 y x lxy E1 2 6. Do double check that in our last two proofs I and E are used correctly. D. There is, of course, nothing special about any of our particular examples in this section. To take the last case, not only does xy lxy imply yx lxy, but the same line of argument shows that, for any variables xi and zeta, a WFF of the form, with psi a suitable WFF completing expression, implies the corresponding WFF with the quantifiers swapped around, zeta xi psi. Similarly, the other results in this section can be generalized. We could therefore use these generalized results, if we want, to augment our QL proof system with derived rules in the sense of section 23.2. For example, we could add a rule allowing change of variables as in A, or a rule allowing ourselves to swap around initial quantifiers of the same flavor as in C. But probably the most useful shortcut rules to add would be this pair. Not given one of and xi not sin alpha xi, you can derive the other. Not given one of not xi alpha xi and A, you can derive the other. Exercise. Use arguments as in B to confirm that these are correct derived rules. However, we won't officially adopt these additional rules, though feel free to use them if you want. For remember, our principal aim is to develop an understanding of the core principles of our proof system. Our focus now is on understanding the quantificational part of the system. That's why we will be happy occasionally to skip over the details of PL reasoning in the middle of proofs, so as not to obscure a proof's quantificational core. But as before, we are not particularly concerned to construct lots of ever more complicated proofs, for which derived rules might frequently come in handy as shortcuts. 32.6 QL theorems. So far, all of our examples of QL formal derivations start from sentences as premises and end up with sentences as final conclusions, even if the derivations typically proceed via auxiliary WFFs which use dummy names. Now for proofs which start from no premises to reach some sentence as conclusion. We say, 32 QL proofs. A sentence which concludes a QL proof from zero premises is a theorem. Compare section 23.1's definition of a PL theorem. Rather unexcitingly, QL sentences, which are instances of tautological schemas, will be QL theorems, since the propositional rules are still in play. And equally unexcitingly, whenever we have a QL proof from alpha to gamma, where these are sentences, there will be a corresponding theorem of the form alpha right arrow gamma. For example, the following is a theorem: JXFX XGX right arrow XFX GX. Just suppose the antecedent, derive the consequent as in our proof for I, and apply the conditional proof principle, CP. B, for an equally unexciting example of a different kind, consider K XFX HX right arrow FX, which in QL expresses the logical truth that whoever is a wise philosopher is indeed a philosopher. This certainly ought to be demonstrable just from the rules governing the logical operators. And of course it is. 1 2 fa ha sup 3 fa e2 4 fa ha right arrow fa cp2 3 5 xfx hx right arrow fx I4 check that this is a correctly formed proof. See, here is a much more interesting example to finish the chapter. The following is another QL theorem in any language containing a binary predicate L, left right arrow not sign lie. Or rather, unpacking our occasionally useful double arrow shorthand for the biconditional, this is a theorem. L not x y lxy right arrow not sign lie right arrow lxy. If we suppose this WFF, without its initial negation, sign to be true, then we can very quickly derive absurdity. 1 2 x y lxy right arrow not sign lie right arrow lxy. Prem 3 y lay right arrow not sign lie right arrow lay, sup 4, law right arrow not sign law right arrow law e3 5. PL 46E2. 357, not x y lxy right arrow not sign lie right arrow lxy, RAA 26. How does this proof work? We start our subproof at 3 with an instance of the existential quantification at 2, with a view to using E. We can then summary instantiate the quantified WFF3 with any term, including the term already in the WFF, to get 4. But 4 tells us that law is true if and only it is false. And that is impossible, whatever we might be using as a dummy name for. Unsurprisingly, there is a simple PL proof of absurdity from 4 find it. Finally, E can then be correctly applied to derive 6, and we can then apply RAA. Now suppose that we interpret the predicate L as not sign shaves, and take the domain to be the men in some particular village. Then L tells us that there is no man in the village who shaves all and only those who do not shave themselves. Sometimes this is called the barber paradox, but there is no genuine paradox here, just a logical theorem that there can be no such person. Suppose instead that we interpret L, as is a member of not sign, and take the domain to be the universe of sets, i.e. sets as mathematicians conceive them, treated as objects in their own right, compare section 25.5. Then L tells us that there is no set which has as its members just those sets which are not members of themselves. Think of a set which doesn't contain itself as a normal set. Then we have shown that there is no set of all normal sets. This is, famously, Russell's paradox, and this time the label paradox is perhaps more appropriate. 4. Assuming we can understand the mathematician's usual idea of a set as an object over and above its members. Not sign is a normal set, seems a perfectly sensible unary predicate, and it is a rather plausible principle that, given a sensible unary predicate, we can gather together the things that satisfy the predicate into a set. So it is a surprise to find, purely as a matter of logic, that there can be no set of normal sets. Our plausible principle can't be applied across the board. According to most set theorists, by the way, all genuine sets are normal, the thought being that a set newly gathers together objects that have in some sense already been formed, so a set can't contain itself. On this view, our argument shows that there is no universal set of all sets. 32.7 Summary: to formalize quantifier arguments, we need symbols in our QL languages available for use as dummy names. We take the option of using special purpose symbols, lowercase letters from the beginning of the alphabet. Syntactically, these dummy names behave the same way as proper names, providing more terms. Guided by the informal rules summarized at the end of the previous chapter, We presented pairs of introduction and elimination rules for the formal universal and existential quantifiers. We will restate the formal rules diagrammatically at the beginning of the next chapter. Using these rules, we have found proofs for some simple syllogistic arguments, and also demonstrated some basic quantifier equivalences. We can swap variables, swap the order of quantifiers of the same kind, and swap xi for not xi not sign, etc. 32, QL proofs exercises 32. A. We said that if xi alpha xi is a quantified WFF, tau is a term, and alpha tau is the result of replacing every occurrence of xi in alpha xi by tau, then alpha tau is a WFF. Why is that true? B. Revisit exercises 31 and render the informal arguments given there into suit-able QL languages, and then provide formal derivations of the conclusions from the premises. Don't skip the propositional reasoning in these easy cases. C. Also translate the following into suitable QL languages, and again provide formal derivations of the conclusions from the premises. 1. If Jones is a bad philosopher, then some Welsh speaker is irrational, but every Welsh speaker is rational. Hence, Jones is not a bad philosopher. 2. Everyone is such that, if they admire Ludwig, then the world has gone mad. Therefore, if someone admires Ludwig, the world has gone mad. 3. Jack is taller than Jill. Someone is taller than Jack. If a first person is taller than a second, and the second is taller than a third, then the first person is taller than the third. Hence, someone is taller than both Jack and Jill. 4. Every logician admires G odal. Whoever admires someone is not without feeling. Hence, no logician is without feeling. 5. Either not everyone liked the cake or someone baked an excellent cake. If I'm right, then whoever bakes an excellent cake ought to be proud. So if everyone liked the cake and I'm right, then someone ought to be proud. Also, translate the following into suitable QL languages and show that they are logical truths by deriving them as theorems. 6. Everyone is either a logician or not a logician. 7. It's not the case that all logicians are wise, while someone is an unwise logician. 8. Everyone has someone whom either they love, despite that person loving themselves, or they don't love unless that person doesn't love themselves. D. Give proofs to warrant the following inferences. Compare section 29.6. 1. P x fx 6 xb fx2, y5 p6 y5, p. 3 x fx right arrow p6, x fx. P, 4 xb fx6, p x fx5, p right arrow x fx6 xb right arrow fxe asterisk. Do the exercise in section 32.5d if you haven't already done it. Now suppose we set up a QL-style logic without the existential quantifier. The universal quantifier remains, governed by the usual rules. Expressions of the form xi alpha xi are then introduced simply as abbreviations for corresponding expressions of the form not xi not sin alpha xi. Show that the two familiar existential quantifier rules would then be derived rules of this system. Alternatively, suppose we set up a QL-style language with only a no quantifier, expressed using the quantifier former n. So enc psi alpha xi holds when nothing satisfies the condition expressed by alpha. Give introduction and elimination rules for this quantifier. Define the universal and existential quantifier in this new language and show how to recover their usual inference rules. F. When discussing pairs of PL introduction and elimination rules, we saw that they fit together in a harmonious way, with the elimination rule as it were reversing or undoing an application of the introduction rule. Can something similar be said about the pairs of QL introduction and elimination rules? 33 more QL proofs. We continue to explore the Fitch-style system for arguing in QL languages. We start by setting out the new quantifier rules again and stressing again the need for the restrictions on the dummy names used in applications of I and E. Then, we work through some more examples of quantifier proofs, commenting on various issues as we go. 33.1. The QL rules again. A. Here are the introduction and elimination rules for the two quantifiers, now in diagrammatic form, arranged to bring out some relations between them. Rules for quantifiers e xi alpha xi, alpha tau, xi alpha xi, I alpha delta, e xi alpha xi, alpha delta. Gamma gamma in all these rules, Alpha tau, or alpha delta, is an instance of the corresponding quantified WFF. As usual, tau can be any kind of term, but delta must be a dummy name. The following restrictions must be observed on the dummy name's delta. For I, delta must not appear in any live assumption for alpha delta, or in the conclusion xi alpha xi. All occurrences of delta are replaced by xi. For E, delta must be new to the proof and must not appear in the conclusion gamma. B, the formal rules E and I correspond to obviously correct informal inferences between propositions. 33 more QL proofs the formal derivation rule. E corresponds to a surely reliable informal infer and se between entailments, which we spelt out and called arguing as if by cases in section 31.2. Finally, the fourth rule, I corresponds to another intuitively correct second-level principle, which we spelt out and called universal generalization in section 31.1. Modulated into a formal key, that informal principle has become. Suppose, given some background assumptions, we can validly infer alpha delta, where the temporary name delta doesn't appear in those assumptions. Then from the same background, we can validly infer xi alpha xi. But now compare I with Ra, E, CP, and E, the other second-level rules. We have set out applications of those rules by indenting the relevant stretch of argument that the rule appeals to. It would be consistent to do this again when applying I. In other words, instead of laying out applications of the introduction rule as in I below, we could instead use something like, we start with a blank line heading a subproof, a blank line as we are making no new supposition, then delta is introduced in the subproof, and we eventually derive the required WFF alpha delta. Alpha delta. Xi alpha xi, alpha delta xi alpha xi. This second layout is exactly what we find in some standard Fitch-style systems, often with the subproof's vertical line being additionally tagged with the dummy name which is being introduced. For example, instead of our proof B in section 32.3 set out as on the left, we can find something like the version on the right. xfx right arrow gx fa right arrow ga xgx xfx xfx right arrow gx a fa right arrow ga xgx. But is the extra visual complication really a helpful addition once we understand the principle underlying I proofs? This is a judgment call. We will prefer to stick to our simpler and equally standard style of layout. 33.2 How to misuse the QL rules. A. The derivation rules E and I are entirely straightforward. The rules I and E require more care, however. In the last chapter, we motivated the crucial restrictions on the use of dummy names in these rules. It will help to fix how to misuse the QL rules ideas if we now consider some ways derivations can go disastrously wrong if we offend against those restrictions. So first, let's give a fake derivation from xfx to xfx. 1xfx, prem 2 fa sup 3xfx, I2 4xfx, E1 2 3 things go wrong at 3. From the supposition that some chosen individual is, say, a logician, we can't infer that everyone is. Formally, the hopeless move is blocked by the restriction that says we can't universally generalize on a dummy name if it features in a live assumption, e.g. an undischarged supposition. Here's another proof for the same bad inference. 1xfx prem 2 fa sup 3 fa iter 2 4 fa E1 2 3 5 xfx. For this time the gruesome mistake is at line 4. Our subproof doesn't reach a conclusion independent of our choice of instance, 2 of the initial existential quantification. So we can't argue, as if by cases. Formally, what's gone wrong is that we have tried to apply E when the subproof ends with a WFF, which still contains the relevant dummy name introduced at the beginning of the subproof. B. Now let's prove that, if everyone loves someone, then someone loves themselves, so we will argue badly from XYLXY to XLXX. 1 XYLXY, prem 2 Y lay E1 3 law, sup 4 XLXX, I 3 5 XLXX. 2, 3 4 What's gone wrong here? At line 2, we have in effect picked an individual from the domain, and we know from 1 that a loves someone or other. We can now go on chose a representative beloved for at 3, but we are not entitled to continue the argument by taking that representative to be a again. Here's a similar case. We will prove that, given first that someone is a logician and second that someone is irrational, it follows that there is an irrational logician. Using the obvious. Glossary, here then is a fake derivation from xfx and xgx to xfx-gx. 33 more QL proofs 1 xfx, prem 2 xgx, prem 3 fa, sup 4 ga, sup 5 fa gar I3, 4 6 xfx-gx. I5 7 xfx-gx, 2 4 6 8 xfx-gx. E1 3 7 what's gone wrong this time? We've picked a representative logician at line 3. Then we've picked a representative irrational person at line 4, but we can't assume that this is again. Formally, in both these last two fake proofs, we have broken the rule which tells us that when we instantiate an existential quantification to start a subproof, for E we must always use a dummy name new to the proof. C. Let's consider another pair of inferences. YXLXY 6XYLXY, XYLXY 6YXLXY. The first is valid, Y, but the reverse second inference isn't, Y. Here then is a genuine proof for the first inference. 1YXLXY, prem 2XLXA, sup 3, LBA E2 4YLBY, I3 5XYLXY, I4 6XYLXY, E1 2 5 check that this proof is correctly formed. And now here is a proof of the reverse inference. 1XYLXY, prem 2, Y lay E1 3 lab, sup 4XLXB, I3 5YXLXY, I4 6YXLXY, E1 2 5 even though the dummy name, A, was introduced as picking out an arbitrary individual at 2, we can't now universally generalize on it to get 4. Why? Because we've made a special assumption about that individual at line 3. D. Let's have one last fake proof. We will demonstrate that if everyone loves themselves then everyone loves everyone, i.e. we will argue from XLXX to XYLXY. Old and new logic. 3 proofs 1 XLXX, prem 2 la E1 3 lay, I2 4 XYLXY, I3 we go wrong at 3. From the assumption that some arbitrarily selected individual A loves themselves, we can't infer that A loves everyone. Formally, we have offended against the rule that when we universally generalize on a dummy name, we have to replace all the occurrences of the name with the relevant variable. Equivalently, when we derive a universal quantification from an instance with a dummy name, that name must not appear in the quantified WFF. The moral of all our examples: obeying those restrictions on the use of dummy names in the rules, I and E, is essential if you are to construct valid proofs. 33.3 Old and New Logic. 3 proofs in this section, we look at 3 kinds of arguments which traditional logicians had trouble with. To show that such arguments can be dealt with easily by our QL proof system, which incorporates Phrygian insights. A. Take first the simple 2-step argument, everyone loves themselves. So Maldwin loves Maldwin. So someone loves Maldwin. Why does this cause trouble for a logic of generality rooted in the Aristotelian tradition? Consider the second inference step. To explain its validity, the traditional logician, relying on a subject-predicate analysis of propositions, needs to discern a common unary predicate in its 2 propositions, namely, loves Maldwin. But then, if Maldwin loves Maldwin involves just that predicate, exactly why does it follow from the premise of the first inference, which involves the quite different predicate, loves themselves? Formalized into a suitable QL language, however, A becomes this: 1 XLXX, prem 2, LMM E13 XLXM, I2, the predicate first notation is a mere matter of style. What is crucial is, first, that the middle proposition is now analyzed at 2 as involving a binary predicate L, with 2 slots waiting to be filled. And second, Phrygia's great insight, we need to understand a quantifier as something that can be tied to different numbers of places in the same predicate. Then we can see how the very same predicate can feature in both 1 and 3. B. Consider next B either every wombat is a mammal or every wombat is a marsupial. Hence, every wombat is either a mammal or a marsupial. 33 more QL proofs, the main logical operator of the premise is the disjunction. The main operator of the conclusion is the quantifier. So we need a logic that can simultaneously handle sentential connectives and quantifiers. Ancient Stoic logic copes with some propositional reasoning. Aristotelian logic copes with some quantifier reasoning. Much later, to continue the cartoon history, George Boole in the early 19th century came up with a logical algebra which could be interpreted two ways. It could be read as being about and, or, and not. That's why we still speak of Boolean connectives or alternatively as being about Aristotelian syllogisms. But Boole's system still couldn't deal with both at the same time. By contrast, our Frege-based treatment of the quantifiers combines with a logic for the connectives to allow us to argue like this, using the obvious glossary. 1 xfx right arrow gx, xfx right arrow hx, prem 2 xfx right arrow gx, sup 3, fa ga e24 fa right arrow, go ha pl35 xfx right arrow gx hx I46 xfx right arrow hx. Sup 7 fa right arrow ha e68 fa right arrow ga ha pl79 xfx right arrow gx hx. I810 xfx right arrow gx hx. E1 2569 c. The most intractable problem for traditional logic, however, was dealing with arguments involving propositions with quantifiers embedded inside the scope of other quantifiers, as we would now put it. Consider, for example, C. Every horse is a mammal. Hence, every horse's tail is a mammal's tail. To bring out the multiple generality in the conclusion, read it as everything which is the tail of some horse is the tail of some mammal. The argument is then evidently valid. Medieval logicians in the Aristotelian tradition, for all their insightful ingenuity, struggled to cope. But there's a straightforward QL proof. Let's adopt a QL language with the following glossary. F. Not sign is a horse, G. Not sign is a mammal, T. Not sign is a tail belonging to, and take the domain to be inclusive enough, perhaps all terrestrial physical objects. Then we can render C as C xfx right arrow gx 6 x y txy, phi right arrow y txy, ji. Now, we will expect the conclusion to be derived by universal quantifier, introduction from a WFF involving some dummy name, like this. Old and new logic. 3 proofs xfx right arrow gx prem. Yte phi right arrow yte ji x y txy, phi right arrow y txy, ji I. The penultimate line is a conditional, so we will presumably want to assume its antecedent and then derive its consequent. And this antecedent is an existentially quantified WFF, so the natural thing to do is to assume an instance of it, with a view to arguing by an application of E, giving a proof shaped like this. Xfx right arrow gx, prem yte phi, sup tab fb sup. Yte ji e yte phi right arrow yte ji cp, xytxy phi right arrow ytxy, ji. I do pause at this stage to double check how the applications of the two rules E and I obey the restrictions on their relevant dummy names and B. So given that outline proof, we now simply need to join up the remaining dots. 1 xfx right arrow gx, prem 2 yte phi sup 3 tab fb sup 4 fb right arrow gb e15 tab gb pl3 46 yte ji I57 yte ji e2 368 yte phi right arrow yte ji cp279 xytxy phi right arrow ytxy ji I8d. A comment on our handling of the last example. In regimenting the informal argument C, we chose to use a language including the predicate T. Not sign is a tail belonging to. You might have expected to find instead, say, the following two predicates. H. Not sign is a tail B. Not sign belongs to. Then instead of txy, you would expect to use hx bxy, etc. It could be said that our predicate T is unnatural. And if we also wanted to regiment other arguments about animals and their parts, it might well be that 33 more QL proofs will need to have predicates like H and be separately available. However, in the present context, replacing occurrences of txy by hx, bxy, etc. just produces unnecessary complexity. Writing out our proof that way would make no use of the internal structure of this complex expression. So keep things simple. A general principle. When we construct an ad hoc language for regimenting some arguments, it is on the whole good policy to dig down only just as far as we need. As Quine famously puts it, a maxim of shallow analysis prevails. expose no more logical structure than seems useful for the deduction or other inquiry at hand. 33.45 more QL proofs. Pause for breath. And then let's work through 5 more examples. A. In section 4.5, we informally showed that the following argument is valid. D. No girl likes any unreconstructed sexist. Caroline is a girl who likes anyone who likes her. Henry likes Caroline. Hence Henry is not an unreconstructed sexist. Using a QL language with a suitable glossary and rendering the no premise with a universal quantifier, we can translate the argument like this. D xgx right arrow Wi-Fi right arrow not sign LXY. GM XLXM right arrow LMX LNM6 not sign FN. To construct a formal derivation of the conclusion, the obvious thing to do is to assume FN and aim for a contradiction. So think through the following proof. 1 xgx right arrow Wi-Fi right arrow not sign LXY. Prem 2 GM XLXM right arrow LMX Prem 3 LNM Prem 4 FN sup 5 GM E26 XLXM right arrow LMX E27 GM right arrow Wi-Fi right arrow not sign LMY E18 Wi-Fi right arrow not sign LMY MP5 79 FN right arrow not sign LMN E810 not sign LMN MP4 911 LNM right arrow LMN E612 LMN MP3 1113 ABS 12 1014 RAA 413. What have we done here after line 4? We have first disassembled the conjunction at line 2, giving us lines 5 and 6. Then we have instantiated the 5 more QL proofs universal quantification at line 1 with the name, to get the conditional with antecedent GM, setting up the modus ponens inference to get line 8. We can likewise instantiate the new universal quantification at 8 in a way that links up to FN earlier in the proof, to get 9 and hence 10. And now the end is in sight. We just need to bring out the evident inconsistency between 3, 6, and 10, and we are done. B. Next, we return to another silly argument that we have met before. E. Everyone loves a lover. Romeo loves Juliet, so everyone loves Juliet. We read the first premise as saying, whoever X might be, then if X is a lover, i.e. if X loves someone, then everyone loves. So, adopting a language with the obvious glossary, we can regiment this argument as E LXY YLIX, LRJ6X LXJ. And now, let's replicate the informal multi-step proof we gave back in section 4.1. 1 LXY YLIX. Prem 2 LRJ Prem 3 YLRY right arrow Wyler E14 YLRY I25 Wyler MP4 36 LJR E57 YLJY right arrow Ylij E18 YLJY I69 Ylij MP8 7 again at each step in this proof so far. We just do the natural thing. At step 3 we will want to instantiate the quantified premise, and the obvious option is to use the name R to give us a conditional with an antecedent that connects with 2. That quickly takes us to 5, and what is the natural term to instantiate that with? Surely use the name J this time. And so the proof continues. We haven't quite arrived at our target conclusion, however, as we regimented the conclusion of E using X, the first available variable for the quantification. Bother, we could retranslate that conclusion as Ylij, but that's a bit sneaky. So let's keep ourselves honest and finish up by using the variable changing trick we met in section 32.5. 10 Laj E9, 11x LXJ, I10C. For our next example, consider the following argument. We are talking, let's suppose, about the logic class and the questions on a particular test. If everyone in the class can answer every question, then some questions are too easy. So at least one person in the class is such that, if they can answer every question, then some questions are too easy. 33 more QL proofs that is valid. Let's show this by a QL proof. We might be tempted to reflect all the surface structure of the premise and conclusion and come up with a QL translation along the following lines. XCX right arrow YKI, axi right arrow ZQZ, ES6 YKI, axi right arrow ZQZ, as here the quantifier runs over some inclusive domain containing both people and questions, and we are using a QL language with a glossary like C. Not sign is in the class Q, not sign is a question E, not sign is too easy A, not sign can answer. But note that the quantified structures of the subformulas yk, axi, and zqz, as do no work at all in the argument. And since the other x/x quantifiers are restricted to people in the class, we might as well take those people to make up the whole universe of discourse. So, following Quine's maxim of shallow analysis, let's instead take a simpler language with the following glossary. F, not sign, can answer every question P. Some of the questions in the test are too easy. Domain. People in the class remember, we allow QL languages to have propositional letters. See section 28.3c. And now our translated argument looks very much more manageable. F, x, fx, p, 6, xfx, p. We've seen inferences of this form in section 29.6. Here's a formal derivation, not entirely easy. But why is each step the natural one to make? 1 xfx p, prem 2 not xfx right arrow p, sup 3 fa right arrow p, sup 4 xfx p, I3 5 abs 4, 2 6 not sin fa right arrow p, raa 3 5 7 fa, pl 6 8, pl 6 9 xfx, I 7 10 p mp 9, 1 11 abs 10, 8 12 not xfx right arrow p, raa 2 11 13 xfx p, dn 12 d next. Here is an argument we met in the very first chapter, and then informally argued to be valid in section 3.1. 5 more QL proofs. G. Some philosophy students admire all logicians. No philosophy student admires anyone irrational, so no logician is irrational. We can translate the no propositions using universal or existential quantifiers. Let's start by going the first way. Choosing formal predicate letters to match the English, we can then render the argument like this. G xbx, yli, axi, xbx, ye right arrow not sign axi 6 xlx right arrow. Using the rule of thumb, instantiate existential premises first. The overall shape of the proof we are looking for is xbx yli, axi, prem, xbx right arrow ye right arrow not sign axi, prem pa yli, I sup. xlx not sign x xlx right arrow not sign x e. Unpack the conjuncts in the supposition. And then it is natural to instantiate the second premise using the dummy name, which gets us painlessly to 1 xbx yli. Axi, prem 2 xbx right arrow ye right arrow not sign axi, prem 3 pa yli I sup 4 pa e3 5 yli, I e3 6. Pa right arrow ye, not sign I e2 7 ye right arrow not sign I mp4. 6. So the remaining task is to get from 5 and 7 to the target conclusion of the subproof, i.e. to derive xlx right arrow. But this is relatively simple, compare C in the previous chapter. We instantiate the two universal quantifiers, not with again, because we want an arbitrary instance we can generalize on later. And then continue. 8 lb right arrow ob, e5 9, ib right arrow not sign ob e7 10, lb right arrow not sign ib, pl 8. 9 11, xlx right arrow not sign xi 10 12, xlx right arrow not sign xe1. 3 11 e for a last example in this chapter. Let's consider how things go if we translate the no propositions in G using negated existential quantifiers, as in G xbx yli, axi. E axi 6 not xlx x. We will talk through how to discover a proof, and without using a derived rule like not from section 32.5d. 33 more QL proofs, though let's never lose sight of the point we first stressed in section 20.5. The key thing always is to make sure you understand the general principles deployed in proofs. For us, as philosophers, proof discovery remains secondary, even if sometimes instructive. In this case, given G's negative conclusion, the obvious strategy is to assume xlx x at line 3 and aim for absurdity, so we can use a reductio argument. We will then have two existential assumptions in play at lines 1 and 3, so instantiate them in turn at lines 4 and 5. We get two conjunctions as a result, so next disassemble those. And we reach the following stage. 1 xbx yli, axi prem 2, e axi prem 3 xlx x, sup 4 pb yli, abai sup 5 la ia, sup 6 pb e4 7 yli, abai e4 8 la e5 9 ia e5. What next? How do we derive? Well, Obviously, we will need to use the quantified WFF at 7. What shall we instantiate it with? The natural choice is as that will give us a conditional whose antecedent we will already have at line 8. So we can continue. 10, la aba E7, 11 aba MP8, 10, and now the end is in sight. For we can now conjoin 11 with some earlier lines to form the conjunction 12 PB Aya aba PL6 9 11, but this is flatly inconsistent with 2. Bring out the contradiction, and the derivation completes itself, with the Fitch-style layout beautifully keeping track of the ins and outs of the proof. 13 YPB, E abai I12 14 XYPX, E axi I13 15 abs 14, 2 16 E3, 5 15 17 E1, 4 16 18 not XLX X, RAA 317, which, guided by some pretty natural strategic ideas, was not too hard. Just check that the two applications of E are correctly done. Summary 30, 3.5 Summary. We have restated the formal introduction and elimination quantifier rules in a diagrammatic form. We commented on our preferred, simpler way of laying out I inferences. Note in particular the crucial, intuitively motivated restrictions on the use of dummy names in the rules I and E. Pre-Phrygian logic had serious difficulties coping with arguments that involve both connectives and quantifiers, or which involve propositions with multiple quantifiers. We saw how modern quantificational logic can cope smoothly and naturally with such arguments. A bit of practical advice about proof construction. It is usually good policy to instantiate existential quantifiers, to start subproofs for use in applications of E before instantiating relevant universal quantifiers. Exercises 33 do the unstarred examples in both A and B and check your answers before returning to the starred examples. A, as a warm-up exercise, consider which of the following QL arguments ought to be valid. Assume the WFFS are interpreted. Give proofs warranting the valid inferences. 1 XSXXX6, SIs 2 XYY SI 6 XSXXX 3 XYZ SIs 6 XY, ZSXCY, 4 asterisk not XYZ SIs 6 XZY not sign SIs, 5 asterisk not XFX YJ, LXY 6 XYFX right arrow, J right arrow not sign LXYB. Render the following inferences into suitable QL languages and provide derivations of the conclusions from the premises in each case. 1. Some people are boastful. No one likes anyone boastful. Therefore, some people aren't liked by anyone. 2. There's someone such that if they admire some philosopher, then I'm a Dutch man. So if everyone admires some philosopher, then I'm a Dutchman. 3. Some good philosophers admire Frank. All wise people admire any good philosopher. Frank is wise. Hence there is someone who both admires and is admired by Frank. 4. Everyone loves themselves if there's someone who loves them or whom they love. There's someone who is loved. Therefore someone loves themselves. 5 asterisk only rational people with good judgment are logicians. Those who take some creationist myth literally lack good judgment. So logicians do not take any creationist myth literally. 6 asterisk given any two people, if the first admires G double dot odal and G double dot odal admires the second, then the first admires the second. G double dot odal admires anyone who has understood Principia. There's someone who has understood Principia who admires 33 more QL proofs G double dot odal. Therefore, there's someone who has understood Principia who admires everyone who has understood Principia. 7. Any adult elephant weighs more than any horse. Some horse weighs more than any donkey. If a first thing weighs more than a second thing, and the second thing weighs more than a third, then the first weighs more than the third. Hence, any adult elephant weighs more than any donkey. C. Why should the following QLWFFS be logically true, assuming the WFFS are interpreted? 1 XFX, Wi-Fi 2 XYZ LXZ right arrow, LXY 3 X Y not sign phi, FX show that those WFFS are QL theorems. Feel free now to use the derived rules, not and not from section 32.5, and to skip PL reasoning. Also give derivations to warrant the following inferences. 4 XFX right arrow YJ 6 XYFX right arrow J5, ZFZ right arrow ZGZ, 6 XYFX, J6. gx6yx5gxd, although all our examples of QL proofs so far start from 0 or more sentences and end with a sentence. We won't build that into our official characterization of QL proofs. They can go from WFFS, involving dummy names, to a conclusion which may involve a dummy name. Say that the WFFS gamma. Not necessarily all sentences are QL consistent if there is no QL proof using WFFS gamma as premises and ending with. Otherwise, gamma are QL inconsistent. Compare exercises 22D. Assuming that the terms mentioned belong to the relevant language, show 1 if the WFFS gamma, alpha tau are QL inconsistent, and the WFFS gamma include xi alpha xi, then those WFFS gamma are already QL inconsistent. And then conclude that 2 if the WFFS gamma are QL consistent and xi alpha xi is one of them, then gamma, alpha tau are also QL consistent. Show further that 2 asterisk if the WFFS gamma are QL consistent and xi alpha xi is one of them, then gamma, alpha tau k all together are also QL consistent for any terms tau k of the relevant language. Show similarly that 3 if the WFFS gamma are QL consistent and xi alpha xi is one of them, then gamma, alpha delta are also QL consistent if delta is a dummy name that doesn't appear in gamma. Also show that 4 if the WFFS gamma are QL consistent and not xi alpha xi is one of them, then gamma, xi not sin alpha xi are QL consistent. 5 if the WFFS gamma are QL consistent and not xi alpha xi is one of them, then gamma, xi not sin alpha xi are QL consistent. 34 empty domains. We stipulated that the domain of quantification for a QL language must contain at least one object. This might seem to be a very modest requirement. We surely don't want to be talking about nothing. But we need to comment. 34.1 dummy names and empty domains. A in section 32.3, we consider the argument B, xfx, xfx, gx6xgx. And we gave a formal proof warranting the inference here. It starts 1xfx, prem 2xfx right arrow gx, prem 3 fa e14. At line 3, the story goes, we pick an arbitrary member of the domain and dub it with a temporary name. But hold on, what if the domain is empty? Then there is nothing to pick out and dub. So our derivation at this point, in effect, presupposes that the domain is non-empty. In its handling of dummy names, then, at least one of our entirely standard QL inference rules presupposes that we are dealing with non-empty domains. In section 27.3, and again, in section 28.8, we stipulated that domains of quantification for QL languages are always non-empty. We now see that this stipulation is a significant one. It ties in with the natural deduction rules which we have adopted. B, let's explore this link further. Tachyons are, by definition, physical particles which are superluminal, i.e., which travel faster than the speed of light. Standard physics tells us that such particles would have deeply weird properties, like having more energy the slower they go. Adopting a QL language quantifying over physical particles, and with the obvious interpretations of the predicates, the following is therefore true. 1 xdx wx. Now, given this truth, we of course can't use our QL inference rules to deduce 2xwx. 34 empty domains, which is just as it should be. We don't want the truth one. If something is a tachyon, then it has the weird property of having more energy at slower speeds, to entail a proposition that asserts that there really are some weird particles of this kind. So far, so good. But now consider what happens if, perhaps in the spirit of Quine's maxim of shallow analysis from section 33.3d, we think along the following lines. The current topic is tachyons, so can't we make things simpler by taking our domain for now to be just them? Compare our handling of argument f in the previous chapter, where we kept things simple by taking the domain to be just students in the logic class. Using a formal language where the quantifiers run over just tachyons, the uncontentious claim that tachyons are weird is then regimented as 1xwx. However, using our adopted natural deduction rules, we get the following proof A. 1xwx, prem 2, y1, 3xwx, I2. Yet 3 is an existential claim, only true if there is something which has the weird property of having more energy at slower speeds. So we seem to have deduced the existence of something truly weird from a reformulation of what was originally supposed to be an uncontroversial bit of physics. What has gone wrong here? Again, at the second step of A, we take an arbitrary member of the current domain and dub it. But we can only do that if the domain is populated. So, in taking the domain of the relevant language to comprise just tachyons, but also assuming that we can apply our current logical apparatus, we are already implicitly assuming that there are tachyons. See, suppose the domain of the relevant QL language is empty. Then both xi alpha xi and xi not sin alpha xi will always be trivially false, since nothing exists in the domain. And so the negation of the second, i.e., xi alpha xi, will be trivially true. You can also look at it this way. Xi alpha xi is always true in the empty domain, because it is true that if a thing is in the domain, then it satisfies the condition expressed by alpha. The antecedent of this generalized conditional is always false. So, the pattern of reasoning in a proof taking us from xi alpha xi to xi alpha xi will take us from truth to falsehood if applied in an empty domain, which is what happens in A, assuming that there are no such things as tachyons, for then the stipulated domain of quantification is empty, and that makes 1 true and 3 false. D, for a second line of argument that breaks down in empty domains, consider B. 1 2, fa not sin fa, lem 3 xfx not sin fx. I2, preserving standard logic, our rules allow us to prove any instance of the law of excluded middle from no premises. Assume we are dealing with a QL language which has the unary predicate f, expressing some property f. Then in particular we will be able to prove 2 from no premises. And then 3 follows by I. However, 3 is another existential claim. It tells us that there is something in the domain which is either f or not f, and that can only be true if there is something in the domain. 34.2, preserving standard logic proof. A illustrates that derivations in our natural deduction system are not always truth-preserving if we allow empty domains. Proof B illustrates that theorems of our system are not always true if we allow empty domains. How should we respond to this observation? Some logicians argue. An inference is logically valid if it is necessarily truth-preserving in virtue of topic-neutral features of its structure. And formal logic is the study of logical validity, using regimented languages to enable us to bring out how arguments of certain forms are valid irrespective of their subject matter. Now, sometimes we want to argue logically about the properties of things which we already know to exist, electrons, say. Other times we want to argue in an exploratory way, in ignorance of whether what we are talking about exists, superstrings, perhaps. While sometimes we want to argue about things that we believe don't exist, precisely in order to try to show that they don't exist, tachyons, perhaps. And we presumably want to ment correct forms of inference, which we can apply neutrally across these different cases. Hence, one way our formal logic should be topic neutral is by allowing empty domains. But our current QL rules, being incorrect for empty domains, are not topic neutral, so they don't correctly capture only logical validities and logical truths. Therefore, our natural deduction proof system needs revision. Persuaded by such reasoning, some logicians do advocate the general adoption of a free logic, i.e., a logic free of existence assumptions, allowing empty domains, and often also allowing empty proper names, which don't have a reference. So how might the defender of our standard QL logic reply? There is no one true logic. Choosing a formal logic involves, as we have seen before, weighing up costs and benefits, and the small benefit of having a logic whose inferential principles also hold in empty domains is not worth the cost. After all, when we want to argue about things that might not exist, we already have sufficient resources while still using standard logic. First, a suitably inclusive wider domain is usually easily found. Indeed, will typically be in play when engaged in serious inquiry rather than concocting artificial classroom examples. If in doubt, go wide is a good motto, and see again section 30.3. For example, instead of taking the domain to be tachyons and regimenting the proposition that all tachyons are weird as 34 empty domains, XWX, we can more naturally take the domain more inclusively to be, say, physical particles. We can then regiment that proposition as we initially did, as XDX, WX, and lose the unwanted inference to XWX. Second, if we continue to have lingering doubts about some more inclusive domain, we can and do proceed in an exploratory, non-committal, suppositional mode. For example, consider mathematical inquiry, which proceeds in the supposedly all-inclusive framework of full-blown set theory. What if we are skeptical about this world of sets? We can bracket our set-theoretic investigations with an unspoken, okay, let's take it, for the sake of argument, that there is this wildly infinitary universe that standard set theory talks about. And then, within the scope of that bracketing assumption, we plunge in and quantify over sets. We are dealing with a suitably populated domain to see where our investigations get to. So yes, once we have made the supposition for the sake of further exploration that there are sets or superstrings or whatever, we might want the same logic to apply in each case, topic neutrally. But there is no need for this logic we use. Once we are working within the scope of the supposition that we are talking about something, to still remain neutral about whether there is anything in the domain. The debate, predictably, will continue. But we have perhaps said enough to explain why the majority view is that, at least for our introductory purposes, it is defensible to stick with our standard logic, the logic for reasoning about non-empty domains. 34.3 Summary, our standard natural deduction rules presuppose that we are dealing with non-empty domains. We could revise our logic to give rules for reasoning that apply to populated and empty domains alike. But given that we almost always reason while presupposing, if only for the sake of argument, that we are indeed talking about something, the standard rules certainly apply widely enough to warrant continuing to explore them. 35 Q-valuations in the last interlude. We noted that we can approach questions of validity for QL arguments in two ways, semantically. By defining a notion of Q-validity, on the model of tautological validity for PL arguments, and proof, theoretically, by showing how to prove conclusions from premises by step-by-step derivations, relying on intuitively compelling inference rules for the quantifiers. We have been exploring the second approach. Now it is time to discuss Q-validity. The basic idea, as we have said before, is that a QL argument is Q-valid if every relevant Q-valuation which makes the premises true makes the conclusion true too. In this chapter, then, we need to explore the idea of a Q-valuation. 35.1 Q-valuations defined in the PL case, a valuation of the non-logical building blocks of a language assigning truth values to its atomic WFFS, generates a unique truth value for every WFF of the language. We now want an analogous story which we can apply to a QL language. What truth-relevant values should we assign to its building blocks? Given what we have said informally about reference, extension, and truth in section 25.7, and about domains in section 26.4, section 27.3, and section 28.8, we know what's needed. A Q-valuation for a QL language does three things. One, it fixes some objects, at least one, to be the domain of quantifica tion for the language. NB, QL domains are non-empty. 2, it assigns to each proper name some object in the domain to serve as the name's reference. NB, QL proper names are non-empty. 3, it assigns to each KRE predicate some, possibly 0 k-tuples of objects from the domain to serve as the predicate's extension, except that a 0 RE predicate CF, section 28.3c, is simply assigned a truth value. NB, QL predicate extensions can be empty. Let's say that the references of names and extensions of predicates on a Q valuation are their Q values. We can think of domains and extensions as forming sets. That's not essential, but it makes some phrasing neater. See section 25.5. The glossary for a QL language together with a given situation in the world, which determines which objects satisfy which predicates, will generate 135 Q-valuations Q-valuation for the language. When we come to define Q-validity, we have to take into account all the possible Q-valuations. But intuitively, the following key claims should look plausible. Any Q-valuation for a given QL language determines unique truth values for all its sentences. For many purposes, It is enough just to know that this claim is indeed true. Still, we really should spend some time explaining why it is true. In the PL case, we determine the truth value of a WFF by chasing truth values around its parse tree. What is the analog for quantified WFFS? We haven't yet given an official story about parse trees for QL-WFFS, so that's what we need to do next. 35.2 QL syntax and QParse trees. Let's review then our story about QL syntax. We saw how to construct atomic WFFS in section 28.2. We added connectives in section 28.5 and introduced the formal quantifier variable notation in section 28.6. Then in section 32.1, we introduced dummy names. Let's bring things together in one place. First, we specify again the basic building blocks of our QL languages. So, the logical symbols are not sign, E6 plus the comma. The variables are X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, i.e. a variable is a late alphabet letter followed by 0 or more primes. The dummy names are a B, C, a B, C, a B, C, i.e. a dummy name is an early alphabet letter followed by 0 or more primes. The non-logical vocabulary of a particular QL language will comprise 0 or more symbols for proper names, usually mid-alphabet lowercase letters such as M, N, O, and one or more symbols for predicates, usually uppercase letters such as F, G, L, M, R, S. Each predicate will be assigned a fixed arity, a number from 0 up. The logical symbols, variables, and dummy names stay fixed across all QL languages. What can vary from case to case are the built-in names and predicates. Let's assume there is always at least one predicate. If there were none, the resulting language could only have WFFS built up from and connectives. Next, we briskly assemble the rules for constructing QL-WFFS, which we scattered through earlier chapters, at last putting them into the same shape as our rules for constructing PL-WFFS in section 9.1. Assume the non-logical vocabulary of a particular QL language to be given. The terms of the language are its proper names plus its unlimited supply of dummy names. The atomic WFFS of the language are the expressions formed by taking any KRE predicate followed by K terms from the language. QL syntax and QParse trees, the WFFS of the language, are then determined as follows. W1, any atomic WFF of the language counts as a WFF. So does W2, if alpha and beta are WFFS, so are alpha beta, and alpha right arrow beta. W3, if alpha is a WFF, so is not sign alpha. W4, if alpha tau is a WFF containing one or more occurrences of the term tau, and alpha psi is the expression which results from replacing the term tau throughout alpha tau by a variable psi new to that WFF. Then psi alpha psi and psi alpha psi are WFFS. W5, nothing else is a WFF. The sentences of the language are the WFFS which don't include any dummy names. Other WFFS are auxiliary WFFS. We have by now seen plenty of examples of these W rules at work. One comment, however. A QL language has unlimitedly many dummy names and hence unlimitedly many terms. Therefore, as we construct ever more complex WFFS, we need never run out of terms to quantify into, and we can form unlimitedly complex quantified WFFS. Of course, in practice, we will rarely need more than, say, half a dozen quantifiers in a sentence, but we impose no upper limit in principle. See, from now on, we will assume that all the dummy names of a QL language do come in some standard, alphabetical, order, e.g. as displayed in section 35.2b. As we noted in section 28.6, a given quantified WFF can be constructed following the W rules in more than one way. To repeat our earlier example, the QL WFF ZFZ LZN can be constructed by quantifying on M in the WFF, FM, LMN. But it also can be constructed by quantifying on O in the WFF, FO, LON. And now we have dummy names to play with. It can equally well be constructed by quantifying on e.g. the dummy name C in the WFF, FC, LCN. However, it makes things simpler if we now settle on a single possible construction history for special consideration. We will form the standard parse tree for a QLWFF as follows. We put the initial WFF at the top, and then we apply and reapply the following rules until we reach atomic WFFS or absurdity signs at the bottom of branches. P1, if the WFF at the current point of the tree as we work down is of the form not sign alpha, write alpha below it. P2, if the WFF at the current point is of the form alpha beta, or alpha right arrow beta, then split the tree, with the left branch going down to alpha and the right branch going down to beta. P3, if the WFF at the current point is of the form xi alpha xi or xi alpha xi, then write the instance alpha delta below it, where delta is the first dummy name in the standard order, which is not in the current quantified WFF. The first two rules are entirely familiar from forming PL parse trees. The novel tweak is in P3, which gives us a principle for selecting a unique instance of a quantified WFF, so we get a unique standard QL tree. Here, then, are the standard QL parse trees for two WFFS we've met before. 35 Q valuations from section 30.2. Not XYFX J, right arrow. MXY right arrow ZRZXY XYFX J right arrow. MXY right arrow ZRZXY YFA J right arrow May right arrow ZRZ. FAGB right arrow MAB right arrow ZRZAB. FAGB, MAB right arrow ZRZAB. MAB ZRZAB RCAB from section 33.3b. XFX right arrow GX, XFX right arrow HX XFX right arrow GX, FA right arrow GA, FA GA XFX right arrow HX, FA ha 3 comments. First, note how, in the second example, the same dummy name is used on both branches. Check that this is what our rule dictates. Second, unlike a PL parse tree, a standard QL parse tree doesn't straightforwardly disassemble a WFF into its parts. In neither of our examples is FA at the bottom of the tree a part of literally a subformula of the WFF at the top. Third, if we read a standard QL parse tree from bottom to top, it represents one, but only one way of constructing the top WFF following rules W1 to W4. For example, M could occur instead of A and C instead of B in the first tree above, and that would give us another possible construction history of the same top WFF. However, these other possible construction histories will essentially look the same. It's just that different terms will appear in place of those particular dummy names which are quantified away. So, we can still think of the standard QL parse tree for a WFF as essentially capturing the logical structure of a WFF, the way it is built up using quantifiers and variables and connectives. D now call standard QL parse trees simply QParse trees for short. Since a WFF has a unique QParse tree, the following definitions borrowed from section 9.4a and 9.4d still work as intended. The main logical operator, connective or quantifier of a QLWFF, is the last operator introduced as we go up the WFF's QParse tree. An occurrence of a logical operator, connective or quantifier, is in the scope of some other occurrence of an operator in a WFF if the first operator is introduced before the second, as we go up the relevant branch of the QParse tree for the WFF. Evaluating quantified WFFS. The headlines, the core ideas here, are familiar from PL, so we needn't pause over them again. We can also clarify which variables as pronouns get tied to which quantifier prefixes. This is not just a matter of involving the same variable. For example, the last X in XFX right arrow GX, XFX right arrow HX is obviously not tied to the first occurrence of the quantifier prefix X. Rather, an occurrence of a variable after some predicate is always introduced together with an occurrence of a quantifier prefix as we go up the QParse tree for the WFF. That occurrence of the variable is then tied to, or better, is bound by, that particular quantifier. 35.3 Evaluating quantified WFFS. The headlines, A Q valuation determines the truth value of an atomic sentence in the obvious way. A predicate followed by K proper names is true if and only if the K tuple of objects referred to by the names taken in order is in the extension of the predicate. Compare section 25.7. Let's leave the connectives to look after themselves just for the moment. The story gets much more interesting when we turn to the evaluation of quantified WFFS, and you can immediately spot a problem. Take this simplest of quantified WFFS with its Q-parse tree. XFX fa. Suppose we have chosen a Q-valuation Q for the relevant language, which in particular fixes the domain of quantification and assigns an extension to F. This doesn't yet give any sort of truth-relevant value to so there is no way yet of using something truth-relevant about the WFF at the bottom of the tree to settle a value on the WFF at the top. What to do? Obviously enough, we now have to give a semantic role to the dummy name here. We first introduced dummy names to serve, mid-derivation, as temporary names to dub objects selected from the domain. So let's pursue this idea. Suppose, then, that the valuation Q expands the Q-valuation Q by also assigning an object in the domain to the dummy name, to be its Q-value, i.e. its refer and send note. We can do this because the domain isn't empty. Then this settles a truth value on fa. That WFF will be true on the expanded valuation Q, just if the reference of is in the extension of the predicate F. But the truth value of fa on a single expanded valuation Q doesn't settle the value of XFX on the valuation Q obviously. More is required. So here is the crucial new idea we need. An ancestor of the idea is already in Frege. XFX is true on the valuation Q if fa is true on every possible expanded valuation Q, i.e. fa is true no matter what object from the domain is assigned to as a temporary reference. 35 Q valuations look at it informally like this. Every woman is such that she is mortal, where she is a bound pronoun, is true just so long as she is mortal is true, where she is now a demonstrative, no matter which woman we are picking out using the demonstrative. Similarly, XFX is true just so long as fa is true, no matter which object in the domain we are temporarily picking out by. Careful! We need to sharply distinguish our new idea from an idea we already rejected in section 27.5. We can't say, in general, that XFX is true on evaluation if each proper name instance like FN is true. There might not be enough proper names to name everything. Nor can we say that XFX is true if each dummy name instance like fa is true. Even if we go round assigning all the dummy names a different reference, there might not be enough dummy names either. Unsurprisingly, we need to assign XFX a value not by generalizing over names, permanent or temporary, but by generalizing over objects in the relevant domain. To repeat, XFX is true if fa is true whatever object a temporarily names. The corresponding principle for an existential quantifier is predictable. XFX is true on the valuation Q if fa is true on at least one possible expanded valuation Q. Or equivalently, XFX is false on the valuation Q if fa is false on every possible expanded valuation Q. So far so good. But the device of using expanded valuations really comes into its own when we are dealing with a WFF with more than one quantifier. Take a simple case. Consider the following WFF with its Q-parse tree. XY LXY, Y lay lab assume that we are given a Q-valuation Q for the relevant language, which fixes the domain of quantification and assigns an extension to the predicate L. As before, let Q be a valuation, which augments the Q-valuation Q by assigning an object in the domain as reference to the dummy name. And now, let Q-ob further expand this Q by also assigning an object as reference to the dummy name B. Then, developing our previous idea about the universal quantifier in the obvious way, we can say, XY LXY is true on the valuation Q if and only if Y lay is true on every possible expanded valuation Q. And then Y lay is true on an expanded valuation Q if and only if lab is true on at least one possible further expanded valuation Q ob. Hence, XY LXY is true just in case. No matter which object we pick in the domain, to assign to there is some object B in the domain, to assign to B, such that the ordered pair A, B is in the extension of L. Just as we want. The official valuational semantics 35.4, the official valuational semantics, A generalizing the new ideas from the last section, we have xi alpha xi is true if alpha delta is true, whatever the dummy name delta denotes, and xi alpha xi is true if alpha delta is true on at least one assignment of reference to delta, where the dummy name is newly introduced. And we can now put these principles to work in a more careful account of how the truth values of sentences of a QL language are determined by a Q valuation for that language. We have not made a slip here. Our prime target is indeed an account of how the value of a sentence, a WFF without dummy names, depends on an unaugmented Q valuation. What we have just seen, however, is that this account will typically have to go via an account of how the values of WFFS involving dummy names depend on expanded Q valuations. There will be nothing really new in this section, so don't let the now slightly more abstract mode of presentation obscure the underlying ideas. Take a QL language. For brevity, Q can now denote some Q valuation for the language, which perhaps has already been expanded by assignments of references to one or more dummy names. We need some shorthand notation. We reuse the symbol equals from section 10.5 in assigning values to WFFS. In the context where the perhaps expanded Q valuation Q is in play, alpha equals V says that alpha takes the truth value V on the valuation Q. When more than one valuation Q is in play, we can subscript to indicate which valuation we are using, as in equals Q. We can then present the semantic ideas already sketched in 3 parts. First, to evaluate the simplest WFFS, i.e. atomic WFFS plus the absurdity constant. Given a valuation Q for the relevant language, possibly expanded to evaluate any dummy names currently in play. A1, suppose alpha is an atomic WFF, consisting of the KRE predicate letter 3D5 phi, followed by K terms tau, tau. Tau K for K. Suppose Q assigns the term tau the object O as reference, assigns tau the object O, etc., and assigns the predicate letter 3D5 the extension E. Then alpha equals T if the K tuple O, OK is in E. Otherwise alpha equals F, A2, suppose alpha is an atomic WFF consisting of a 0 RE predicate. Then Q directly assigns this a truth value. A3 equals F, see next. Here are the rules for evaluating QL WFFS whose main logical operators are the connectives, preserving their truth functional readings. Take any WFFS alpha, beta. Then, on any given possibly expanded valuation Q, Q1 if alpha equals T, then not sign alpha equals F, otherwise not sign alpha T. Q2 if alpha equals T and beta equals T, then alpha beta equals T, otherwise alpha beta equals F35 Q valuations. Q3 if alpha equals F and beta equals F, then alpha equals F, otherwise alpha beta equals T. Q4 if alpha equals T and beta equals F, then alpha right arrow beta equals F, otherwise alpha right arrow beta equals TD. And now for the crucial third part. Given a valuation Q, perhaps already an expanded valuation, but not yet mentioning the dummy name delta. A delta expansion of Q now assigns some object in the domain as reference for the dummy name delta, while keeping the rest of the valuation Q fixed. We use Q delta to symbolize a delta expansion of Q, the rules for evaluating QL WFFS, whose main operators are the quantifiers, are then as follows. Let alpha delta be the instance of or xi alpha xi, using the first dummy name delta new to the WFF. Then for any possibly expanded valuation Q, Q5 xi alpha xi equals QT if alpha delta equals Q delta T for every delta expansion Q delta. Otherwise xi alpha xi equals QF, Q6 xi alpha xi equals QF if alpha delta equals Q delta F for every delta expansion Q delta. Otherwise xi alpha xi equals QT. 35.5 toy examples. The last section was inevitably a bit abstract. But just keep firmly hold of the basic thought that a quantified WFF xi alpha xi is true just if an instance with a new dummy name alpha delta is true, whatever the dummy name temporarily picks out, and everything else should fall into place. Still, it will no doubt help to work through some mini examples. So let's take a language QL with just the following non-logical vocabulary: proper names, M, N unary. Predicates, F, G binary predicate, L and let Q be the following Q valuation for the language. We use elementary informal set notation in a lightweight way, just for tidiness. The domain. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle references M. Socrates N, Plato extensions F. Socrates, Aristotle G. L. Socrates, Plato, Plato, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Aristotle. Here is the standard symbol for an empty set with no members. And the members of L's extension are 4 ordered pairs, i.e. the pair of Socrates, and then Plato, etc. See section 25.3c again for the angle bracket notation. Toy examples, so now let's evaluate some sentences on this Q valuation. Q take first the following sentence. FM right arrow XFX. A moment's reflection shows that this has a true antecedent on Q and a false consequent, so is false overall on this Q valuation. But now let's check this the hard way, working downwards though the WFF's Q-parse tree, appealing to our A rules and Q rules. So here's the tree we want. FM right arrow XFX, FM XFX fa we can then reason as follows. 1 by Q4, FM right arrow XFX equals QF if IFM equals QT and Roman 2 XFX equals QF. 2 by A1, IFM equals QT, since the reference of M is in the extension of F. 3 by Q5 XFX equals QF if there is some expanded valuation QA where fa equals QA F. Consider the expanded valuation QA which assigns Plato to A. Then on that valuation, the reference of A is not in the extension of F, and so by A1 fa equals QA F. Hence, Roman 2 XFX equals QF4 therefore, from I and Roman 2, FM right arrow XFX equals QFB next, a variant on the example XY LXY, which we used earlier in motivating our semantic story about quantifiers. Here is a similar WFF with its Q-parse tree. YX LXY X LXA LBA, we evaluate this sentence on the same Q valuation Q. Again working downwards, 1 by Q6, YX LXY equals QF if, for every QA X LXA, equals QA F2 for a given QA by Q5, X LXA equals QA F if for some expanded valuation Q ob, we have LBA equals Q ob F. 3 we have to consider cases. IQA assigns Socrates to A. If we also assign Socrates to B, and different names can name the same thing, LBA equals Q ob F, Roman 2, QA assigns Plato to A. If we assign Aristotle to B, LBA equals Q ob F, Roman 3 QA assigns Aristotle to A. If we assign Socrates to B, LBA equals Q ob F. 4 hence for any given Q A X LXA equals Q A F5 hence Y X LXY equals Q F35 Q valuations. See for a third example, take the following sentence with its Q-parse tree. Not XYFX Jai XYFX Jai Y fa Jai, fa GB then plotting laboriously through again we have 1 by Q1 not XYFX Jai equals QT if XYFX Jai equals QF. 2 by Q5 XYFX Jai equals QF if for some Q a X fa Jai equals Q a F3 by Q5 again X fa Jai equals Q a F if for some Q ob fa GB equals Q ob F. 4 by Q5 fa GB equals Q ob F if both fa equals Q ob F and GB equals Q ob F5 we now have to consider cases. But take the case where Q assigns Plato to the dummy name, and then go on to expand this to Q ob by assigning Socrates to B. Then fa equals Q ob F since Plato is not in the extension of F. And GB equals Q ob F since Socrates, along with the others, is not in the empty extension of G. Hence by 4 fa GB equals Q ob F. 6 so working back up the tree, we get not XYFX Jai equals QT 35.6, uniqueness of values, the calculations of truth values in our simple examples are already more than a little tedious. And just imagine if the domain of our Q valuation Q had been a much bigger finite one. Or suppose we had started with an infinite domain and infinite extensions for predicates, and so, lacking a logical God's eye view, we couldn't actually work through such calculations in practice. Still, trudging through our toy examples above should convince you of the following general principle, which we announced before. Recall again, from section 10.7b, that evaluation of the non-logical vocabulary of a PL language uniquely determines a resulting valuation of every WFF of the language, however complex. Similarly, and this is really the key takeaway message of the whole chapter, we can now see that a Q valuation for a QL language uniquely determines a resulting truth value of every sentence of the language, however complex. Start from a Q valuation Q of a given QL language. Take any sentence of the language, form its Q-parse tree. Applying our Q rules as we go down the tree, we get an account of how the truth values of the WFFS at each stage depend on the truth values of simpler WFFS, perhaps the values on many expanded valuations, which in turn depend on the truth values of still simpler WFFS, perhaps on many the structure of valuations, further expanded valuations, until we get to the truth values of atoms, perhaps on even more valuations. But the truth values of atoms at the bottom of branches are determinate on each relevant expanded valuation, and these values then fix the values of the WFFS above them. Note: since references and extensions and domains are enough to determine the truth values of all sentences, QL languages are indeed fully extensional in the sense of section 25.7e. 35.7, the structure of valuations. What sort of objects can feature in Q valuations? In informal logic, we frequently dream up fictional examples when imagining possible situations as counterexamples to validity claims. Are we similarly allowed to invoke fictional objects, whatever exactly they are in building a Q valuation? We have often used fictional examples earlier in this book. But when we move from informal logic to talking about more formal notions like tautological validity and Q validity, aren't we supposed to leave murky fictional ideas behind us? As a step towards responding to the worry here, consider again the Q valuation Q from section 35.5. The domain, S, P, A references M, S, N, P extensions F, S, A, G, L. S, P, P, a P, S, A. Previously, S was Socrates, P was Plato, and A was Aristotle. But what makes FM true on Q is that the reference of M, S, whatever that is in the extension of F, is in the set S, A, whatever S and A are. What makes XFX false on Q is that there is an object P in the domain which is not in the extension of F, and so on, which objects these objects S, P, A really or doesn't matter. Sellers, Putnam, and Anscombe could serve just as well for building a valuation with the same structure, if you prefer more recent philosophers or Scarlatti, Purcell, and Albinoni, if Baroque composers are your thing. In short, we can systematically swap around the objects used in constructing a Q valuation without changing which sentences the valuation makes true, so long as the structure of the valuation stays the same. B, we can make the point more abstractly. Take a valuation Q, form a new valuation Q asterisk by I-swapping objects in Q's domain for some other objects, the old object O being replaced by the new object O asterisk. Different objects get different replacements. Then, Roman II let Q asterisk change references of names and extensions of predicates to match. Thus, suppose O is the reference of the name according to Q. Then O asterisk will be that name's reference according to Q asterisk. Suppose the set O is the extension of the unary predicate F according to Q, then O asterisk will be the extension of that predicate according to Q asterisk, and so on. 35 Q valuations according to the Q valuation Q, FM equals QT if O is in O. But by design, O asterisk is in O asterisk. If O is in O, and according to Q asterisk, FM equals Q asterisk T if O asterisk is in O asterisk. Hence we get the key result. FM equals QT if FM equals Q asterisk T, and it is easy to see that, quite generally, any sentence is true according to Q if, and only if it is also true according to Q asterisk. With only slight abuse of standard terminology, we can say that valuations related like Q and Q asterisk are isomorphic, i.e., have the same form. Then, in summary, isomorphic valuations make the same sentences true. See, we now know, then, that it doesn't really matter what particular objects we build our valuations from, It's the structure of a valuation that matters. So a fictional example may be memorably vivid. Consider a domain comprising Shylock, Portia, and Antonio. But any isomorphic Q valuation involving a humdrum choice of uncontentious things S, P, and A will do just as well. Hence, as long as the non-fictional world is rich enough to provide materials for a Q valuation isomorphic to any fiction-based valuation we dream up, using fiction-based examples can't lead us astray. We can harmlessly take the fanciful example as a vivid proxy for a non-fictional Q valuation of the same form. 35.8 Summary, we gave a sharper account of QL syntax and introduced the notion of a Q-parse tree for a WFF. We then defined a Q valuation for a QL language. This fixes the domain of quantification, assigns an object to each proper name as its reference, and assigns a suitable extension to each predicate, except zero-ary predicates are directly assigned truth values. An expanded Q valuation, in addition, assigns references to one or more dummy names as needed. 3 facts about how Q valuations fix the values of WFFS. 1. An atomic WFF formed from a predicate followed by some terms is true on a possibly expanded Q valuation, just if the tuple of the references of the terms is in the extension of the predicate. 2. The connectives behave in the familiar truth functional way in determining the truth values of WFFS, containing them on a Q valuation. 3. A WFF psi alpha psi is true on a possibly expanded Q valuation just when alpha delta is true. Whatever object the new dummy name delta is given as reference by a further expansion of the valuation. Similarly, psi alpha psi is false on a Q valuation just when alpha delta is false. Whatever object the new name delta is newly given as reference. Working up and down a Q-parse tree for a QL sentence, a WFF without dummy names, using these 3 kinds of valuation. Rule, a Q valuation then fixes a unique value for the sentence. Exercises 35. Exercises 35A take a QL language with a couple of proper names, a couple of unary predicates, and a binary predicate, and consider the following Q valuation. The domain is Romeo, Juliet, Benedict, Beatrice M, Romeo N, Juliet F, Romeo, Benedict G, Juliet, Beatrice L, Romeo, Juliet, Juliet, Romeo, Benedict, Beatrice, Beatrice, Benedict, Benedict, Benedict. Then what are the truth values of the following WFFS? 1 x LMX, 2 x LXM3, x LMX right arrow LMN, 4 XFX not sign GX5 XGX, LXM not sign LMX 6 XGX right arrow Y LXY, 7 XFX YJ right arrow LXYB. Now take the following Q valuation. The domain is 4, 7, 8, 11, 12 M, 7N, 12F, the set of even numbers in the domain G, the set of odd numbers in the domain L, the set of pairs M, N where M and N are in the domain and MN. What are the truth values of the WFFS 1 to 7 now? C. Take the language QL of exercises 30B. Consider the following Q valuation, the natural one suggested by the given glossary for the language. The domain is the set of natural numbers, the integers from 0 up N, 1F, the set of odd numbers G, the set of even numbers H, the set of prime numbers L, the set of pairs M, N such that M and R, the set of triples L, M, N such that L equals M, and carefully work out the values of the WFFS 1 to 8 from exercises 30B. D. Show that if the WFF alpha doesn't contain the dummy name delta, then alpha is true on the valuation Q if and only if it is also true on any expansion Q delta. 36 Q validity, having defined the notion of a Q valuation in the previous chapter, and seen that, crucially, a Q valuation determines the truth value of every sentence of the relevant language, we can now define the notion of Q validity in the obvious way. We then draw out some parallels between Q validity and tautological validity. Note that QL proofs indeed demonstrate Q validities, and also say something about how to show that an inference is not Q-valid. 36.1 Q validity defined. A. We said that an inference step between WFFS of a PL language is tautologically valid if and only if there is no valuation of the non-logical building blocks of the relevant language, assigning truth values to its atoms, which makes the premises all true and the conclusion false. Remember, we quantify here over all combinatorially possible valuations, not just those that respect the meaning of atoms, see section 12.4. And the companion definition for inferences in QL languages is as you would expect. An inference step between sentences of a QL language is Q-valid. The premisses Q until the conclusion if, and only if there is no Q valuation of the non-logical building blocks of the relevant language, assigning Q values to its names and predicates and fixing its domain, which makes the premises all true and the conclusion false. Again, we quantify over all combinatorially possible Q valuations, now ignoring what the language's glossary tells us about the senses of names and predicates or about the domain. Why? Because we want to capture the idea of a QL inference being necessarily truth-preserving, just in virtue of the way that connectives and quantifiers feature in the premises and conclusion. In other words, we want to characterize those QL arguments, which are indeed valid, but whose validity does not depend on the meaning of any non-logical vocabulary they contain or on the particular choice of domain. B, to help elucidate that last point, consider a QL language whose glossary includes the unary predicates all Q valuations. F, not sign is a mother, G, not sign is a parent, H, not sign is a philosopher. Then compare a XFX6XGX, BXGX, HX6XGX. There is no possible situation in which everyone is a mother while not everyone is a parent. So, as interpreted, A is valid. But the validity of this inference depends on the topics of the predicates F and G abstracting from the meaning of the predicates. We can obviously assign them extensions, which make XFX true and XGX false. So A is not Q-valid, and it is not logically valid. Again, there is no possible situation in which everyone is both a parent and a philosopher while not everyone is a parent. So, as interpreted, B is valid. But this time, it doesn't matter what type of objects we are quantifying over, and it doesn't matter what extensions the predicates have. The inference here will still be truth-preserving. Hence, B is Q-valid, so truth-preserving just in virtue of the meaning of the connective and the quantifier. Hence, it is logically valid. See, we can generalize this last point, and here we echo the point we made in section 15.2 about logical validity and tautological validity. Suppose the QL inference step from some sentences gamma to the sentence gamma is Q-valid. Then, by definition, there is no Q valuation of the relevant language, which makes gamma all true and gamma false. Hence, however the world is, whatever we take the quantifiers as ranging over, and however we read the relevant names and predicates, there is no resulting combination of domain, references, and extensions which can make gamma all true and gamma false. Therefore, however things are in the world, and whatever the meanings of the non-logical vocabulary, the inference is truth-preserving. In summary, if a QL inference is Q-valid, then it is deductively valid just in virtue of the way that the topic-neutral quantifiers and connectives appear in the premises and conclusion, and is therefore logically valid. D, let's add that, predictably enough, we can also say, a QL sentence is a Q-logical truth if and only if it is true on all Q valuations of the language. One or more QL sentences are Q-consistent if and only if there is some Q valuation which makes them all true together. 36.2. All Q valuations. We said that the notion of tautological validity provides a rational reconstruction of the intuitive idea of validity in virtue of the connectives. Our claim now is that 36 Q validity, the notion of Q validity, can similarly serve as a neat rational reconstruction of the intuitive idea of validity in virtue of the connectives and the quantifiers for QL arguments. Or rather, it can serve if the idea of quantifying over all possible Q valuations makes sufficiently clear sense. But does it? We saw in section 35.7 that it doesn't matter which objects we build Q valuations from. It is the resulting structure that matters. Still, there can be differently structured Q valuations to consider as we look at bigger and bigger domains. Is there any determinate limit to what we need to consider? Set theorists talk about larger and larger infinities, so how far do we need to follow them in accepting their huge universes? Will what we count as a Q-logical truth, a WFF true on all valuations, depend on just which wildly infinite domains for valuations we are prepared to countenance? This would surely be an unhappy situation. Fortunately, there is a technical result that can calm our worries here. Let's say that a Q valuation is tame if its domain is just some or all of the natural numbers. Then it turns out that if a QL sentence is false on some Q valuation Q, then however wild this Q might be, there will also be a tame Q valuation Q, which makes the sentence false. Similarly, if there is any Q valuation Q, which makes the premises of some QL inference true and its conclusion false, then there will also be a tame Q valuation Q, which does the same job. Hence, being truth-preserving on all valuations, whatever exactly makes for all, is the same as being truth-preserving on the tame valuations. We will say more about this important result in the appendix section A6. But the moral for now is simply that we needn't worry about the apparent slack in our definition of Q validity in terms of truth preservation on all Q valuations. Yes, to be frank, we have failed to nail down what counts as quantifying over all Q valuations. However, when the technicalities are worked out, our definition of Q validity does turn out to capture a perfectly determinate entailment relation, one that can surprisingly be characterized just in terms of tame valuations. So we can safely enough work with our current definition. 36.3 Establishing Q validity, Q invalidity. The headlines: A. How do we establish that a QL inference is Q valid? The principal way is to provide a QL derivation. We chose our various QL derivation rules for the very reason that they intuitively look entirely reliable, and Q validity is our regimentation for the relevant notion of reliability. So our proof system should indeed appear to be sound for Q validity. Compare section 24.6. Still, we shouldn't just trust to appearances, so we will need to say more about soundness in the next chapter and in the appendix. For the moment, however, let's continue to take our Fitch-style natural deduction system on trust. Then, using QL proofs will be our main way of establishing Q validities. B. What about establishing that a QL inference is not Q valid? The direct route is simply to come up with a counter-valuation. Compare section 16.3, i.e. a Q valuation which makes the premises true and conclusion false. Take, for example, we can mechanically test for Q validity in simple cases C fm6xfx, dxfx, gx6xgx, exylxy6yxlxy. To show that these hopeless arguments are not Q-valid, we just need counter-valuations which make the premises true and conclusion false. In fact, the Q-valuation we gave in section 35.5 does the trick in each case, as is easily checked. 36.4, we can mechanically test for Q validity in simple cases to decide whether an argument is Q-valid, though. Do we just have to hopefully cast around for a derivation or a counter-valuation? Can we do better? In the case of PL arguments, we can mechanically test for tautological validity by a brute force search through all the relevant valuations of the atoms in an argument, use a truth table. But as we pointed out in the last interlude, in the case of QL arguments, we can't similarly aim to search one by one through all the possible Q valuations, since any objects can serve as the domain for a valuation, and any sets of them as extensions for predicates. Still, that observation doesn't rule out there being other ways of testing for Q validity, and in some limited cases, there are mechanical tests available. Take the argument fxcxx, xdx, x6xcx dx, which involves just three unary predicates c, d, e. So consider any Q valuation assigning a domain of quantification, and then extensions to the three predicates. Any object in the domain will either satisfy or fail to satisfy each predicate. So a domain will contain 2 = 8 groups of objects. Some of these groups might be empty. In one group, there are the objects which satisfy all of C, D, E. Then there are 3 groups: the objects satisfying C, D, the objects satisfying C, E, the objects satisfying D, E. Then there are another 3 groups of the objects satisfying just one predicate C, D, or E as the case may be. Finally, there is the group of objects satisfying none of the predicates. 2 or 3 predicates, however, can't further distinguish among the objects within any one of these groups. 3, it can't make any difference, then, how many objects there are in each group. So let's reduce the population of each occupied group to a sin-glee representative. That way, we can cut down the domain of our Q valuation so that it has no more than 2 equals 8 objects, enough to give us one object for each populated group. 4, but we saw in section 35.7 that it doesn't matter when building a Q valuation which particular objects we actually use, because isomorphic valuations, valuations which structurally look the same, will give sentences the same truth values. So we might as well use as our domain simply the first 8 positive integers. 36 Q-validity in short, to evaluate an argument like f, which involves just 3 unary predicates for Q-validity, we only need to run through the finite number of possible Q-valuations for the 3-predicate language with the domain 1, 2, 3, 8, and it wouldn't make a difference if the argument involved some proper names too. Can you see why? Generalizing, then, in the obvious way, to determine the validity of a QL inference whose n predicates are all unary, we need consider no more than all the Q valuations whose domains are the numbers 1, 2, 3, 2n. Now, true enough, a search through these Q valuations does become horribly tedious as n increases, because we have to consider all the different ways of selecting some objects from the 2n objects of a domain to form extensions for our predicates, and also permute the references of any names. But still, running through all the different combinations and checking to see if any are counter valuations to the given QL inference is a finite task. It is one that a computer could happily execute even if we might get bored to tears trying to do the same. So this is the key point of principle. There does exist a brute force mechanical procedure to decide the validity of arguments with only unary predicates. 36.5, working backwards. Keeping our wits about us, however, informal reasoning about Q valuations can settle matters in simple cases without launching on a brute force search. For example, the argument f is Q-invalid if there is a valuation such that xcx equals t x dx, x equals t xcx dx equals f. To ensure the valuations come out right, we need the extensions of c and e to overlap, Roman 2, the extension of d to be included in the extension of e, and Roman 3, the extensions of c and d to be disjoint, i.e. non-overlapping. Let's therefore try to build up a Q valuation satisfying I to Roman 3. We know that the domain need be no bigger than the first 8 numbers. Then we can argue. 1, start by throwing just 1 into the extension of c and just 2 into the extension of d so far, then condition Roman 3 is satisfied. 2, to also satisfy Roman 2, the extension of e must contain at least 2, and to satisfy the extension of e must contain at least 1. And we can stop here. We already see that the following Q valuation will in fact do the trick, making the premises true and conclusion false. We don't need to inflate the domain further. Domain 1, 2, extension of c. 1d, 2e, 1, 2. The Entscheidungsproblem B, let's take another example. gxfx right arrow gx, xgx, not sign hx 6xhx, not sign fx. This is Q-invalid if and only if there is a countervaluation Q on which xfx right arrow gx equals t xgx equals t xhx, not sign fx equals f. Suppose there is such a countervaluation Q, and we can take its domain to be at most the first 8 numbers. 1, if Q is to make the conclusion false, the extensions of f and h on Q need to overlap y. So let's begin by throwing some object. The number 1 will do as well as anything. Into the extension of both f and h2 to make the first premise true, Q requires that everything in the extension of f is also in the extension of g, y. Hence the extension of g must contain 1, 2, 3, but then the extensions of g and h on Q both contain 1. And that makes the second premise false on Q, y, contrary to what we need. For so there can be no countervaluation Q which makes the premises of G true and its conclusion false. Hence G is Q-valid. Note then, we have here established an inference is Q-valid by a different method than producing a QL natural deduction proof. Instead, we have supposed the inference isn't Q-valid and found that this supposition leads to contradiction. See, in short, when dealing with sufficiently simple arguments, like Aristotelian syllogisms, which involve only unary predicates, it can be quite easy to find a countervaluation or show that there can't be one. The plan is to suppose the argument is not valid, i.e. to suppose there is a countervaluation, then work backwards to see what this Q-valuation must look like. Either you'll find one, showing the argument is not Q-valid, or discover that there can't be one, showing the argument is Q-valid. This working backwards strategy can then be systematized, becoming the so-called truth tree method. Compare section 16.2b. 36.6, the enchantings problem. Things get more interesting, however, as soon as we consider arguments involving binary predicates. Take, for example, an argument which includes these premises. H I x y r x y, Roman 2, x r x y, ris right arrow rxc, Roman 3, x not sign rxx. Arguing informally, we can see that these premises can only be true together in an infinite domain. Why? 1 pick an object 1 in the domain. Then by I there is some object 2 in the domain such that 1 is r to 2. And by Roman 3, this object can't be 1 again. So we need a new distinct object 2 in the domain. 2 by I there is some object 3 in the domain such that 2 is r to 3. By Roman 3, this object can't be 2 again. And it can't be 1 again, or else 36 Q-validity we would have both 1 is r to 2, by our previous assumption, and now 2 is r is 1. And hence by Roman 2, 1 is r to 1, which is ruled out by Roman 3. So we need a new distinct object 3 in the domain. 3 keep on going. The domain must contain at least some objects 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all distinct. Moral, as soon as we have a binary predicate like r in play, we may need to think about Q-valuations with infinite domains. By itself, this observation still doesn't rule out there being some decision method for determining the validity of arguments with binary predicates. But if we need to deal with infinite domains, it does suggest that a decision method, if one exists, is going to require more sophisticated techniques than anything we have touched on so far. B. The situation, then, is this. We want to know whether a QL argument is Q-valid. We can't just blunder through a search across every possible Q-valuation of the relevant language, though we now know that a limited search procedure can be used to decide validity in some special cases. So what about the general case? Is there a suitably sophisticated mechanical decision procedure that can always be applied to determine whether a QL argument is Q-valid, even when we have to tangle with the infinite? This is the so-called enchantings problem. Decision problem first posed by David Hilbert and Wilhelm Ackermann in their 1928 book Grun's Double-Huge der theoretischen Logik. This short but hugely influential classic, later translated as Principles of Mathematical Logic, is the first recognizably modern logic book, and still worth reading. The decision problem was soon solved in the negative by Alonzo Church and Alan Turing, working independently in 1935-36. Once we have a clear analysis of the notion of a mechanical decision procedure, and a resulting clear analysis of some of the limitations of mechanical computing procedures, we can show that there can indeed be no such procedure to decide all questions of QL validity. The arguments for this bit of meta-theory about QL logic are beautiful and not too hard, but sadly they go beyond what we can cover in this book. 36.7, generalizing again, a simple point to conclude this chapter. Claims about tautological validity are implicitly general. As we put it before, buy one tautological entailment, and you get indefinitely many of the same form for free. It is the same with Q-validity, because an argument is Q-valid merely in virtue of its logical form, a form that can be displayed using a purely logical schema. For example, we have just shown that gxfx right arrow gx, xgx, not sign hx 6xhx, not sign fx is Q-valid. But then we can see that any argument of the same shape xi alpha xi, right arrow beta xi beta xi right arrow not sign gamma xi, 6 xi gamma xi, right arrow not sign alpha xi, has to be Q-valid too. Summary why? Suppose an instance of that schema were not Q-valid. Then there would be a Q-valuation which made its premises true and conclusion false. This countervaluation will fix a domain and fix extensions for the relevant alpha, beta, and gamma, i.e. settle which objects these expressions are respectively true of. So carry this Q-valuation over to G, assigning the same domain, and assigning F, G, H respectively the extensions of the relevant alpha, beta, and gamma, and it would a countervaluation for G. But we know that there is no such thing. 36.8 summary Q-validity is defined in the predictable way. A QL inference between sentences is Q-valid if it is truth-preserving on all Q valuations. Our QL proof system is sound. So a proof in the system from given sentences as premises to a sentence as conclusion shows that the inference from the premises to the conclusion is Q-valid. We can show a QL inference is Q-invalid by finding a countervaluation, a Q-valuation which makes the premises true and conclusion false. But note, Q-invalidity doesn't prove plain invalidity. A Q-invalid argument will not be valid in virtue of the way that quantifiers and connectives appear, but it can be valid for some other reason. In some simple cases, we can mechanically test a QL inference for Q-validity, in particular, when it just involves unary predicates. There is, however, no general method for deciding questions of Q-validity. Exercises 36A find countervaluations to show that the following inferences are not Q-valid. 1 xlxx 6y lis 2 xfx gx6 xfx xgx3 xyz rzis 6zy x rzis use informal reasoning in the style of section 36.4 to decide which of these inferences is Q-valid. For xfx, yj right arrow not sign phi 6z not sign gz, 5 not xbx mx, not xsx not sign mx, 6 not xsx, px6 xfx right arrow gx, hx6 z not sign hz right arrow fx7 xrx not sign px, xrx right arrow sx, 6 xb right arrow not sign sx, 8 xbx right arrow mx, xsx not sign mx, 6 xsx not sign px, 9 xlxm not sign lxn, not sign lnm6 not xlxn, 10 xlox right arrow ho, xlxn right arrow lon, lmn6 ho b. Find out more about systematically looking for countervaluations, and perhaps discovering that there can't be one by looking at the online supplement on quantifier truth trees. 37 QL proofs. Meta theory. When discussing PL inferences, we tackled questions of validity twice over. We first defined a notion of tautological validity for such inferences. Next, we developed a Fitch-style proof system. We then noted the soundness and completeness theorems, which show that these two approaches to validity end up warranting the same inferences. It is important that you understand what these theorems say and why they are non-trivial. However, their proofs, though not particularly difficult, have been left to an appendix. Similarly, in discussing QL inferences, we have tackled questions of validity twice over. This time, we developed a Fitch-style proof system first, since it is quite straightforward to extend our PL proof system. But we now also have in place a suitable reconstruction of the notion of logical validity for QL inferences, namely Q-validity. Unsurprisingly, we want there to be soundness and completeness theorems to show that here too our two approaches march in step. Our discussion can be quite brisk, however, both because some key ideas are already familiar from the PL case, and because the main proof sketches again will be left to the appendix. What matters for now is just that you understand what the central meta-theorems actually claim. 37.1. The QL proof system reviewed our discussion of the meta-theory of propositional logic, started by codifying the principles for constructing PL proofs. We will want to similarly codify the principles for constructing QL proofs. But once we have specified that we are now working with QLWFFS, the story can go in 3 quick stages. First, we simply carry over to our QL proof system the very same inference rules for the connectives that we used in PL proofs. Second, we add our 4 new quantifier rules to the list of QL inference rules. Here they are again in summary. We can derive xi alpha xi, given an available instance alpha delta, so long as the dummy name delta doesn't occur in any live assumption for that instance, and Roman 2 delta doesn't occur in the conclusion xi alpha xi. Given xi alpha xi, we can derive any instance alpha tau. Generalizing QL proofs, we can derive the WFF xi alpha xi from any given instance alpha tau. Given xi alpha xi, and a subproof from the instance alpha delta as supposition to the conclusion gamma, where I the dummy name delta is new to the proof, and Roman 2 gamma does not contain delta, then we can derive gamma. Third, our QL inference steps get put together to form complete proofs in just the same column indenting style as for PL proofs, so we needn't repeat the general proof building rules. One comment. All our sample QL proofs so far start from 0 or more sentences as premises and end with a sentence as conclusion. This is the important case. But we will not actually ban derivations which start and finish with WFFS with dummy names. In fact, it is useful for meta-theoretical purposes to allow such cases. 37.2 Generalizing QL proofs here, though, is an initial point worth pausing over. In section 24.4, we showed that there is an important sense in which PL proofs generalize. The same goes for QL proofs, as noted briefly in section 32.5. Thus compare xfx right arrow gx fa right arrow gaga xgx 1 xi alpha xi right arrow beta xi alpha delta right arrow beta delta xi 2 zy rzy hz hz right arrow xsxc yrcy hc right arrow xsxc xsxc z xsxc 3 on the left. 1 is the simple proof we met in section 32.3. In 2, we use schemas to reveal the general pattern of argument in 1. And then, it doesn't matter what we substitute for alpha and beta, it doesn't matter which variable xi we choose, and it doesn't matter which previously unused dummy name delta we choose. We will always get an argument with the same structure as in 1. For example, take alpha xi to be y arc xi h xi and beta xi to be xsx xi. Then replace xi in 2 with z and delta with c, and we get the array 3 which has the same structure as 1 and hence is another proof. We can generalize the point. I take any QL proof. Systematically replace its predicates, variables, names, and dummy names with suitable schematic expressions. In particular, replace a predicate followed by a variable or name or dummy name by a schema like alpha xi or alpha tau or alpha delta as appropriate. Call the result a QL proof schema. Compare the idea of a PL proof schema we met in section 24.4. This proof schema reveals the structure of the original 37 QL proofs, meta-theory proof. It reveals all the relationships between the constituents of the original proof, which make it a correctly formed derivation. Roman 2 now systematically fill in such a schema to get another array of WFFS. The WFFS in this array follow the same pattern of derivation, so the array will be another correctly formed derivation. In summary then, and in parallel to the claim about generalizing PL proofs, we have any substitution instance of a QL proof schema is also a proof. So, as with claims about PL proofs, the claim that a given QL proof is valid is doubly general. First, it isn't language specific, i.e., another proof that is syntactically the same, but which is framed in a different language, where the names and predicates have different interpretations, will also be valid. Secondly, within a language, a claim about validity generalizes to other syntactically different proofs in the way just explained. 37.32 turnstiles again in section 16.4 and section 24.5, we introduced 2 turnstile symbols to use as shorthand in our English metalanguage. Let's quickly remind ourselves. The single turnstile, proves, is the syntactic turnstile, and gamma says that there is a formal proof using premises gamma and finishing with gamma as conclusion. In the earlier context, the proof system in question was our Fitch-style PL-NAT URL deduction system for propositional logic. We can now use the same single turnstile symbol again in the present context, where the proof system in question is our Fitch-style QL system for quantificational logic. When we want to be explicit about which proof system is in question, we can subscript the turnstile. Thus, PL versus QL, the double turnstile, entails, is the semantic turnstile, and gamma says that any semantic valuation of the relevant type which makes gamma all true also makes gamma true. In the earlier context, the relevant semantic valuations were those appropriate to a PL language, assigning truth values to its atoms. We can now use the same double turnstile symbol again in the present context, where the kind of semantic valuation in play is a Q-valuation for a QL language, assigning Q-values to its non-logical constituents. When we want to be explicit about which semantics is in question, we can subscript the turnstile. Thus, PL versus QL, 37.4 soundness in section 24.5, we noted a sequence of matching pairs of claims about the relations PL and PL. You can easily check that the same matching pairs hold for QL and QL. We could add further matching pairs specific to QL. But there is limited interest in listing off particular parallels between the relations expressed by the completeness syntactic and semantic turnstiles, since we have two big meta-theorems, ensuring that the two relations always march in step. So let's turn to the first key result. In section 24.6, we highlighted that our PL proof system is sound. For any WFFS gamma and gamma, if gamma, PL gamma, then gamma, PL gamma. As you would now hope, especially given our earlier remarks about soundness in general, there is a parallel soundness result for quantificational logic. Our QL proof system is sound. For any sentences gamma and gamma, if gamma, QL gamma, then gamma, QL gamma. In other words, our QL proof system really does work as we have advertised, and its derivations are genuine proofs. A correctly formed derivation starting from premises gamma and finishing with gamma does indeed warrant the claim that the conclusion is logically entailed by the premises, and more specifically warrants the claim that the conclusion is Q-entailed by the premises. Despite its great importance, a soundness proof for our QL proof system is relatively straightforward. In fact, we can use the same overall strategy as we used in proving soundness for PL. In other words, we first define what it is for a line on a QL proof to be good. It is good if any possibly expanded Q-valuation, which makes true the live assumptions at the line, also makes the WFF at that line true. Then we show that our QL proof-building rules make every line of a properly constructed proof good, because applying a rule always takes us from good lines to another good line. Then we conclude that the last line is good, so the proof's conclusion Q-validly follows from the premises. The devil, only a minor one, is in the details. QL proofs can feature auxiliary WFFS along the way as we introduce dummy names. So the expanded Q-valuations we need to look at as we go through a proof line by line can change, as relevant dummy names come into play or leave the field. But handling this is pretty easy. For more, see the appendix section A2. 37.5 completeness. A in section 24.7, we met the other big meta-theorem about our propositional logic, a companion to the soundness theorem. Our PL proof system is complete. For any WFFS gamma and gamma, if gamma, PL gamma, then gamma, PL gamma. Which suggests an obvious question: can we prove a parallel completeness result for quantificational logic? In other words, can we establish the following? Our QL proof system is complete. For any sentences gamma and gamma, if gamma, QL gamma, then gamma, QL gamma. In Frege's work in the 19th century, and again in Bertrand Russell and A.N. Whitehead's epoch-making Principia Mathematica, 1910-13, what is now 37 QL proofs. Meta-theory standard quantificational logic is not clearly separated off from a considerably richer logical framework. It was Hilbert who first isolated something equivalent to our QL proof system, albeit in a very different style. He didn't have our fully formed notion of Q-validity. But still, it was Hilbert who was first able to raise something close to the question whether our proof system for quantificational logic is complete for Q-validity. Again, the question is posed in his 1928 book with Ackermann. They didn't have to wait long for an answer. In his dissertation of 1929, Kurt G. Odell, the greatest logician of the 20th century, gave the first completeness proof. It can be adapted to show our QL proof system already has enough rules of inference to enable us, in principle, to provide a suitable formal proof to warrant any Q-valid inference. B. A completeness proof for QL sits just over the threshold that marks the beginning of a serious study of mathematical logic. You don't need to be able to cross the threshold in an introductory first encounter with formal logic. However, in the optional appendix for enthusiasts who want a glimpse beyond, we will sketch a really rather elegant completeness proof. different from G double dot odals, following the same kind of strategy we use to prove the completeness of our PL system. We will also see there that a simple corollary of our completeness proof will give us the theorem promised in section 36.2, which settles any worries we might have about the definition of Q-validity, quantifying over an apparently indeterminate range of valuations. 37.6 summary QL proofs allow new quantifier rules of inference, but otherwise their structure is just as for PL proofs. Like PL proofs, we can generalize from a particular QL proof to get a whole family of proofs structured in the same way. Our QL proof system can be proved to be sound using a similar strategy to our soundness proof for the PL proof system. Our QL proof system is also complete. There is more than one way of establishing this, but again, the proof we will outline in the appendix runs in parallel to the completeness proof we give for the PL proof system. However, actual proofs of the meta-theorems go beyond what we really need in a first introduction to formal logic. Understanding the content of the soundness and completeness theorems is what matters. Interlude. Extending QL. Let's pause for a brisk review of our explorations since the last interlude. We considered some informal rules of inference involving quantifiers, noting the role played by parameters or dummy names. We need some way to handle parameters in our formal languages. There are various options, but it is clearest to introduce a new category of symbols to do the job, our formal dummy names. We then adopted formal versions of those informal quantifier rules to give us a natural deduction system for QL derivations. Our earlier discussions of translating to and from QL languages had involved the interpretation of the vocabulary of a language via a glossary. We then moved on to consider the valuational semantics for such languages, i.e., we explored how the truth values of sentences of the language are determined by a Q valuation which fixes the domain, the references of names, and the extensions of predicates. The key new idea to grasp here, to take the simplest of illustrations, is that XFX is true on a Q valuation Q if and only if FA is true on every expansion of Q, which assigns some object in the domain as temporary reference to the dummy name. Once we have the notion of a Q valuation for a QL language in play, compare the notion of a valuation for a PL language, we can readily define the notion of a Q-valid inference. Compare the notion of a tautologically valid inference. The inference from given QL sentences, WFFS without dummy names, as premises to some sentence as conclusion is Q-valid, if and only if every Q valuation of the relevant language which makes the premises true makes the conclusion true. We now have two relations that can hold between premises and a conclusion. The conclusion can follow from the premises via some derivation in our Fitch-style QL proof system, and the inference from the premises to the conclusion can be Q-valid. The two relations march in step. If one holds, the other holds. Our formal proof system is sound, and perhaps more surprisingly, is complete. It would, however, be odd to stop our introductory logical inquiries at this point. For QL languages, as they stand, are still missing a very important class of expressions. Take, for example, that simple arithmetical truth interlude 2 plus 7 equals 3 times 3. Syntactically, the addition and multiplication signs here each combine with two terms to form another term. Semantically, they each express a binary function, which maps two numbers to their sum or product respectively. In short, both signs are function symbols. As so far characterized, QL languages lack function symbols. So these languages can't be used simply and directly to express functions. This is surely a major shortcoming for languages advertised as being appropriate for regimenting deductive reasoning in general and rigorous mathematical reasoning in particular. So one further step we will want to take is to allow function symbols into our formal languages. This is cheeringly straightforward. What about the equality sign in the equation? It works like a binary predicate, combining with the two functional terms to make a complete arithmetical proposition. What is this sign used to say? In our example, that the number which is the result of adding 2 and 7 is the very same number as, i.e., is none other than, the number which is the result of multiplying 3 and 3. But now compare the claims that George Orwell is Eric Blair, the tallest mountain is Mount Everest, the set of unicorns is the empty set, and so on. These again deploy the notion of a given thing a being one and the same identical thing as B. This notion of identity has the kind of generality and topic neutrality that makes it of central interest to logic. So, to go along with introducing function symbols, we will also want to handle the special identity predicate. See, these, then, will be the focal topics of the remaining chapters: function expressions and the identity predicate. We will explore how to add them to our QL languages to get what we will call QL languages. We take the more interesting topic of identity first. Of course, we can assign any meaning we like to a non-logical predicate in a QL language. So we can already set up a QL language to have a predicate which is intended to express identity. To be clear, then, the proposal now is to look at languages which have a logical identity predicate. A built-in predicate whose meaning is as fixed as the meanings of the connectives and quantifiers, and which is governed by inference principles which stay fixed across QL equals languages in the same way as our already familiar principles stay fixed across QL languages. D. Quine famously said, "To be is to be the value of a variable," meaning that regimenting a theory using a quantifier variable notation is our best way of making it clear what the theory commits us to, forcing us to be explicit about what we are quantifying over. And he argued that any worthwhile theory ought to be susceptible to being regimented in a QL equals framework for the sake of definiteness. We don't have to buy those Quinian doctrines in a full-strength version, but this much is right. With suitable choices of predicates and function expressions, QL equals languages indeed have very wide application, which is why understanding their logic matters. 38. Identity, as just noted in the interlude. The idea of identity has the kind of generality and topic neutrality that makes it an appropriate subject for logical inquiry. In this chapter, we say more about the identity relation. 38.1 Numerical versus qualitative identity compare two types of cases. A. Jill and her twin sister Jane are, as we say, identical. We cannot tell them apart. You and I have identical scarves. Simultaneously in London and Paris, Jack and Jack are wrapping up identical bottles of Chanel No. 19 to send to their respective beloveds. Since Jill and Jane are twins, Jill's mother is identical to Jane's mother. She is one and the very same person. There are two scarves, but you and I bought them from the identical branch of Marks and Spencer. And as luck would have it, Jack's beloved is one and the very same as Jack is. The identical woman is the object of both men's desires. Type A cases are instances of what is often called qualitative identity. Jill and Jane are distinct beings sharing the same intrinsic properties. Well, in the real world, maybe not strictly speaking all the same properties. But let's pretend that they are perfect duplicates. Likewise for the two distinct but identically similar scarves and the two bottles of perfume. In Type B cases, however, we have instances of numerical identity. It is one and the very same entity, the very same mother, the very same shop, the very same beloved, that is in question each time. Our topic in this chapter is the notion of identity in this latter sense of strict numerical identity. It is tempting to say that our concern is with the idea of one object being the very same thing as another. But that cannot possibly be quite the right way to put it. If there really is one object and another object, then there are two of them, and so then they of course cannot be numerically identical after all. 38.2 Equivalence relations. The identity predicate, not sign, is one and the very same as expresses a binary relation. Rather more specifically, it expresses an equivalence relation. More 38 identity specifically still, it expresses what can be thought of as the smallest equivalence relation. This section explains. We first need to define three features a binary relation R can have. 1. A relation R is reflexive if, for any appropriate A has relation R to it examples, is as tall as, has a parent in common with, drives the same make of car as express reflexive relations. For a logical example, single premise entailment is reflexive, a proposition entails itself. We want it to be appropriate. In the sense of being an object that can possibly stand in the relation R, we don't want to deny that being as tall as is a reflexive relation, just because it is nonsense to say, e.g., that the number 7 is as tall as itself. being as tall as is reflexive in its appropriate domain of application. 2. A relation R is symmetric if, whenever A has R to B, then B has R to it. Examples: is married to, is a different gender to, adjoins express symmetric relations. For a logical example, being inconsistent with is symmetric. If A is inconsistent with B, then B is inconsistent with A. 3. A relation R is transitive if, whenever A has R to B and B has R to C, then A has R to C. Examples: is heavier than, is an ancestor of, and is part of express transitive relations. For a logical example, single premise entailment is transitive. If A entails B and B entails C, then A entails C. Compare 5 and 5 in section 24.5. B relations can have these features in various combinations. As just noted, single premise entailment is reflexive and transitive, but it is not symmetric. Is heavier than is transitive, but neither symmetric nor reflexive. Again, has a parent in common with is reflexive, symmetric, but non-transitive, while is at least as tall as is reflexive, transitive, but non-symmetric. We are interested now, though, in relations which have all three features. An equivalence relation is one which is transitive, symmetric, and reflexive. Examples: is the same age A's, has the same surname A's, is a full sibling of, is parallel to, is truth functionally equivalent to all express equivalence relations. So too does is qualitatively identical to. See, suppose now we have some domain of objects and an equivalence relation are defined over those objects. Because of reflexivity, every object in the domain is R to something, if only itself. Note too that if A is R to B and A is R to C, then, by symmetry, B is R to A, and so by transitivity B is R to C. In other words, if A is R related to two things, they are also R related to each other. It follows that an equivalence relation R carves up its domain into non-overlapping groups of things, where the members of each group all stand in relation R to each other. These are R's equivalence classes. Identity as the smallest equivalence relation. For a simple illustration, take the domain of UK citizens and take the equivalence relation having the same legal surname as. This carves up the domain into equivalence classes of people who share the same surname. Everyone is in one such class, and no one is in more than one class. Some of these classes are large. There are a lot of Smiths. Others might contain just one or two members. For another example, take the domain of natural numbers and consider the relation differs by a multiple of 3 from. This is an equivalence relation. Its symmetry and transitivity are obvious. And for reflexivity, note that a number differs from itself by 0 times 3. This relation carves up the numbers into the equivalence classes 0, 3, 6, 9, 1, 4, 7, 10, and 2, 5, 8, 11. 38.3 Identity as the smallest equivalence relation. Let's now add some informal symbolism to English. When A is indeed 1 and the very same thing as B, then we will write A equals B, read A is identical to B. Note that it is perfectly appropriate to borrow the familiar mathematical symbol here. For when in ordinary arithmetic we write, say, 2 plus 3 equals 10 minus 5, we are claiming that the number which is the result of adding 2 and 3 is the very same as the number which results from subtracting 5 from 10. The left hand and the right hand of the equation aren't just picking out qualitatively similar things. The expressions on either side pick out the very same number. Similarly, for fancier mathematical uses of the sign, equals. What equals expresses is evidently reflexive, symmetric, and transitive. Play along with the familiar fiction again. Then, first, Clark Kent is, of course, 1 and the very same as Clark Kent. More generally, 1 for any A equals a second. If Clark Kent really is none other than Superman, then Superman must be none other than Clark Kent. Generalizing. 2 for any A and B. If A equals B, then B equals A and third. If Clark Kent is 1 and the very same as Superman, and Superman is 1 and the very same as the superhero from Krypton, then Clark Kent is 1 and the very same as the superhero from Krypton. Generalizing again. 3 for any A, B, and C. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals CB. As with any equivalence relation, the identity relation therefore carves up a domain of objects into equivalence classes. But of course, in this case, the equivalence classes will contain precisely one item each. For example, the only being related to Clark Kent by the identity relation is that very person, however we name him. The identity relation, then, is the equivalence relation, which partitions a domain into the smallest possible equivalence classes, with each member of the domain in its own separate class. 38 identities, see. The extension of a relation, recall, comprises the ordered pairs which satisfy the relation. So the extension of the identity relation defined over some domain comprises just the ordered pairs A, B, B, C, C, running through each object in that domain. But any other equivalence relation defined over the same domain also has those pairs in its extension, as well as other pairs, because every equivalence relation is reflexive. What is distinctive about the identity relation, then, is that the extension of the identity relation is the common core contained in the extension of every equivalence relation defined over the relevant domain. In other words, the identity relation will have the smallest extension of any equivalence relation defined over the domain. In that sense, identity is always the smallest equivalence relation on a domain. D. The identity relation does not make a real connection between distinct things. So some, like Wittgenstein in his Tractatus, would argue that identity is not a genuine relation at all. But again, as in section 25.3b, we will set aside philosophers' worries and follow the logician's usual generous practice, and allow what is expressed by the binary identity predicate to count as a relation. But if the identity relation always holds between a thing and itself, how can true identity propositions be informative? It was news to the Babylonians that the morning star is the very same thing as the evening star. It is news to the beginning geometry student that the center of the circle drawn through a triangle's vertices is the very same point as the one where the perpendicular bisectors of its sides meet. It will be news to Lois that Clark Kent is none other than Superman. How can identities like these be news? A Phrygian will argue that what we need here is the sense-reference distinction again. In true identity statements, we twice pick out the same object as reference, and yes, it is trivial that an object has to be identical to itself. But in the informative cases, we pick out the same object by using terms with two different senses, which give two different modes of presentation of the same thing. And it may not be at all trivial that these modes of presentation arrow in on the same target. 38.4 Leibniz's law. A. The crucial principle governing strict numerical identity is Leibniz's law. LL. If A equals B, i.e. A and B are one and the same thing, then whatever property A has, B has. There can be no exceptions to this. If the object O is one and the very same thing as the object B, then A's having the property P just is one and the very same state of affairs as B's having the property P. Hence, if Superman is Clark Kent, then whatever properties Superman has, Clark has. If Superman can fly, then so can Clark, though you might not realize it. If Superman loves Lois, so does Clark. Summary likewise, if Jill's mother is one and the very same person as Jane's mother, then Jill's mother and Jane's mother have the same properties. If Jill's mother is a logician, so is Jane's. If Jill's mother has 3 children, so does Jane's. Leibniz's law is also often called the indiscernibility of identicals. If A and B really are the same thing, then of course you can't tell them apart. And this is trivially equivalent to another uncontroversial principle, which we can call the diversity of the dissimilar. DD, if A has some property that B lacks, then A is not identical to B. If Superman can fly and Clark in any guise can't, then Clark isn't the superhero after all. If Jill's mother has red hair and Jane's mother hasn't, then they are different people. B. Don't confuse the correct principle of the indiscernibility of identicals with the converse principle of the identity of indiscernibles. Leibniz himself held that if A and B share all the same properties, so are not discernibly different in kind, then they must be one and the very same thing. If we are generous enough about what counts as a property, to include, for instance, the property of being located in a particular place, this may be defensible. However, the metaphysical principle of the identity of indiscernibles looks false if we mean ordinary intrinsic qualities. For example, it seems that 2 atoms can be duplicates in each and every intrinsic respect, can be qualitatively perfectly identical, yet still be two distinct things, differing only in their spatial locations and in their relations to other things. See, finally, let's stress that Leibniz's law in the form LL is a statement about things, it is a metaphysical principle. If A and B are the same thing, then A and B have the same properties. But it implies a claim about language and the interchangeability of referring expressions. LL, suppose that in the sentence CN, the context C attributes some property to the object referred to by the term N, the same property whichever term N completes the sentence. Then if A and B are co-referential terms and CA is true, then CB is also true. How is LL consistent with the fact that we cannot exchange the coreferential names Superman and Clark Kent in the context Lois believes that not sign can fly, salva veritate? Because, as we explained in section 25.7, the gappy context here does not straightforwardly express a property. 38.5 Summary, we must distinguish qualitative from strict numerical identity. Qualitative and strict numerical identity are both transitive, symmetric, and reflexive 38 identity relations, i.e., are both equivalence relations. But strict numerical identity is the smallest equivalence relation. It relates an object to nothing other than itself. The key principle governing identity is LL, Leibniz's law. If A and B are identical, then whatever property A has, B has. There is a linguistic version of this principle, LL. If A and B are functioning as coreferential singular terms in the claims CA and CB, and also the context C expresses the same property in each case, then these claims must have the same truth value. Exercises 38. A. In addition to the properties of relations already defined, we say, I. A relation R defined over a given domain is Euclidean just if, whenever A has R to B and A has R to C, then B has R to C. Roman 2R is asymmetric if, whenever A has R to B, then B does not have R to A. Roman 3R is irreflexive if no object has R to itself. Give examples of relations which are neither reflexive nor irreflexive, and neither symmetric nor asymmetric. Which of the following are true? 1. If R is asymmetric, it is irreflexive. 2. If R is transitive and irreflexive, it is asymmetric. 3. If R is transitive and symmetric, it is reflexive. 4. If R is an equivalence relation, it is Euclidean. 5. If R is asymmetric and Euclidean, it is irreflexive. 6. If R is Euclidean and reflexive, it is an equivalence relation. Give QL proofs for examples of the true claims. Take the domain containing just the 5 numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many different equivalence relations can be defined over the domain? For this purpose, count relations as the same if they have the same extensions. B. LL is quite understandable as it is. But give a version which might satisfy a logician who is very pernickety about the use of quotation marks. C. Which, if any, of the following arguments involving identity claims are valid? How do they relate to Leibniz's law? 1. Tubby is so called because of his size. Tubby is none other than Dr. Jones. Hence, Dr. Jones is so called because of his size. 2. Few people have heard of Bessarianis Dze Jughashvili. Jughashvili is in fact Stalin. Therefore, few people have heard of Stalin. 3. George Orwell is a well-known author. George Orwell is Eric Blair. So Eric Blair is a well-known author. 4. Necessarily, 9 is 9. The number of planets is 9. So, necessarily, the number of planets is 9. 39 QL equals languages. We now add a special symbol for the identity relation to our QL languages. Then we explore the additional expressive power of the resulting QL equals languages. 39.1 equals, as the identity predicate, A. We could, of course, pick a letter like I and use this as a binary identity predicate in the usual way. So, I would then take two terms to form an atomic WFF, such as im, and would say of the objects picked out by the terms that they are one and the same. However, it is standard to use the familiar identity sign equals, and we will allow this symbol to be written between a pair of terms to form a new kind of atomic WFF. However, the choice of a special symbol and the departure from the predicate first arrangement is, of course, not the important thing. What matters is that this identity sign is now going to be treated not as a regular predicate, whose interpretation can vary from Q-valuation to Q-valuation, but as a new logical constant, which retains a fixed interpretation on every valuation. We will call a QL language with a built-in, fixed-meaning, identity predicate a QL equals language. The syntax of such a language can, for the moment, be defined by taking QL syntax as summarized in section 35.2 and adding. The logical symbols of a QL equals language also include equals. The atomic WFFS of a QL equals language also include every WFF of the form tau equals, tau where tau and tau are terms. So M equals N, A equals B, M equals A, etc. count as atomic QL equals WFFS. The rest of our official syntactic rules can stay the same as for unaugmented QL languages. However, for reasons of aesthetics and readability, we will adopt a familiar shorthand. We abbreviate expressions like not sign M equals N, not sign A equals B, not sign X equals N, not sign Y equals Z, etc. by respectively M6 equals N, A6 equals B, X6 equals N, Y6 equals Z, etc. What about the semantics for our new symbol? We can read equals as meaning not sign is identical to, or not sign is none other than. And we add to the semantic rules given in section 35.4 the following truth rule for evaluating one of the new atomic WFFS on a possibly extended valuation queue. 39 QL equals languages. A4, suppose alpha is an atomic WFF of the form tau equals tau. And suppose Q assigns the term tau the object O, and assigns the term the object O. If O is 1 and the same object as O, then alpha equals T. Otherwise alpha equals F from now on. When we talk about Q valuations for QL equals languages, we will mean valuations which are governed by this new rule in addition to our old evaluation rules for QL languages. B. The general principles about the reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity of identity can now be expressed as QL equals WFFS like this. Ref XX equals X, sim XYX equals Y right arrow Y equals X, trans XYZX equals YY equals Z right arrow X equals Y. It is easy to see that these are in fact Q-logical WFFS of our QL equals languages, i.e. they are true on any Q valuation. For example, sim is true on a Q valuation Q just if A equals B right arrow B equals A is true on every extended valuation Q ob assigning temporary Q values to the two dummy names. But if the antecedent of this conditional is true on Q ob, that must be because Q ob assigns the dummy names the same Q value, which will make the consequent true as well. So the conditional is indeed true on any Q ob. Ref, sim, and trans will also turn out to be easy theorems when we introduce suitable natural derivation rules to handle identity in a QL equals proof system in Chapter 41. 39.2, translating into QL equals having an identity sign in our language, gives us a surprisingly rich extension to our expressive resources. Let's run through some first simple examples, taking a variant of QL extended with the identity predicate. In QL equals, the proper names with their interpretations are M, Mrs. Jones, N, Nuries, O, Owen. And the predicates are F, not sign speaks Welsh, G, not sign is a woman, L, not sign loves, M, not sign is taller than, the domain of quantification, people living people for definiteness. We'll translate the following. Translating into QL, 1 Nuries is none other than Mrs. Jones. 2, if Nuries speaks Welsh, and Mrs. Jones doesn't, then they are different people. 3, everyone except Nuries loves Owen. 4, someone other than Owen is taller than Nuries. 5, only Mrs. Jones loves Owen. 6, only Nuries and Owen love Mrs. Jones. 7, Nuries only loves people who love her. 8, Nuries is taller than at most one person. 9, at most one woman speaks Welsh. 10, whoever loves Mrs. Jones loves no one else. First, is none other than is naturally read as simply an assertion of identity, so we don't always have to translate none by a quantifier, while are different people is a denial of identity. So here are our first 3 simple translations. 1 N equals M2, Fn not sign Fm, right arrow not sign N equals M, or more readably, Fn not sign Fm, Right arrow N6 equals M3 everyone except Nuries loves Owen. Everyone is such that if they are not Nuries, they love Owen, X not sign X equals N right arrow LXO, or more readably XX6 equals N right arrow LXO. Someone who says, everyone except Nuries loves Owen perhaps implies that Nuries doesn't love Owen. But they do not actually assert that by 3, for it would be consistent to add. And maybe Nuries does too. I just don't know. For someone other than Owen is taller than Nuries. Someone is such that they are not Owen, and they are taller than Nuries XX6 equals O MXN. 5 only Mrs. Jones loves Owen, Mrs. Jones loves Owen, and no one else loves Owen. LMO not XX6 equals M LXO. Or equivalently, Mrs. Jones loves Owen, and anyone who loves Owen is Mrs. Jones. LMO XLXO X equals M. 6 only Nuries and Owen love Mrs. Jones, Nuries loves Mrs. Jones and Owen loves Mrs. Jones. And anyone who loves Mrs. Jones is either Nuries or Owen. LNM LOM XLXM right arrow X equals and X equals O. Some uses of only, then, get translated using the identity predicate. But keep your wits about you, and don't forget that many uses of only in quantified sentences do not require the identity predicate to render them. For example, 7 Nuries only loves people who love her. Everyone is such that if Nuries loves them, then they love her, XLNX right arrow LXN. 39 QL equals languages. Next we note that the universal quantifier plus the identity predicate can be used to render. There is at most one. So, 8 Nuries is taller than at most one person. Take any people X and Y. If Nuries is taller than X, and Nuries is taller than Y, then X is none other than Y X Y M N X M N Y, right arrow X equals Y. The translation is compatible with there being no one whom Nuries is taller than, but that is how it should be. Similarly, 9 at most one woman speaks Welsh XYGX FX, Jai Phi right arrow X equals Y. 10 Whoever loves Mrs. Jones loves no one else. Everyone X is such that if X loves Mrs. Jones, then X loves no one other than Mrs. Jones. Everyone X is such that if X loves Mrs. Jones, then everyone Y is such that if Y isn't Mrs. Jones, then X doesn't love Y. XLXM right arrow, YY6 equals M right arrow not sign LXY. Or equivalently, XLXM right arrow YLXY, Y equals M, or equivalently again, as we can always use a negated existential quantifier to render a no one. XLXM right arrow not YLXY, Y6 equals M. 39.3 Numerical quantifiers. We have just seen how to render something of the form, there is at most one F, by a corresponding QL equals WFF. 1XYFX phi right arrow X equals Y. And of course we know how to translate, there is at least one F, 2XFX. Putting these together then, we can translate, there is exactly one F, i.e. there is at least one and at most one F by the conjunction. 3XFX XYFX phi right arrow X equals Y. Here's an alternative, simpler translation that will do equally as well. 4XFX Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X, which says that something is F, and anything which is F is that same thing again. And helping ourselves to the shorthand for the biconditional, here's an even brisker version. 5x Wi-Fi left right arrow Y equals X. Why is this again equivalent? 5 says that there is something, such that any F thing is identical to X, while Roman 2, anything identical to X, and hence itself, numerical quantifiers is F. Later, when we have some deduction rules for working with the identity predicate, we will be able to derive 3, 4, and 5 from each other. B. Now consider the following WFFS. 6XYFX phi, X6 equals Y7XYZFX phi, FZ right arrow, X equals Y equals Z equals X. The first says that there is an F and also another, distinct F. So 6 says that there are at least 2 FS, while 7 says that if we try to pick 3 things which are all F, then at least 2 of the FS will be identical, i.e., there are at most 2 FS. The conjunction of 6 with 7 will therefore say that there are at least 2 FS and at most 2 FS, or in other words that there are exactly 2 FS or, if you think about it, we could more neatly translate that by 8XYFX phi X6 equals Y, ZFZ, Z equals X, Z equals Y. C, an aside. We can now fulfill a promise made in section 29.1c. We noted there that the English plural in some logicians are wise, surely indicates that there is more than one wise logician. But a standard translation along the lines of XGX-HX says only that there is at least one. Usually, we said, the difference isn't worth fussing about. But we added that when we augment our QL languages with an identity predicate, we can then express some more than one with the resources of our enriched language, if and when we really need to do so. We now know how. For using the same idea as in 6, we can translate some logicians are wise into QL equals while now making explicit the indication that there is more than one wise logician by writing something like 9xygxhx, ji high x6 equals y. D to continue with our numerical quantifiers. Consider next 10xyzfx phi fz x6 equals y, y6 equals z, z6 equals x, wfw right arrow, w equals x, w equals y, w equals z, using w instead of x. This says that you can find 3 fs, all different, and any f you choose is one of them. In other words, there are exactly 3 fs we can obviously keep going in a similar vein, expressing numerical quantifications of the kind, there are at least n fs. There are at most n fs. There are exactly n fs using just the familiar quantifiers, the connectives, and identity. The link between logic and elementary arithmetic is closer, however, than a mere point about QL's capacity to express numerical quantifiers. Suppose we abbreviate for, saying that there is exactly one f as xfx. By the way, you should also note the frequently used alternative notation, xfx. And suppose we abbreviate the version of 8 with g replacing f, saying that there are exactly 2 g's as xgx. Now take the version of 10 with fxgx instead of fx and phi ji instead of phi, etc. This says that there are exactly 3 things which are either f or g abbreviated xfxgx. Then consider the long WFF, which we can then abbreviate 39 QL equals languages, 11 XFX, XGX, not XFXGX, right arrow XFXGX. What does this say? That if there is one F and 2 G's and nothing is F and G, then we have 3 things that are F or G, for example. As we teach the toddler, if there is one thing in my left hand and 2 things in my right, then there are 3 things in my hands altogether. So we have found that a simple proposition of applied arithmetic is expressible in QL equals. But more than that, not only is this truth expressible in purely logical terms, but it is in fact a Q-logical truth. It can be shown, with a bit of effort, to be true on all Q valuations, and it can be proved as a theorem in a proof system for QL equals. Which raises an intriguing, deep, and difficult question. Just how much elementary arithmetic is, so to speak, just logic in disguise. 39.4 existence claims we want ref, sim, and trans to be Q-logical truths. And on reflection, we want the likes of 11 in the last section to be Q-logical truths too. In this section, however, we comment on some perhaps unwanted cases. A work in our language QL equals. Then consider the following sentence, which says that there is at least one person. 1x equals x. This is true on any Q valuation Q of the language. For there is always at least one expanded valuation, Q, on which a equals a is true, because the domain always contains at least one object which can be assigned to a as temporary reference. Consider now the following sentence of QL equals, which says that there is someone who is Nuries, so Nuries exists. 2x equals, and this is true on a Q valuation Q if there is some extension Q on which a equals n is true. But again, this is always the case, because we can always take the extension which assigns to the same reference as in, and names always get a reference on a Q valuation. So both 1 and 2 come out as Q-logical truths. But is it true as a matter of mere logic that at least one person exists, or that Nuries in particular exists? Surely not. So 1 and 2 are examples of Q-logical truths which are not logical truths in the intuitive sense. How should we respond? B. Start with the second example. Ordinary language has empty names, names which fail to pick out an object, yet which have a role in the language and don't produce mere nonsense. In the Phrygian terminology of section 25.6, it seems that ordinary names can have sense even if they lack reference. That is why it is contentful to be told that Lois Lane or Santa Claus don't really exist, but that there is such a real person as Donald Trump. It might seem natural, then, to extend our formal logical languages by similarly summary allowing names to be non-denoting. And then a WFF like 2 can be sometimes true, sometimes false, depending on whether N has a reference. This will require us to adopt a version of free logic, i.e. a logic free of certain existence assumptions. But adopting a free logic does involve significant revisions and complications. So, rightly or wrongly, we will cling to the simplicity of QLQL equals languages and standard logic as they stand. We will continue to ban empty names, forcing 2 above to be true rather as we ban empty domains, which forces 1 to be true. Compare the discussion of Chapter 34. The issues aren't quite the same, but the debates about whether to accommodate empty domains and empty names can have similar contours, so we won't rehearse similar arguments pro and con again. The standard line is to note that there is, after all, a sense in which non-denoting names are linguistically defective when used in serious, fact-stating discourse. And by default, we normally argue on the background assumption that what we are talking about exists. Our standard formal logic can then aim to capture how we should argue given that assumption. And the Q-logical truths of our formal languages are then the truths that are guaranteed once the assumption of non-empty domains and non-empty names is in place. See a quick final remark. Apprentice philosophers often come across the slogan, "Existence isn't a predicate." If this is read naively as saying that a language can't have a predicate-like expression, i.e. an expression with one slot waiting to be filled up by a term, which, just in virtue of its meaning, necessarily applies to just those things which exist but not otherwise, then the slogan misleads. Even in formal languages like ours, the gappy expression XX equals not sign does the job perfectly well, and is indeed very useful in a free logic. Still, if the philosophical slogan is intended to bring out the close relation between vernacular talk of existence and the use of something fundamentally different from an ordinary predicate, namely the operation of existential quantification, then the slogan is indeed apt. 39.5 Summary, we add to QL the identity sign, governed by the syntactic rule that a term followed by equals, followed by a term is an atomic WFF. The identity sign is governed by the semantic rule that an atomic WFF of the form tau equals tau is true on the valuation Q if the terms tau and tau have the same reference according to Q. With an identity predicate now built in, QL equals languages can now express basic laws like the reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity of identity, and capture a form of Leibniz's law. QL languages have the resources to express more complex quantifiers like everyone other than Nuri's, exactly 3 people, etc. 39. QL equals languages simple applied arithmetical truths of the kind 1 F and 2 Gs makes 3 F or Gs, assuming no overlap between F and Gs, are not only expressible using quantifiers, connectives, and identity, but are Q-logical truths of QL equals. The likes of XX equals N also, perhaps less happily, come out as Q-logical truths. But this reflects the fact that the Q-logical truths of QL equals languages are the truths that are guaranteed once the assumption of non-empty domains and non-empty names is in place. Exercises 39, A. More Welsh affairs. Render the following into QL equals 1. Someone other than Owen loves Nuri's. 2. Only if Nuri's is Mrs. Jones does she love only Owen. 3. Exactly 1 Welsh speaker loves Owen. 4. Mrs. Jones loves everyone except Owen. 5. Some women other than Nuri's only love Owen. 6. Some women only love people who love them. 7. Only if she loves Owen is Nuri's loved only by him. 8. There are exactly 2 women who love exactly 2 people. B. The language QL equals has 2 proper names M, 0, N, 1, and 2 predicates M. Not sign succeeds, i.e. not sign immediately follows in the natural numbers, R. Not sign is plus registered. And its domain of quantification is the natural numbers, integers from 0 up. Translate the following WFFS from QL equals into natural English. 1 y x mxy, x y z mxc. Ms right arrow x equals y2 x y z mxy, y equals z right arrow mxc3. Right arrow x equals y4 x y r zine right arrow mxy, 5 right arrow rxcy. Rxcy right arrow rzize 6 x rxxx. Yri right arrow y equals x7 xy zrzxy. WRWXY right arrow w equals z8. ZXMXC, YMIS right arrow y equals x rxnz. 9xymxm mxn mim min, x equals y. MZN right arrow, z equals x, z equals y. The notation we have chosen here is evidently somewhat unhelpful. For a start, we could avail ourselves of the permission to use non-letter symbols in QL languages, so that we could instead use, e.g., 0 and 1 to denote 0 and 1. And rather than rzxy, we will want to be able to use something that looks more like x plus y equals z. In Chapter 42, we will see how to do this. 40 definite descriptions in this chapter. We extend our discussion of the expressive resources of QL equals with its built-in identity predicate by considering how so-called definite descriptions can be rendered using Russell's famed theory of descriptions. 40.1 The project consider the expressions, the man in the corner drinking a martini, the oldest woman in the world, the Queen of England, the smallest prime number, the present King of France, the largest prime number. Such expressions more generally, expressions of the type, the F, are standardly called definite descriptions. A definite description aims to designate a particular thing, but as the last two cases remind us, definite descriptions can easily fail to pick out any entity. There may be nothing which is F, and so nothing which is the F now. Imagine we are at a party. I tell you that a number of people from different disciplines are here, and say, the physicist is over there, talking to George. Then, assuming what I said is true, it certainly seems that you can correctly conclude, for a start, that there is a physicist present, and indeed, as we'll remark in a moment, that there is just one physicist present. Generalizing, if a claim of the form the F is G is true then, for a start, so is the corresponding claim of the form there is at least one F, set aside rogue cases, as when G is filled by the likes of non-existent or fictitious. How can we reflect this sort of logical entailment inside our formal languages? We can't treat the F like a name with no internal structure. We need a theory of descriptions. 40.2 Russell's theory of descriptions. A. Take again the proposition 1. The physicist, present at the party, is talking to George. How could we render this, as best we can, into a QL equals language? Using the predicate F for physicist and quantifying over people at the party, we can express the proposition that there is exactly one physicist at the party as follows. Compare section 39.3. 4. 2 xfx Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x. 40 definite descriptions. Suppose we now add a clause inside the scope of the existential quantifier, using the predicate G for is talking to George like this. R xfx Wi-Fi right arrow y equals xgx. Arguably, this is an acceptable rendition of one. If R is true, if there is one and only one physicist here at the party, and they are talking to George, then surely one holds. It is true that the physicist here is talking to George. And conversely, if the physicist is talking to George, then there is a physicist here. There is only one physicist here, otherwise there would be no one who is the physicist. And moreover, this person is talking to George, which makes R true, which suggests the following general proposal. A proposition of the kind the F is G can be rendered into QL equals by a corresponding WFF like R, which is true or false in the same circumstances. And note that R elementarily entails XFX. So this rendition does, as wanted, capture the simple entailment from the F is G to there is an F, B instead of 2. We could equally well use 3x Wi-Fi left right arrow y equals x to render the proposition that there is one and only one physicist. Compare section 39.3. 5. Hence, instead of R, we could equally well use the slightly snappier R, x Wi-Fi left right arrow y equals xgx to render the proposition that the physicist is talking to George. And a third equivalent way of saying the same is the more long-winded R. x fx x yfx phi right arrow x equals y, xfx right arrow gx, which renders, there is at least one physicist, and there is at most one physicist, and whoever is a physicist is talking to George. In the next chapter, we will develop the resources to give natural deduction proofs that R, and R do entail each other. But for the moment, let's take this intuitively correct claim on trust. C. The proposal that we can formally render an ordinary language proposition of the kind the F is G by R or one of its equivalents is due to Bertrand Russell. It is part of his theory of descriptions. However, does R really get the truth conditions of the ordinary language proposition right? Plausibly, as we said, if R is true, then the F is G is true. But on second thoughts, do the two really match on falsehood? Suppose that there is no F, then R is straightforwardly false. But do we want to say the same, however, about the F is G? Russell himself uses the example, the present king of France is bald. Is this straightforwardly false? Some might argue. Since France isn't a monarchy, the present king of France is bald does not even make it to the starting line for being true or false, since the definite description fails to pick out anything. Descriptions and existence compare Mr. Brixentingle is bald, where the apparent proper name, Mr. Brixentingle, is just a fake, invented to look vaguely name-like, but in fact attached to no one. That sentence fails to make any determinate claim, and so surely lacks a truth value. Non-referring names like this create truth value gaps, which is why we have banned non-referring names from QL equals languages where we want sentences to be determinately true or false on evaluation. Non-referring descriptions create truth value gaps too. In some, the F is G is neither true nor false when there is no F, however, the corresponding R is plain false. Hence the F is G is not adequately rendered by R. What are we to make of this line of argument? Certainly, a claim of the form the F is G can fail to be true in more than one way. It can fail, A, because there isn't an F. It can fail, B, because there are too many FS, so we shouldn't talk of the F. It can fail, C, when there is a unique F, but it isn't G. The Russellian will claim that his rendition in the version R captures this very nicely. The F is G can be false in three different ways, depending on which of the three conjuncts in R isn't satisfied. The anti-Russellian disagrees and will instead say that only in case C is the claim actually false. In cases A and B, the F is G is neither true nor false. But what does this disagreement really come to? How do we decide such issues? Even the principles that should guide debate here are very unclear. We certainly can't pursue these matters any further in this book. We just have to note that there is a minefield hereabouts. Fortunately, we can move on with a good conscience, because all we need for our current purposes is the following claim, and this is uncontroversial. Given the limited resources of bivalent QL, languages, WFFS modeled on the Russellian form R, or its equivalents R and R, are the best options available for rendering propositions involving definite descriptions like the F is G. 40.3 descriptions and existence take a QL, language with the glossary K. Not sign is a king of France B. Not sign is bald, the domain. Presently existing. People. Then, following Russell, we can render his favorite example. The present king of France is bald by 1 xkx yk right arrow y equals xbx. This is false because 2 not xkx yk right arrow y equals x 40 definite descriptions is true. It indeed isn't the case that there exists one and only one present king of France. In other words, 2 tells us that 3 the present king of France doesn't exist. Now compare the true 2 with a formal WFF of the shape 4 not xx equals n involving a proper name. As we noted in section 39.4, in QL equals languages, a claim such as 4 is always false, since QL names always have a reference. Therefore, the likes of 4 can't be used to regiment true informal non-existence claims involving names like Santa Claus doesn't exist into standard QL equals languages. The controversial moral that Russell drew was that, in order to correctly handle true non-existence claims involving names, we should treat ordinary proper names as disguised definite descriptions. So we should treat Santa Claus doesn't exist for example, as saying the S doesn't exist, where S is a predicate like, is a bearded, red-coated worldwide distributor of Christmas presents. And then this can be rendered as a true claim along the lines of to, using a suitably Santa-describing formal predicate S in place of K 40.4 descriptions and scope. A. Set aside the Russellian doctrine that names are disguised descriptions and get back to definite descriptions themselves. Let's next note that, just as ordinary language quantifiers mixed with negation can produce scope ambiguity. See section 26.3c. So ordinary language definite descriptions mixed with negation can produce ambiguity. Suppose we are discussing famous baldies. You challenge me to name 10. I reel off a list beginning the Dalai Lama is bald, Bruce Willis is bald, the actor who plays Captain Picard in Star Trek is bald, the King of France is bald. And you interrupt, saying no, that last one is not right. A. The King of France isn't bald, he doesn't even exist. Your protest is surely correct, and the way you have phrased it seems natural enough. But now compare a second occasion. We are discussing people who aren't bald. So this time I reel off a list of famous non-baldies. The Queen of England isn't bald, Bill Clinton isn't bald, Gwyneth Paltrow isn't bald, B. The King of France isn't bald. And again you interrupt, this time saying descriptions and scope no. That last one is not right. You can't say that, he doesn't even exist. Again, you are surely right. But how can it be that my assertion, B, is flawed, when you, using exactly the same words in A, can be understood as saying something correct? We will have to discern an ambiguity. The King of France isn't bald can be used to express two different claims, one true, the other false. And Russell's theory of descriptions gives us a very natural diagnosis of the apparent ambiguity here. It treats it as a straightforward scope ambiguity. So, to capture the truth you intended to assert using, A, the negation must be understood as having wide scope, governing the whole sentence, giving a true message we can render like this. 1 not xkx y chi right arrow y equals x bx. On the other reading of the sentence, the one appropriate to the false occurrence, B, the negation has narrow scope, governing just the predicate bald, and the resulting false message can be rendered 2 xkx y chi right arrow y equals x not sign bx. B here is another case of a scope ambiguity involving a definite description, a modal case worth mentioning even though it takes us beyond the resources of QL equals. Suppose the president is actually a Republican. Then consider 3 the president might have been a Democratic. This again has two readings. Are we saying there's a possible scenario in which the election goes differently, leading to someone else winning who is a Democrat? Or are we saying of the actual president that this very person might have been a Democrat, contemplating a different personal trajectory? If we imagine adding to QL languages a modal operator diamond suit to be read as it might have been the case that, then we can represent the two readings of 3 by alternatively giving diamond suit wide or narrow scope, along the following lines. 4 diamond xbx, y pi right arrow y equals x dx 5 xbx, y pi right arrow y equals x diamond suit dx. See, this much seems clear then. An operator forming a definite description from a predicate is like a quantifier in giving rise to questions of relative scope. But Russell claimed significantly more. He held that the appropriateness of the regimentation of the F is G by R, and the way it accounts for the scope behavior of descriptions shows that the here really is another genuine quantifier, though a binary one, compare section 26.1. Indeed, the claim goes on, the formal rendition, R somehow reveals the true underlying semantic structure of vernacular claims involving definite descriptions. But again, it is quite unclear exactly what that last claim comes to. And for our limited purposes in this book, we can happily avoid another minefield by simply leaving it as an open question whether a more fully Russellian position on descriptions is defensible. 40 definite descriptions, 40.5 more translations, what is defensible, to repeat, is the claim that WFFS like R or their equivalents are the best options we have for rendering propositions of the form the F is G into QL-type languages. Let's see this core of Russell's theory of descriptions put to work in a few more examples. So we will translate the following into the language QL equals of section 39.2. 1. The Welsh speaker who loves Mrs. Jones is Owen. 2. Owen loves the woman who loves him. 3. Owen only loves the woman who loves him, for the tallest woman speaks Welsh. 5. The woman who loves Owen loves the Welsh speaker who loves Nurries. Take these in turn. The informal X is a Welsh speaker who loves Mrs. Jones can be rendered by FX LXM. So following the Russellian model R, the complete translation of the first proposition will run 1 XFX LXM, Wi-Fi lim, right arrow Y equals XX equals O. If we follow the simpler model R, we'd get the slightly brisker 1 X Wi-Fi lim, left right arrow Y equals XX equals O. The second example is similar. The definite description this time is the woman who loves Owen, and X is a woman who loves Owen, is translated by GX LXO. So following the models R and R, we arrive at the alternative translations 2 XGX LXO YJ Lio, right arrow Y equals X locks. 2 XYJ Lio, left right arrow Y equals X locks. To translate the third example, we need to add to our translation of 2 that, for anyone other than the woman who loves Owen, Owen doesn't love them, or equivalently, anyone Owen does love is none other than that woman again, which gives us 3 XGX LXO YJ Lio, right arrow Y equals X locks Z laws right arrow Z equals X. Next, note that the tallest woman is the woman such that she is taller than all other women. Now, Y is a woman who is taller than all other women can be rendered by J ZGZZ6 equals Y right arrow Ms. Using the brisker R style of translation, we therefore get 4XYJ, ZGZZ6 equals Y right arrow Ms, left right arrow Y equals XFX. Our last example involves 2 descriptions. For a moment, abbreviate loves the Welsh speaker who loves Nurries by C. And to keep things slightly simpler, let's again use R as our template. Then we have, as a halfway translation, the woman who loves Owen is CXYJ Lio, left right arrow Y equals XC. And then unpacking C, we have CX ZWFW LWN, left right arrow W equals Z LXC. So if we plug the one into the other, we get summary 5XYJ Lio, left right arrow Y equals X ZWFW LWN, left right arrow W equals Z LXC. Now, the last translation gets the truth conditions right, at least if we have set aside the possibility of truth value gaps. However, the messiness of this QL equals rendition compared to the relative simplicity of the original English surely casts some doubt on the stronger Russellian thesis that the theory of descriptions captures the true underlying logical form of the vernacular claim. 40.6 summary propositions of the form the F is G are best rendered into QL equals Russell style by corresponding WFFS like RXFX Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals XGX, or like R, X Wi-Fi left right arrow Y equals XGX. This uncontentious claim, part of Russell's theory of descriptions, should be distinguished from Russell's much more contentious claims that this sort of rendition gets the truth conditions of the F is G exactly right, and moreover in some sense reveals the true logical form of vernacular statements involving descriptions. However, Russell's analysis does plausibly diagnose certain apparent ambiguities involving descriptions as being scope ambiguities. Exercises 40, A yet more Welsh affairs. Translate the following into QL equals. 1. There is one and only one Welsh speaker who loves Mrs. Jones. 2. The Welsh speaker who loves Mrs. Jones is either Nurries or Owen. 3. The woman who loves Nurries does not love anyone but Owen. 4. Someone other than the woman who loves Owen is taller than Nurries. 5. The one who loves Nurries is the one she loves. 6. Only if she loves him does Owen love the woman who speaks Welsh. 7. Owen loves the shortest Welsh speaker. 8. The shortest Welsh speaker loves the tallest Welsh speaker. B. Using Russell's theory of descriptions, following the template R for definiteness, translate the following into QL equals from exercises 39. 1. The i.e. the one and only successor of 0 exists. 2. The successor of the successor of 0 doesn't equal 1. 3. The sum of 0 and 1 is 1. 4. The sum of 0 and the successor of 0 is 1. And for masochists, 5 the sum of 0 and the successor of 0 is the successor of 0. These examples show how we can render informal function expressions, e.g. for the successor function, using formal relational predicates and Russell's theory of descriptions, but at a considerable cost in unnaturalness. For more on this, see section 42.4. 41. QL equals proofs inference rules for arguing with identity propositions in a Fitch-style natural deduction system are very straightforward. One rule just reflects the trivial fact that any object is identical to itself. The other rule is a version of Leibniz's law. 41.12 Derivation rules for identity. A. How are we going to argue to and from WFFS of the form tau equals tau? On any Q valuation, whatever object it assigns the term tau as its reference, it will be true that tau equals tau. So the following introduction rule is certainly safe. Equals I at any point in a derivation, we can add a WFF of the form tau equals tau, where tau is any term. Compare the rule lem from section 23.3. Like that rule, equals I allows us to add a line to a derivation without appealing to inputs given at previous steps. Simple. B as for arguing from a WFF tau, evidently what we need is some version of Leibniz's law. In section 38.4, we met this in the form that tells us that, if A equals B, then whatever holds of B, we now reflect this principle as a rule of inference, in a first version. Equals E given tau equals tau and alpha tau, we can derive alpha tau, where alpha tau contains at least one occurrence of the term tau, and alpha tau is the result of replacing some or all of those occurrences with tau. This is truth-preserving however many occurrences of tau we replace with tau. C. Let's immediately show that we can use these rules to derive as theorems the three principles, ref, sim, and trans that we stated in formal versions in section 39.1b. Proving the reflexivity principle, ref, is trivially easy. 1, 2, A equals I3 XX equals XI2, just remember that dummy names are terms, so we are allowed to introduce 2 by equals I. And the dummy name here doesn't occur in a premise or temporary supposition, so we are then allowed to universally generalize on it. 2 derivation rules for identity now. Consider the following little proof, annotated in the obvious way. 1m equals n, prem, 2m equals m equals I3n equals m equals E1, 2 to see what is going on here. Think of 1 as the WFF tau, and 2 as the WFF tau equals m. Then we use Leibniz's law to replace tau by tau in 2 to derive 3. The same idea can be used to establish the general symmetry principle, sim. 1, 2 A equals B, sup. 3 A equals I4B equals A equals E2. 3, 5 A equals B right arrow B equals A, CP2. 4, 6 YA equals Y right arrow Y equals A I5 7 XYX equals Y right arrow Y equals XI6 next. As a step towards proving the transitivity principle, we can first note this little proof. 1m equals n, prem, 2n equals o prem, 3m equals o equals E2. 1 here, we take 2 to be the WFF tau, and 1 to be the WFF m equals tau. Then we use Leibniz's law to replace tau by tau in 1 to derive 3. And we can now establish the general principle, trans, using the same idea. 1, 2 A equals B equals C. Sup 3 A equals B E2 4 B equals C, E2 5 A equals C equals E4. 3, 6 A equals B equals C right arrow A equals C. CP2 5 7 ZA equals B equals Z right arrow A equals Z. L6 8 YZA equals Y equals Z right arrow A equals Z. L7 9 XYZX equals Y equals Z right arrow X equals Z. L8D Consider next the argument. Bertie is none other than Lord Russell. Lord Russell co-wrote Principia Mathematica. Hence Bertie co-wrote Principia Mathematica. Rendered into a suitable QL language, this becomes m equals n, fn 6 fm. Intuitively, this inference is just a simple one-off application of Leibniz's law. But annoyingly, with our formal inference rule, equals E as stated, we need 2 applications of the law, and we need to invoke the reflexivity principle too. 41 QL equals proofs 1m equals n, prem 2 fn prem 3 m equals I 4 n equals m equals E1 3 5 fm equals E4. 2. Our current rule says that given tau equals tau and alpha tau, we can derive alpha tau. In this case, alpha tau is instantiated by fn, so tau is n. Hence the identity WFF we need for applying equals E must be of the form n equals tau, and that isn't the premise we are given at 1. We therefore need the little two-step dance through 3 and 4 to get us an identity WFF with the terms swapped the right way round. It isn't hard work to reverse the terms in 1, but equally it isn't particularly natural to set things up so that we need to use Leibniz's law twice to get from m equals n and fn to fm. This last thought motivates liberalizing equals E so that we can appeal to identity premises with the terms in either order like this. Equals E given tau equals tau or tau equals tau. And alpha tau, we can derive alpha tau, where alpha tau contains one or more occurrences of the term tau, and alpha tau is the result of replacing some or all of those occurrences with tau. Our official Fitch-style QL equals proof system will therefore be the QL system augmented by the rules equals I and our liberalized version of equals E. 41.2 more examples. We will work through some more examples in turn. Start with the author of Emma wrote Persuasion. Jane Austen wrote Emma, hence Jane Austen wrote Persuasion. Put E for wrote Emma, P for wrote Persuasion, and let J denote Jane. Then, handling the definite description Russell style, we can render the argument A, yi right arrow y equals xpx, edge 6pj. And a formal derivation is a straightforward proof by E. 1. Yi right arrow y equals xpx, prem 2 edge prem, 3. Eyi right arrow y equals a pa sup 4. Eyi right arrow y equals a e3 5 pa e3 6 yi right arrow y equals a e4 7, edge right arrow j equals a e6 8j equals a mp2. 7 9 pj equals e8, 5 10 pj e1, 3 9 more examples. B next, consider the argument B. Bertie is the only Nobel Prize-winning logician. Bertie is Lord Roussel. So Lord Russell is the only Nobel Prize-winning logician. Putting N for is a Nobel Prize-winning logician, M for Bertie and N for Lord Russell, we can formally render the argument B nm xnx, x equals m equals n6 nn xnx, x equals n. And the corresponding one-step formal proof is then immediate. 1 nm xnx, x equals m, prem, 2 m equals n prem, 3 nn xnx, x equals n equals e2. This trite example is just to illustrate a case where we use the identity at 2 to replace more than one occurrence of m at the same time by Leibniz's law. C. Now take the argument C. If anyone loves Angharad, it is Murig or Ninian. Some Welsh speaker loves Angharad, so either Murig or Ninian speaks Welsh. Following Quine's maxim of not exposing unnecessarily much structure, let's use the simple predicate F to render not sign loves Angharad, and G for not sign speaks Welsh. So the argument can go into QL equals as C xfx right arrow x equals m x equals n, xfx gx6, gm gn. And a formal proof can then unfold like this. 1 xfx right arrow x equals m x equals n, prem 2 xfx gx. Prem 3 fa ga sup 4 fa e3 5 ga e3 6. Fa right arrow a equals m a equals n e1 7, a equals m a equals n mp4. 6 8 a equals m, sup 9 gm equals e8. 5 10 gm gn i9 11 a equals n, sup 12 gn equals e11. 5 13 gm gn i12 14, gm gn e7. 8 10 11 13 15 gm gn e2. 3 14 we make the obvious supposition at line 3. And then immediately disassemble the conjunction. How are we going to instantiate the universal quantifier at 1? 41 QL equals proofs obviously by using the dummy name to set up the modus ponens inference leading to 7. Now we have set out to use the disjunction 7 in a proof by E to get GM GN. The steps after 7 then almost write themselves. D in section 40.2, we noted 2 different ways of translating the claim. There is exactly one philosopher, they're labeled 2xfx Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x. 3x Wi-Fi left right arrow y equals x. Let's give a proof that the first of these entails the second, leaving a proof of the reverse entailment as an exercise. So, now unpacking the shorthand for the biconditional, we aim to warrant the inference dxfx Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x 6x Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x. Y equals x, phi. Evidently, we need a proof of the following overall shape, xfx, Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x, prem, phi Wi-Fi right arrow y equals a sup. X Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x. Y equals x right arrow phi, x Wi-Fi right arrow y equals x. Y equals x right arrow phi. The penultimate line will presumably be derived by existentially quantifying Wi-Fi right arrow y equals a, y equals a phi. And that will have to be derived by universally generalizing something like FB right arrow B equals A B equals a FB. So let's join up the dots. 1 XFX Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X, prem 2, fa Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals A, sup 3 fa E2 4 Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals A E2 5. FB right arrow B equals A E4 6 B equals a sup 7 FB equals E6. 3 8 B equals a FB CP 6 7 9. FB right arrow B equals A B equals a FBI 5. 8 10 Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals A. Y equals a phi I9 11 X Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X. Y equals X right arrow phi I10 12 X Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X. Y equals X right arrow phi E1. 11 similar proofs will show that the WFFS labeled R, and R in section 40.2. The 3 Russellian versions for rendering a proposition of the form the F is G are also provably equivalent. That is to say, from any one of them as premise there are QL equals derivations of the other 2. Checking that claim can be left to the end of chapter exercises. 1 and 1 makes 2 41.31, and 1 makes 2. We will finish this chapter by showing, in outline, that the following inference can be shown to be valid by a QL equals proof. XFX Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X, YJ right arrow Y equals X, not XFX GX 6X YFX GX. Phi J, not sign X equals Y ZFC GZ right arrow, Z equals X Z equals Y. Look at this carefully. It renders there is exactly one F, there is exactly one G, and nothing is both F and G. So there are exactly 2 things which are F or G roughly, then it expresses a bit of applied arithmetic. One thing and another different thing makes 2 things altogether. Now, at the beginning of our proof, there will be the 3 premises. 2 of them are existential quantifications, so we will want to make 2 suppositions with a view to E inferences from those premises. At the end of the proof, we will have our target doubly existentially quantified conclusion. And how will we derive that? Presumably by getting to an instance which we can then existentially quantify twice. So that suggests the overall shape of the proof we want will be like this. XFX Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals X, prem XGX YJ right arrow Y equals X, prem not XFX GX, prem fa Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals A sup, GB YJ right arrow Y equals B, sup fa E. Wi-Fi right arrow Y equals A, E GB, E YJ right arrow Y equals B, E. Fa ga FBGB. Not sign A equals B, ZFCGZ right arrow, Z equals a Z equals B, Y fa ga, phi j, not sign A equals Y, I ZFCGZ right arrow, Z equals a Z equals Y, X YFXGX. Phi j, not sign X equals Y, I ZFCGZ right arrow, Z equals X Z equals Y. Left minus 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 E. Left minus 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 E here. To avoid repetitious clutter, the long arrows at the end just indicate bringing down the previous long WFF to the next line. And how do we fill in the dots? There are 4 conjuncts in the WFF just after the gap which we now need to establish. How do we derive them? 41 QL equals proofs 1 we derive fa ga immediately from the earlier fa. 2 we derive FB GB immediately from the earlier GB. 3 we derive not sign A equals B by supposing A equals B and getting a contradiction. How? Note that A equals B together with fa gives FB which together with GB implies FB GB. But that entails xfxgx, which contradicts the third premise. It is this stage of the proof, then, which uses Leibniz's law. For it just remains to prove zfzgz, right arrow, z equals a z equals b, but this too is now quite straightforward. For note that we have already derived Wi-Fi, right arrow, y equals a, and yji, right arrow, y equals b. And these together fairly obviously imply what we want, as we will now show. Here then is the required proof fragment demonstrating that last implication, which we can then insert into our outline proof above. Wi-Fi right arrow y equals a already derived, yji right arrow y equals b, already derived fcgc. Sup fc right arrow c equals a e c equals a mp, c equals a c equals b, igc sup, gc right arrow c equals b, e c equals b mp, c equals a c equals b, I c equals a c equals b, e fc gc right arrow c equals a c equals b, cpz fc gz right arrow c equals a z equals b. You can now assemble together all the described ingredients to get a completed proof. As claimed, true, the proof isn't very short, but it is not very difficult, and only a little strategic thinking is needed to get the proof done. 41.4 Meta-theoretical headlines. That's enough examples of proofs using the identity predicate. We should note, for the record, that the predictable meta-theorems obtain for our Fitch-style QL equals system. In particular, it is sound and complete. In other words, a correctly formed derivation from zero or more sentences as premises to some conclusion always yields a Q-valid inference, i.e. every Q valuation, which makes the premises true, meaning every QL valuation, which handles the identity predicate according to the semantics we gave in section 39.1, makes the conclusion true. Summary, and conversely, every such Q-valid inference involving the identity predicate can be warranted by a corresponding proof in our system. The meta-theorems are proved by relatively minor tweaks on the corresponding proofs for our QL proof system. We need not pause over them in this book. We can usefully finish, though, with a quick additional note. You might wonder whether our informal version of Leibniz's law in section 38.4 in fact invites formalization in a rather different way to our inference rule equals E. Why don't we express the law using a single generalized proposition, such as the following: LL_XYX equals Y right arrow XXX right arrow XY. Here, we are not only quantifying lowercase over objects, but also quantifying uppercase over properties. So we read LL as saying that for whatever objects X and Y might be, if X is none other than Y, then any property X had by X is had by Y too. Isn't this what we want? Note, however, that LL is not well formed in our quantificational languages. For these languages have just a first order of quantifier, i.e. they can only generalize over objects in the domain, using little x type variables which can occupy positions where names can occur. These languages do not have big X type variables which can occupy positions where property expressing predicates can occur. And so they can't have a second order of linked quantifiers generalizing over properties. Or at least, that will do as a first headline summary. It is because QL and QL equals languages only have the first order of quantifiers that they are standardly called first-order languages, and their logic is therefore called first-order logic or first-order quantification theory. The contrast is with second-order languages, where we can also quantify into predicate position. So, since LL is not available, we have to resort to something like our inference rule version of Leibniz's law. But note that our version, in effect, only commits us to the claim that identical objects share every feature expressible in the relevant language. It tells us that when tau equals tau, we can deduce alpha tau from alpha tau for any suitable expression alpha. And it doesn't matter how rich the language is. This will be a weaker claim than the full-strength intuitive version of Leibniz's law, which says that identicals share every feature. This, of course, raises the question of why we don't move to a second-order logic so we can have a full-strength version of Leibniz's law. But that turns out to be a tricky issue, one that takes us well beyond what we can treat properly in an introductory text. 41.5 Summary. Our proof system for arguing in QL equals is the old QL system augmented by two new derivation rules for the identity predicate. which we can put in diagrammatic form like this. 41QL equals proofs equals I. Tau equals E tau equals tau or tau equals tau. Alpha tau, the tau s can be any terms. Alpha tau is the result of replacing some or all occurrences of tau in alpha tau by tau. Exercises 41. A use QL equals derivations to show the following inferences are valid. 1. Mrs. Jones isn't Kate, so Kate isn't Mrs. Jones. 2. No one who isn't Bryn loves Angerad. At least one person loves Angerad, so Bryn loves Angerad. 3. If Clark Kent isn't Superman, then Clark isn't even himself. Superman can fly, so Clark can fly. 4. The goods were stolen by someone. Whoever stole the goods knew the safe combination. Only Jack knew the safe combination. Hence Jack stole the goods. 5. Take 2 people, perhaps the same. If the first is taller than the second is not taller than the first. Therefore, if Kurt is taller than Gerhardt, they are different people. 6. There is a wise philosopher. There is a philosopher who isn't wise, so there are at least 2 philosophers. 7. Anyone who loves Joe is a logician. Why? Because only one person loves Joe, and some logician loves Joe. 8. For any number, there's a larger one. There is no number which is larger than itself, so for any number, there's a distinct number which is larger than it. 9. Exactly one person admires Frank. All and only those who admire Frank love him. Hence exactly one person loves Frank. 10. The present king of France is bald. Bald men are sexy. Hence whoever is a present king of France is sexy. 11. Someone is a logician, but no one is the only logician. Therefore there are at least 2 logicians. B. Take the WFFS, R, and R from section 40.2. We claimed that from each WFF, we can derive the other 2 using a QL equals proof. Give at least 3 of the 6 required proofs. Remember, for us an expression of the form alpha left right arrow beta simply abbreviates the corresponding expression, alpha right arrow beta, beta right arrow alpha. See outline a proof that 1 and 2 makes 3, in the style of section 41.342 functions. Once we leave behind toy examples, we quickly find ourselves wanting to use formal languages which involve expressions for functions. For example, the standard formal language of arithmetic, as you would expect, has symbols for the addition and multiplication functions. We don't want to finish our introduction to quantificational logic without saying just something about how to add expressions for functions to QL equals languages. But we will be brief. 42.1 functions, informally again, a function in the most general sense, maps some inputs to 0, 1, or many determinate outputs. Here are some non-mathematical examples to add to those we gave before in section 12.2. 1. The function which maps a PLWFF to the WFF, which is its negation. 2. The function which maps someone alive at the first moment of 2020 to their age in days at that moment. 3. The function which maps a person to their oldest biological child. 4. The function which maps a latitude and longitude to a location on the Earth's surface. 5. The function which maps a PLWFF, an evaluation of its atoms to a truth value, the value the WFF takes on that valuation. 6. The function which maps a country and a date to the reigning monarchs of that country at that date. The first example is a unary function which takes a single input, or, as mathematicians would say, has a single argument, and it always gives a unique output, yields a value of the same kind. While the second example reminds us that unary functions can also map inputs of one kind to outputs of some quite different kind. In this case, every person is mapped to an integer. The first function can sensibly be reapplied to one of its own previous outputs. The second function can't be. The third example is, by contrast, a partial function. It does not yield a value for some of its possible inputs. The fourth example is a binary function mapping 2 inputs of the same general kind, numbers, to an output of a different kind. 42 functions. The fifth example takes 2 inputs of very different kinds. The final example is a partial binary function, which takes 2 inputs of quite different kinds, and sometimes, for instance, in cases of a dual monarchy, yields more than one output of a third kind. And all of these functions are defined as applying to some limited range of things, much less than everything. For example, we can apply the first function to people or the second function to WFFS. As we now go formal, however, we are going to set aside partial functions and multi-valued functions. In other words, we are going to deal only with total functions that always deliver a unique output for every input of the right type. Indeed, we are only going to consider functions that can sensibly be applied to every object in the domain of the relevant language without restriction of type. This means we can always reapply a function to its own output or apply it to the output from some other function. This involves a quite radical narrowing of focus. Setting aside multi-valued functions is perhaps a minor loss. Indeed, many mathematicians and logicians do not want to count multi-valued functions as genuine functions at all. Roman 2, many functions are partial beginning with the schoolroom division function. We learn early on that you can't divide by 0. Sometimes we can conveniently make an informal partial function total by completing it, by sending inputs that aren't ordinarily associated with a value to some artificial default value. But this tactic has significant limitations. E.g., it's an early theorem of computability theory that computable partial functions need not have a computable completion. Roman 3, as we noted in section 27.3, it is typical mathematical practice to work with more than one domain of objects at the same time, and to quantify over the different domains using different sorts of variables. Related to this, we very often use functions that take arguments from one domain to deliver values in another, sending lines to lengths, say. It is always rather artificial to work with a single all-inclusive domain, and it is even more artificial to restrict ourselves to working with functions all defined over a common domain, functions which always give values in the same domain. However, despite the narrowing of focus, it will still be useful to say something about how to handle those functions that do take one or more objects, any objects, from the current domain as inputs, and then always map these inputs to a single determinate object in the same domain as output. So that's our topic. 42.2 Function symbols, syntax, the syntactic headlines. By default, we use lowercase letters like F and G letters which are not otherwise in use to express functions. A function symbols. Syntax symbol will then combine with one or more terms to form another term denoting an object in the same domain. And we will take it that each function symbol has its own fixed arity, i.e., it always combines with a fixed number of terms to form another term, just as each predicate symbol has a fixed arity, i.e., combines with a fixed number of terms to form a WFF. And how do function symbols combine with terms? The default arrangement in our formal languages is that a KRE function symbol followed by K terms is a new term, just as a KRE predicate followed by K terms is a WFF. Call such a complex term a functional term. Suppose that we have, for example, a language with the two proper names, n, and with the unary function symbol f and binary function symbol g. Then the following will count as terms, since the formation rule allows a function symbol to be combined with terms that are already functional terms, and remember dummy names are also terms. fn, ffn, fffn, gmn, ga, fgmn, gmfn, fgbfn, ggmnn, gffn, gmfn. This notation is in fact quite unambiguous once we have fixed the arity of the function symbols. It is worth pausing to convince yourself of this. However, although it works in principle, an officially bracketless notation like this quickly becomes quite hard to read in practice. One way of improving readability is to introduce brackets and write gm, n rather than gmn, write ggm, n rather than ggmnn, and so on. Similarly, suppose h is a ternary function symbol, then hfm, gm, n, fn is surely a lot more readable than hfm, gm, and fn. Another useful dodge is to write binary function symbols in fix rather than prefix. In other words, instead of putting the function symbol before the terms it applies to, we write the symbol between them and put brackets round the result. For example, suppose we borrow plus for formal use to express the addition function. Then instead of writing expressions like plus mn or plus m plus nn or even plus mn, we can write comfortingly familiar and readable expressions like mn and mn plus n and mn plus m plus n. See, however, let's keep things simple for the moment. Let's stick to the austere bracketless prefix style as our official notation, while having a relaxed policy of unofficially penciling in brackets and/or using infixed symbols when it makes for readability. So, with that by way of explanation, we can now augment our formal account of QL equals syntax to allow for the presence of function symbols. Using theta to stand in schematically for a function symbol, the story begins like this. Assume the non-logical vocabulary of a particular QL equals language to be given, i.e. 0 or more names, 0 or more predicates of various given arities. To add to the built-in logical identity predicate, plus 0 or more function symbols of various given arities. 42 functions, then the terms of the language are now defined as follows. T1, any proper name is a term. T2, any dummy name is a term. T3, if theta is a KRE function symbol, and tau. Tau k are k terms, then theta tau. Tau k is a term. T4, nothing else is a term. D, the rest of the QL equals syntactic story, the account of how to form WFFS from predicates, terms, and logical operators can remain exactly as before. In other words, functional terms, built from function symbols plus terms, can appear wherever other terms can appear. Expressions with functional terms will count as instances of quantified WFFS, and so on. For example, suppose that, alongside the names m and n, the unary function symbol f and binary g, our QL equals language has the unary predicate f and binary predicate l. Then the following will now be atomic WFFS. FFA, FFFM, FGMN, LAFP, LFMFN, LGMNFN, FM equals N, FA equals GMB. Then, by the usual construction of quantifying on some term, we can form further WFFS, such as YFFY. YFFY right arrow FGMN, XY LXFY, XFX equals N, XFX equals NYFFY. And instances of the simple quantified WFFXFX will now include FM, FFM, FFA, FFFFFM, FGAB, FFGMFN, FGFFNGMFN. Though, to repeat, such austere WFFS without brackets to help the eye quickly become hard to parse. 42.3 Function symbols, semantics, already back in section 12.2, we distinguish the sense of an expression for a function from its extension. Compare our distinction between the sense and extension of predicates, section 25.4. The sense is what is grasped by someone who understands the predicate, but it is the extension which fixes the truth values of sentences involving the predicates if we forget about non-extensional contexts. Similarly here, the sense of a function expression is what you have to grasp in order to understand it. We can typically think of this as a rule or procedure for correlating some objects as input with some unique output. This rule will set up ordered tuples linking the inputs and their outputs. It is these tuples which form the function expression's extension. For the simplest of examples, let's consider an arithmetic language whose domain is the natural numbers, and which has one unary and one binary function symbol, with the following glossary entries. S, the successor of not sign, i.e. the next number after not sign plus, the sum of not sign, and. For readability, we will use infix notation for the addition function. Function symbols, semantics to grasp the sense of the unary, see. As just introduced, you need to understand the rule that the function returns as value the next number after its input. This rule then determines pairings of inputs and outputs as follows. 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. These ordered pairs form the extension ofs, and it is the extension which fixes the truth values of WFFS containing the function symbol. How? By fixing the reference of any functional term s tau, where tau is some term. And how does his extension do this? As follows, if the term tau refers to the number m, then the term s tau refers to the unique n such that the pair m, n is in the extension ofs. Think about it. Hence the sequence of functional terms s0, ss0, sss0, etc. refer respectively to 1, 2, 3. Similarly, to grasp the sense of the formal symbol, plus, as just introduced, you need to understand the rule that the function returns as value the sum of its first input and second input. This rule then determines pairings of any two inputs with a unique output. So we can take the extension of plus to be all ordered triples of the form j, k, j plus k. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 0, 2, 0, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. And how does this extension fix the reference of a term formed by applying plus to two terms? Like this, if the terms tau and tau refer to the numbers m and m respectively, then the term tau plus tau refers to the unique n such that the triple m, n is in the extension of plus. Again, think about it. B, to continue with the example, suppose next that our arithmetical language also contains the unary predicate f. Not sign is odd. Then the following WFFS will render the given informal arithmetical claims. S0 plus SS0 equals SSS0, the sum of 1 and 2 is 3, 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 is odd. FS0 plus SS0, the sum of 1 and 2 is odd. XX plus 0 equals, adding 0 to any number gives the same number. XYX plus Y plus X, adding a second number to a first one is the same as adding the first to the second. XFX right arrow FX plus SS0, an odd number plus 2 is an odd number. X equals Y plus Y right arrow FSX, the successor of any number which equals some number plus itself is odd. C, the stated extensions of the function symbols, and plus, are the ones fixed by the intended senses of the symbols. But when we turn to consider questions of validity for arguments involving those function symbols, we will of course need to consider other possible extensions the symbols can take on alternative q-valuations. So generalizing, 42 functions A. Q-valuation Q for a language with function, symbols assigns to a unary function theta the following q-value. A set of ordered pairs of objects from the domain, such that for every object O in the domain, there is one and only one pair O in the set. This is the extension of theta. If the term tau refers to the object O on a perhaps expanded Q, then the term theta tau refers to the unique O such that the pair O is in the extension of theta. Similarly, for the binary case we have. A q-valuation Q assigns to a binary function theta a set of ordered triples of objects from the domain, such that for all objects O and O in the domain, there is one and only one triple O in the set. This is the extension of theta. If the term tau refers to the object O on a perhaps expanded Q, and tau refers to the object O, then the term theta tau refers to the unique O such that the triple O is in the extension of theta. We can generalize further in the obvious way to deal with the q-values of k-ary functional symbols. You can fill in the details. 42.4 functions, functional relations, and definite descriptions again, it is very instructive to pause to compare two approaches to handling functions in a formal setting. The natural direct method of using functions symbols of the kind which we have just been introducing, and a rather unnatural indirect method using Russell's theory of descriptions. Think informally for a moment. To repeat, the extension of a total, valued unary function f is a set of ordered pairs of objects of the relevant kind, such that for every object O there is one and only one pair O in the set. Now suppose that the binary relation R is such that every relevant object is R to one and only one thing. In that case, the extension of R is also a set of pairs, satisfying just the same condition that for every object O in the domain, there is one and only one pair O in the set. Call this kind of binary relation functional. A unary function f and a binary functional relation R can therefore have identical extensions. In such a case, we'll say that the function and the functional relation correspond to each other. Similarly, a binary function can correspond to a ternary functional relation, etc., but we won't labor to spell this out. Let's again have a really simple example. Take the relevant domain to be the natural numbers. Then consider the unary successor function, and the binary functional relation is succeeded by. The function and the relation unsurprise ingli correspond to each other. Both have the extension proofs involving functions 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. And now note that we can simply define the function in terms of the relation, For the successor of n is, of course, the number such that n is succeeded by it. The point generalizes. Suppose that the one-argument function f corresponds to the two-place functional relation r, then instead of using a functional expression like fn to refer to some object, we could instead use a definite description applied to r to speak of the object, such that n is r to x, and we will still be talking of just the same thing. Now carry all this over to our formal languages. Take our language where the unary function symbol expresses the successor function. But now add to the language the relational predicate see meaning not sign is succeeded by equivalently succeeds not sign. Then we can express the claim that the successor of 0 is odd by fs0. But we can also render the same claim by translating the number such that it succeeds 0 is odd. Handling the description Russell's way, we'll get xs0 xys0 y right arrow y equals xfx. That's manageable, though it does introduce two quantifiers. But here's another simple truth. 3 is odd, which we can neatly express like this. fsss0. But if we try to express that 3 is odd using the successor relation and Roussell's theory of descriptions, we need to formalize the number such that it succeeds the number such that it succeeds the number such that it succeeds 0 is odd. And to render this takes three applications of Russell's theory of descriptions, one inside another, leading to quantifiers buried 6 deep. So yes, in principle, everything you can do in a QL equals language with symbols for total functions you can in principle do in a QL, language without functions. Just use functional relations plus Russell's theory of descriptions. But even our very simple example already shows something of the cost of trading function expressions for relational predicates. Every time we try to mirror the application of a function, by using the corresponding functional relation plus Russell's theory of descriptions, we will introduce quantifiers embedded inside the scope of other quantifiers. Things get very messy very fast. Moral: don't always try to do without built-in function expressions. 42.5 Proofs involving functions when included in a QL equals language, function symbols enable us to form new terms. These new terms can then be used in derivations. We can apply our existing quantifier rules exactly as before. Note, in particular, that the rules E and I, which talk of terms in general, still obviously remain correct 42 functions when we allow functional terms, y. So there is going to be no real novelty in proofs involving functional expressions. Still, let's have a simple example. To illustrate what we can do now, we have functional terms in play. Continue to work in our language for a fragment of arithmetic, with a name denoting the number 0, a one-place function symbol, say for the successor function, and a two-place function symbol, plus, used in fix expressing the familiar addition function. As we noted, our language can form terms 0, S0, SS0, SSS0, SSSS0, and can this way denote each of the natural numbers. These terms can therefore be said to be our language's numerals. Here, then, are 4 very basic principles of the arithmetic of the natural numbers, recast in our formal language. A1, x not sign 0 sx. A2, x y sx equals cx equals y. A3, xx plus 0 equals x. A4, xyx plus c equals sx plus y. Informally, 0 is the first natural number. It isn't the successor of any number. Distinct numbers have distinct successors, or equivalently, if two numbers have the same successor, then they must be the same. Adding 0 makes no difference. And finally, we have a formal counterpart of the basic principle that x plus y plus 1, x plus y plus 1. Let's say that these 4 principles together, these basic axioms of arithmetic. If you like form theory, then we can use theory A to prove some simple arithmetic truths. Let's first formally show that 3 plus 2 equals 5 by deriving the sentence SSS0 plus SS0 equals SSSSS0. One theory, a premises 2, SSS0 plus 0 equals SSS0 EA3. 3 YSSS0 plus C equals SSSS0 plus YEA4. 4 SSS0 plus S0 equals SSSS0 plus 0 E35. SSS0 plus S0 equals SSSS0 equals E2. 4 6 SSS0 plus SS0 equals SSSS0 plus S0, E37, SSS0 plus SS0, equals SSSSS0 equals E5. 6. At lines 2 and 3, we use the term SSS0 to instantiate the quantifier in A3, and then the initial quantifier in A4. At line 4, we use 0 to instantiate the universal quantifier in 3, then at 6, we use S0 to instantiate the same universal quantification. And so on. This kind of proof can be used to prove any correct equation involving just numerals and addition, such as 7 plus 6 equals 4 plus 5 plus 4. So theory A can be used as a calculator for the addition of numerals, if you are masochistic enough. B. Theory A can also be used to prove some quantified truths. For example, there is no natural number, such that x plus 3 equals 2. Let's derive the corresponding formal statement x naught sin x plus SSS 0 equals SS0 from the theory. Proofs involving functions 1. Theory of premises 2, a plus SSS 0, S0, sup. 3ya plus c equals sa plus yea 4, 4, a plus SSS 0 equals sa plus SS0, E35 sa plus SS0 equals S0 equals E4. 2 6 ysa plus SS0 equals C right arrow, a plus SS0 equals YEA2, 7 SA plus SS0 equals S0 right arrow, a plus SS0 equals 0 E68, a plus SS0 equals 0, MP5. 7 9, a plus SS0 equals SA plus S0, E3 10 0 equals SA plus S0, equals E8. 9 11 not sin 0 SA plus S0. EA1, 12 abs 10. 11 13, not sin A plus SSS 0. S0, RAA2, 12 14 x not sin x plus SSS 0 equals SS0 I13 check through to make sure you understand the steps here. C. Our arithmetical theory A is a terribly weak theory. It is interesting to see how weak. To reduce clutter, let's now abbreviate the numerals 0, S0, SS0, SSS0, SSSS0. As simply 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And start by noting that theory A can easily prove each of 0 plus 0 equals 0, 0 plus 1 equals 1, 0 plus 2 equals 2, 0 plus 3 equals 3. Pause to convince yourself of this. Therefore, using standard QL equals logic, this theory can prove each numeral instance of the generalization x0 plus x equals x. But theory A can't prove that generalization itself. Contrast the theory's axiom A3. How do we show this? Suppose we can find some countervaluation which makes the combined premises of theory A true, and yet makes x0 plus x equals x false. Then this shows that there can't be a QL equals derivation from theory A to that WFF. For the soundness of QL equals logic tells us that a properly constructed derivation would be truth-preserving on all valuations, i.e. couldn't have countervaluations. Here's how to construct one artificial, but still legitimate. Countervaluation which does the trick. 1. Take the valuation's domain to be the natural numbers together with two new rogue elements A and B. These could be Albert Einstein and his friend Kurt G. Odel. Let 0 still refer to 0. 2. But now takes to pick out the successor asterisk function S asterisk, which is defined as follows. S asterisk n equals n plus 1 for any natural number in the domain, while for our rogue elements S asterisk A equals A and S asterisk B equals B. You can immediately check that A1 and A2 are still true on this valuation. 3. We now have to interpret the addition function symbol, plus, as a function defined over our new extended domain. Suppose we take this to pick out the addition asterisk function. This behaves as before applied to natural numbers, so m plus asterisk n equals m plus n for any natural numbers m, n in the 42 functions domain. And a plus asterisk n equals a and b plus asterisk n equals b for any natural number n. Further, for any, whether number or rogue element, x plus asterisk a equals b and x asterisk b equals a, it is easily checked that interpreting plus as addition still makes axioms 3 and 4 true. 4 but by construction, 0 asterisk a 6 equals a, so this makes x0 plus x equals x false on our interpretation. 42.6 Omega incompleteness. A formal theory of arithmetic is said to be omega-complete or omega-complete if, for any context alpha, whenever it can prove all the sentences alpha 0, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3. It can prove the corresponding universal generalization x alpha x. Otherwise, the theory is omega-incomplete. We have seen, then, that our theory A is omega-incomplete. It can prove plus 0 equals 0, 0 plus 1 equals 1, 0 plus 2 equals 2, 0 plus 3 equals 3. But can't prove x0 plus x equals x. Evidently, we need to beef the feeble theory. What we want is a richer bunch of axioms to start from. In order to give us an omega-complete theory of at least addition and multiplication and other simple arithmetical functions. However, to give a tantalizing glimpse ahead, in an epoch-making paper in 1931, Kurt G. Odell showed that we can't ever get what we want. It turns out that any formal theory of arithmetic satisfying some very modest and entirely desirable conditions will remain omega-incomplete somewhere. There will always be some alpha, in fact, a not very logically complicated alpha, though different ones for different theories, for which the theory proves all the truths alpha 0, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, but can't prove the corresponding truth x alpha x. Astonishing. 42.7 and where now? The last couple of sections have given us a very fleeting first glimpse of how we can start to formally regiment a theory in a first-order, QL equals language. We set down a bunch of fundamental assumptions, principles, or axioms of the theory. We can then derive various consequences from these axioms by more or less strictly and completely developed formal QL equals proofs. And we can also seek to show that various other possible consequences don't follow from these axioms by conjuring up countervaluations where the axioms would be true, but the conjectured consequence is false. The first two serious theories usually studied by apprentice logicians are Pinot-arithmetic, a very much richer and more competent theory than our cut-down miniature theory A, of course, though still omega-incomplete, and standard set theory. We can think of these as, respectively, core theories of the mathematically finite and of the mathematically infinite. And in these next stages of the logical journey, we very quickly get to wrestle with really fascinating issues, both technical and philosophical. But for now, we have to pause at the threshold. Summary 42.8 Summary, we can extend formal QL equals languages to include expressions for functions. The simplest extension only allows expressions for total single-valued functions from the domain to itself. Syntactically, a KRE function symbol followed by K terms forms another term. Semantically, evaluation will assign a KRE function a suitable extension, a set of K plus 1 tuples reflecting the condition that any K objects as inputs are mapped by the function to a unique value as output. Adding built-in function symbols allows for a much more economical treatment of functions compared with using functional relations and the theory of descriptions. In formal proofs, terms constructed by applying and reapplying function symbols can be used just like other terms to instantiate quantifiers, feature in uses of Leibniz's law, etc. We gave examples of formal proofs using functional terms in a simple theory of arithmetic. Exercises 42. A. Take the QL language with the names, predicates, and function symbols as described in section 42.2. For each of the following WFFs give, where possible, a Q-valuation which makes the WFF true and a Q-valuation which makes it false. 1 FM equals FN2YXFX equals Y3XYFX equals Y4XFFX equals FX5XYGXY equals JIX6XYGFXFY equals FGXY7XFX X not sign FFX8, FMXFX. FFX right arrow XFXB. Add the infix function symbol to mean multiplication, circled to distinguish it from letter, to the arithmetical language of section 42.5, and add to theory A the axioms A5, XX0 equals 0, A6XYX equals XY plus. Use this augmented theory to prove the following arithmetical truths. 10 SS0 equals 0, 2 SSS0 SS0 equals SSSSSS0 3 SS0 S0 plus SS0 equals SSSSSS0. also show that 4, if n is a numeral, we can derive 0 n equals 0. 5, if n is a numeral, we can derive n as 0. Equals n, can the augmented theory prove x0 equals 0? Appendix. Soundness and completeness. In this appendix, we outline soundness proofs for our PL and QL natural deduction systems, and then go on to outline completeness proofs for both systems. Extending the proofs to cover the QL equals system doesn't involve any particularly exciting new ideas, so we won't do that here. 2 comments. First, we will indeed only give outlines, explaining the big ideas. There is nothing to be gained in an introductory book by giving all the details. Doing that would just obscure the overall shapes of the arguments. Second, the proofs don't presuppose any specific knowledge of mathematics, but they are, necessarily, a couple of degrees more abstract and mathematical in flavor than the few meta-theoretical proofs earlier in the book. Still, allowing for their abstractness, they are quite approachable if you take things slowly. A1 soundness for PL. A here is a general definition that we've seen before, in section 32.3. The live assumptions at a line of a Fitch-style proof are I the WFF at that line, if it is a premise or temporary supposition, plus, Roman 2, any earlier premises and undischarged, i.e. still available suppositions. And now here's another version of a definition we met when first discussing PL soundness in section 24.6c. A line in a PL proof is good if and only if the WFF on that line, if there is one, is tautologically entailed by the live assumptions at that line. However, at the last line of a completed proof, no suppositions will still be available. So to say that the last line of a proof is good is just to say that the WFF on that line, i.e. the conclusion of the proof, is tautologically entailed by the premises. If any, as a special case, a theorem deduced from no premises is a tautology. Hence the claim that our PL proof system is sound is equivalent to the claim that the last line of any complete proof is good. B. We will now argue as follows. 1. The first line of any PL proof is good. 2. If each line in a PL proof before line n is good, so is line n so. 3. Every line of a PL proof must be good. So, 4. The last line of a PL proof must be good. Soundness for PL1 is trivial. If there is a WFF on the first line of a proof, it must be a premise, and it is tautologically entailed by the premise at that line. Next, we chose our proof-building rules precisely because they look intuitively truth-preserving. So applying a rule to add another line to a proof ought to take us from some previous good lines to another good line. Hence, 2 ought to be true too. But with the premises 1 and 2 in place, we know the first line of a proof is good, so the second line is also good, so the third line is also good, and so on through the proof. Hence, 3 follows, giving us the soundness theorem in the form 4. To fill out this argument, we just have to check the claim underlying 2, i.e. we need to check that an application of a PL proof-building rule always preserves goodness when we add a new line. Which is not difficult, just tedious. For how can we extend a proof? Let us count the ways. We can add a new premise or a new temporary supposition. But obviously doing that gives us a new good line, for the WFF we've added will be entailed by the live assumptions which include the newly added one. Or else we can apply one of the 11 rules of inference, iteration, ex falso quodlibet, 4 pairs of introduction-elimination rules, plus the outlying double negation rule. And now there is nothing for it but to hack through all the different ways of extending a proof to show that each does indeed keep our proof virtuous. See, before looking at this task, we need a couple of useful facts. Ask yourself, at a given line, which previous assumptions, premises, and suppositions are live in the sense defined, i.e. are available? Well, start from the given line and walk up the current column. If and when you get to a temporary assumption, step 1 column left. Go up again. If and when you get to another temporary assumption, step another column left. Keep on going until you find yourself in the home column and proceed to the top of the proof. Then every premise or supposition you pass en route counts as a live assumption. Draw a skeletal diagram of a Fitch-style derivation or two and think about it. This implies our 2 useful facts. If the WFF at the earlier line J is still available at the later line K, all the assumptions that are live at line J are still live at line k. If the subproof starting with a temporary supposition at the earlier line I and finishing at line j is still available at the later line k, then all the assumptions that are live at line j, except for the supposition at the top of the subproof at line I, are still live at line k. The first is obvious. The second only takes a little more thought, draw more skeletal diagrams. With those useful facts to hand, let's consider just two ways of extending a proof by using a rule of inference. We'll take one first-level rule where we infer a WFF from two previous available WFFs in the proof, and one second-level rule where we use an available subproof to infer a new WFF. MP, suppose we have alpha at the good line I and alpha right arrow beta at the good line j. And suppose both these WFFs are still available at the later line k, because appendix those earlier lines are good. The live assumptions at I tautologically entail alpha, and the live assumptions at j tautologically entail alpha right arrow beta. Combine those earlier live assumptions, and those pooled assumptions must then tautologically entail beta. But by our first useful fact, those pooled assumptions are still among the live assumptions at line k, so if we use MP to infer beta at line k, this will indeed give us another good line, with beta entailed by the live assumptions of that line. RAA, suppose we have a subproof starting with alpha and finishing with at the good line j, and suppose this subproof is still available at line k by the goodness assumption. The live assumptions at line j, which include alpha, tautologically entail. So the live assumptions at line j apart from alpha tautologically entail not sign alpha. But by the second useful fact, the live assumptions at line k will be the live assumptions at line j apart from alpha. So if we use raw to infer not sign alpha at line k, this will indeed give us another good line. Another 9 arguments like this exercise. Find them. We'll complete the demonstration that, too, every legitimate way of extending a proof whose lines are good up to now gives us a proof with one more good line. Then we are done. A2 soundness for QL. We prove soundness for QL by using an exactly parallel argument. We start by redefining the appropriate notion of goodness. A line of a QL proof is good if and only if the WFF at that line, if there is one, is true on every relevantly expanded Q valuation, which makes the live assumptions at that line true. By a relevantly expanded Q valuation for a line, we mean a Q valuation of the current language that is expanded to assign values to any dummy names that appear in the WFF, and/or in any assumption which is live at that line. As with the argument for PL soundness, we can then argue that every line of a properly constructed QL proof is good, and hence that the last line is good, which establishes QL soundness. And how do we show that every line of a QL proof is good? As before, by noting, one, that a proof, trivially, must start with a good line, and then showing that, 2, every legitimate way of extending a QL proof whose lines are good up to now gives us a proof with one more good line. B, again showing, 2, is not difficult, though tedious. We just have to go through all the different ways of extending proofs. We will consider one of the new quantifier rules of inference. I suppose that we have a WFF alpha delta at the good line j, suppose the live assumptions at that line are gamma. And to keep things simple to start with, suppose the WFFS gamma and the WFF alpha delta involve no dummy names except for the occurrences of delta in alpha delta. Take some Q valuation Q of the language. Since by assumption line j is good, any expansion Q delta which makes gamma true makes alpha delta true too. But since delta completeness, what we want to prove doesn't appear in the WFFS gamma, the assignment of a value to that dummy name can't affect the truth values of those WFFS. See exercises 35D. Hence Q delta makes gamma all true if and only if the original unexpanded Q makes gamma all true. So the goodness of line j means, for any Q which makes gamma all true, any expansion Q delta will make alpha delta true, and therefore, by the rule for evaluating universally quantified WFFS, Q will make psi alpha psi true too. Hence, if we move to a line which still has gamma as live assumptions, and where the WFF on that line is psi alpha psi, this line will be a good one. We can now easily generalize this line of thought to allow for cases where some other dummy names are being carried along for the ride. We then get a demonstration that an application of I, universally generalizing on a dummy name, which doesn't appear in the live assumptions for a line, takes us from a good line to another good line. We can give similar arguments that the other three ways of extending proofs by applying quantifier rules of inference are goodness-preserving. We also need to check that the 11 propositional rules shared with PL are still goodness-preserving. Dotting every I and crossing every T and putting everything together will take some rather tedious pages, but we can excuse ourselves from the further work. Rounding out our soundness proof for QL can be left as an enterprise for masochistic enthusiasts. A3 completeness. What we want to prove here are a couple of definitions from section 15.6 and exercises 22D. The PL WFFS gamma are tautologically consistent if and only if there is a valuation of the relevant atoms, which makes the WFFS all true together. The PL WFFS gamma are PL consistent if and only if there no PL proof of using some of those WFFS as premises. And now note the following. 1 gamma gamma if and only if gamma, not sign gamma, are tautologically inconsistent. 2 gamma gamma if and only if gamma, not sign gamma, are PL inconsistent. Both of these should by now look obvious. For the first, see section 15.6 again. For the second, note that if gamma prove gamma, then gamma plus not sign gamma will yield absurdity. And if you can get from gamma plus not sign gamma to absurdity, then you can use a reductio proof to get from gamma to not gamma and hence gamma. So take the PL completeness theorem, with gamma finite in number, as in section 24.5. CP if gamma gamma, then gamma gamma. We can then use 1 and 2 and contrapose to get the equivalent claim if gamma, not sign gamma, are PL consistent, then gamma, not sign gamma, are tautologically consistent. But now note that this is just a special case of the slightly more general claim that, for any finite number of WFFS, if are PL consistent, then are tautologically consistent. Appendix. So in the next section we set out to prove asterisk, and thereby secure our completeness theorem, CP for PL. And similarly, in section A5, we will use an analog of asterisk to secure the completeness theorem for QL. More about that shortly. A4 PL completeness proved. AR proof for asterisk will take 2 stages. S, we show that the PL consistent WFFS can be beefed up into a bigger collection, plus which is PL consistent and saturated. V, we show that there is always a valuation which makes the WFFS in a PL consistent and saturated collection all true. By V, then, there is a valuation which makes all the WFFS plus in S true. But this valuation will, of course, make all the original PL consistent WFFS true together, which proves asterisk. B, so what do we mean by saying that a set of WFFS is saturated? We mean it is saturated with truth makers. And what do we mean by that? We mean that for every complex WFF in the set, every WFF that isn't an atom or negated atom, there are 1 or 2 simpler WFFS also in the set, such that, if the simpler ones are true, so is the more complex one. Thus, some WFFS gamma form a saturated collection if they satisfy the following 7 conditions for any WFFS alpha, beta. I, if not alpha is one of the WFFS gamma, so is alpha. Roman 2, if alpha beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so are alpha and beta. Roman 3, if not sin alpha beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so is at least one of not sin alpha and not sin beta. Roman 4, if alpha beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so is at least one of alpha and beta. V, if not sin alpha beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so are not sin alpha and not sin beta. Roman 6, if alpha right arrow beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so is at least one of not sin alpha and beta. Roman 7, if not sin alpha right arrow beta is one of the WFFS gamma, so are alpha and not sin beta. By inspection, we see in each case that, if the simpler WFFS on the right of the conditional are true, so is the complex WFF on the left. And note that these 7 clauses cover every form of WFF that isn't an atom or negated atom. It is more or less immediate from our cunning definition that V is true. Suppose WFFS gamma taken together are PL consistent and saturated. Since they are PL consistent, they can't contain an atom and its negation, so we can consistently choose the valuation which makes all the naked atoms true and makes any other relevant atoms false, and so makes any negated atoms true. This chosen valuation therefore makes the basic WFFS among gamma all true. Recall. In exercises 13, we defined a basic WFF to be an atom or the negation of an atom. We can easily assign numerical degrees of complexity such that a WFF always counts as more complex than its truth makers, as given by I to Roman 7. Now look at the WFFS gamma in order of increasing complexity. So after the basic WFFS, the atoms and negated atoms, the next simplest WFFS are all true on the chosen valuation. Since by saturation, these WFFS have basic truth makers among gamma, and these QL completeness proved basic truth makers are true on the chosen valuation. Then, going up another level of complexity, the next simplest WFFS are also all true on this valuation. Since by saturation, these WFFS too have simpler truth makers among gamma, and we've just seen that those are true on the chosen valuation. Keep on going. Truth on the chosen valuation percolates upward through more and more complex WFFS, eventually making all of gamma true on the chosen valuation. See now to prove S. Recall the results of exercises 20b, 21b, and 22c. There are 7 of them, neatly matching I to Roman 7 in our definition of saturation, and each result has the same shape. It tells us that if some WFFS are PL consistent and contain a complex WFF of such and such form, then we can always add truth makers for that WFF while keeping our collection of WFFS PL consistent. So given the PL consistent WFFS, arrange them in some order. Imagine, if you like, a logical demon walking along the list of WFFS. One every time they encounter a WFF of kinds I, Roman 2, V, or Roman 7, they add the appropriate truth makers to the end of the list, which we know that they can do while maintaining PL consistency. 2 every time they encounter a WFF of kinds Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 6, they also add a truth maker while maintaining PL consistency. Again, we know that they always can do this, which is the important point. There always exists an appropriate extension of the list. Imagine, then, that the demon uses their demonic powers so as always to choose the truth maker which preserves consistency. As the demon walks along the list, every complex WFF will have simpler truth makers added to the list, and these truth makers, if complex, will have their still simpler truth makers added, and so on. Since the additions get simpler and simpler, if the initial are finitely many, the walk eventually terminates. So the demon will arrive at a still PL consistent but fully saturated collection, plus where there are no more truth makers which they need to add, which establishes S. Of course, the demon is just a fancy for vividness. The point is that a suitably saturated collection plus exists. There's a process for constructing it in principle. And just for the record, the argument for asterisk can in fact be tweaked to cover the case where we start with an infinite initial collection of WFFS. A5 QL completeness proved. The QL completeness theorem tells us that CQ if gamma gamma, then gamma gamma, where gamma and gamma are some QL sentences, finitely many. For reasons exactly parallel to those given in section A3, we can prove CQ by showing asterisk if our QL consistent, then are Q consistent, where again are finitely many QL sentences, and some WFFS are QL consistent appendix just if there is no QL proof of absurdity from them. And the shape of the 2-stage proof of asterisk is the same as that of our proof of asterisk. QS we show that the QL consistent sentences can be beefed up into a bigger, this time perhaps infinite collection, plus of WFFS which is QL consistent and Q saturated, to be defined. QV, we show that there is always an expanded Q valuation, which makes the WFFS in a QL consistent and Q saturated collection all true. By QV, there is an expanded Q valuation Q, which makes all the WFFS plus in QS true expanded, because as we will see, plus will involve dummy names. But Q plus will, of course, make all of the smaller original true. By assumption, all of our sentences, so Q plus's assignments of values to dummy names which don't occur in, are irrelevant. So ignoring those assignments, we are left with a Q valuation Q which makes all of true, which proves asterisk asterisk. That, at any rate, is our strategy. We need to start with a definition of Q saturation. B say that a collection of WFFS gamma from a QL language is Q saturated if it satisfies the conditions I to Roman 7 for being saturated, and it also satisfies the following conditions. Roman 8 if xi alpha xi is one of the WFFS gamma, so is alpha tau for any term tau that appears in any WFF from gamma, and there is at least one such term. Roman 9 if xi alpha xi is one of the WFFS gamma, so is alpha tau for some term tau. If is one of the WFFS gamma, so is the corresponding xi not sign alpha xi. Ze, if not xi alpha xi is one of the WFFS gamma, so is the corresponding xi not sign alpha xi. In cases Roman 9 to Roman 11, if the WFF given on the right of the conditional is true, so is the original WFF on the left. So again, these three clauses give truth makers. In the special case of Roman 8, the truth of all the added WFFS given on the right will make the quantified WFF on the left true if, but only if, the domain contains no more objects than those named by the terms appearing in gamma. So next we need to show QV is true. We use the same basic trick as before, i.e. choose an expanded Q valuation which makes the basic WFFS atomic WFFS and negated atomic WFFS in a QL consistent set of WFFS gamma all true, and then show that if gamma taken together are Q saturated, all of them must be true on this chosen Q valuation. How, then? We do choose the needed expanded Q valuation. C. Assume gamma are QL consistent and Q saturated. Remember, there are only a finite number, maybe 0, of different proper names in any QL language, and hence occurring in gamma. So now proceed as follows. 1. Take all the different terms that appear in gamma and line them up, proper names first tau, tau. Tau k, finitely many, followed by the dummy names tau k plus 1, tau k plus 2, tau k plus 3. Perhaps unlimitedly many of them. Fine print. If there are no terms at all occurring in gamma, that can only be because there are no quantified WFFS in gamma. So we would in effect be back dealing with propositional logic. We can safely ignore that boring case. QL completeness proved 2. Set the domain for our chosen Q valuation to be the natural numbers from 0 up. 1 for each of the terms tau j that actually appear in gamma, so perhaps that's all the natural numbers. 3. Let the reference of the term tau j be the number. So note, we are dealing with the special case where every object in the domain is the reference of some term on our chosen Q valuation. 4. And now for the clever trick. Suppose letter 3d5 is a unary predicate. Say that the number j is in the extension of letter 3d5 if and only if the atomic WFF tau j is among gamma. Then that makes all the unnegated WFFS of the form tau j in gamma true. And if not sign tau j is among gamma, then by QL consistency, tau j is not among gamma, so j is not in the extension of letter 3d5, and hence tau j is false and not sign tau j is true. In short, all basic WFFS formed from unary predicates will come out true on our chosen Q valuation. 5. Say that the pair of numbers I, j is in the extension of the binary predicate psi, if and only if the atomic WFF psi tau, I tau j, is among gamma. By the same reasoning as is in the unary case, all basic WFFS atoms and negated atoms, formed from binary predicates, will come out true on our chosen Q valuation. Handle predicates of other arities, including 0, similarly. So, we have arrived at our chosen Q valuation, which makes the simplest WFFS from among gamma all true together. Now we just need to show that, as in the PL case, a valuation which makes the simplest WFFS in a Q-saturated collection of WFFS true makes all of them true. By definition, in a Q-saturated collection, every complex WFF has truth makers in the collection. In particular, note that if Xi alpha Xi is among gamma, then so is alpha tau for every term tau which appears somewhere in the WFFS gamma. But then if those instances are all true on the chosen Q valuation, then since each number in the domain is named by one of those terms, Xi alpha Xi is true on that valuation too. So, as in the PL case, truth can percolate up from the simplest truth makers to more and more complex WFFS, eventually making all the WFFS in gamma true, which establishes QV, and moreover, we see that to find a Q valuation which makes all the WFFS in the QL-consistent Q-saturated collection true, we need look no further than valuations constructed out of natural numbers. It remains to prove QS. Again, we use the same basic idea as in the proof of S. So given the QL-consistent WFFS, finitely many, arrange them in some order. Imagine again a logical daemon walking along the list of WFFS. Then, one every time they encounter a WFF of kinds, I, Roman 2, V, Roman 7, X, or Roman 12, they add to the end of the list the appropriate truth makers, which we know they can do while maintaining QL consistency, obvious for the new last two cases. 2 every time they encounter a WFF of kinds Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 6, they have to choose a truth maker to add. But again, we know that they always can do this while maintaining QL consistency. Imagine that they use their demonic powers to jump the right way. Appendix 3 when they encounter a WFF of the kind, Roman 8, a universal quantification Xi alpha Xi, they add every instance alpha tau where tau is any term that appears somewhere in the WFFS in their list so far, or if no term appears yet, then use the first dummy name. This is easily seen to maintain QL consistency, as we in effect noted in exercises 33D. 4 when they encounter a WFF of the kind, Roman 9, an existential quantification Xi alpha Xi, they add the instance alpha delta, where delta is the first dummy name that doesn't appear anywhere in the list of WFFS so far. Then, with this new term in play, they revisit every universally quantified WFF encountered so far, and now also instantiate it with this new term. Again, doing all this maintains QL consistency, which follows from another point noted in exercises 33D. And the daemon keeps on going. But note that this time, in contrast with the PL case, the daemon's task can be an infinite one, even if they start from only finitely many. Why? Take the case where the original comprises just the single sentence X, Y, LXY. First following the instruction, 3, and then repeatedly following, 4 as new existential quantifications are popped onto the end of the list, the daemon's list will start growing in the following stages. XY, LXY. XY, LXY, Y lay, XY, LXY, Y lay, lab, Y, LBY, XY, LXY, Y lay, lab, Y, LBY, LBC, Y, LCY, and there is no end to the process. What to do? There is a standard mathematical trick to use. Our logical daemon, starting from a given initial, finite collection, will build up a perhaps infinite sequence of still finite collections, each one extending the previous one, and all QL consistent. We can now define our desired plus to be the union of all these, J, so a WFF is in plus if and only if it is in some J. Though it is rather more fun to imagine a daemon who can go faster and faster, and so complete the infinite task of building plus. So the QL consistent get beefed up to a collection plus which is Q saturated. Why? Because every complex WFF acquires truth makers along the way, and the WFFS plus are still QL consistent. Why? Because if they were not, there would be a proof of absurdity using premises from among plus finitely many premises, since proofs are finite. Hence all these premises would be in some finite J, but that would contradict the QL consistency of J, which establishes QS, or at least it establishes QS if we can cash out the metaphor of the daemon, making a perhaps infinite sequence of choices through a branching tree of options. But in fact, it is not hard to tell a slightly more abstract version of the story, as any more advanced book on mathematical logic will do. So let's leave things here, except for one final observation. A squeezing argument A6, a squeezing argument, A. Let's say that a Q-valuation whose domain is some or all of the natural numbers, integers from 0 up, is a tame valuation. And using this notion, let's introduce a third turnstile symbol. We will use gamma to abbreviate the claim that there is no tame valuation, which makes all gamma true and makes gamma false. Now, we have just seen that if some WFFS are QL consistent, then there is not just a Q valuation which makes them all true, but more particularly, there is a tame valuation which does the job, which by the sort of equivalences we met in section A3 tells us that 1 if gamma, then gamma. But the soundness theorem 2 if gamma, then gamma seems quite secure. You can check that the key steps in its proof don't depend on exactly which valuations we are quantifying over in defining Q validity. And we certainly have 3 if gamma, then gamma. For if there is no Q valuation at all which makes all gamma true and makes gamma false, then there can't in particular be a tame valuation tidily built from the natural numbers which makes gamma true and gamma false. B. We offered the notion of Q validity as a rational reconstruction of the idea of logical validity for QL arguments. But in section 36.2, we worried whether the idea of quantifying over all possible Q valuations makes sufficiently clear sense. What counts as all of them? Could it make a difference just which wildly infinite domains for valuations we are prepared to countenance? We can now see that we needn't worry, a point that seems to have been first explicitly emphasized by the logician Georg Kreisel. Going round the circle of implications in 1, 2, and 3, the relations symbolized by the 3 turnstiles must be equivalent in the sense that, if anyone holds between gamma and gamma, so do the other two. So yes, our original definition of Q validity was perhaps somewhat slack in not fixing the universe of valuations we are quantifying over. But it characterizes a relation which is squeezed between the relations and those two sharply defined relations are provably equivalent. One holds if and only if the other does. So there is no wriggle room. Despite the apparent slackness in our initial definition, that definition is in fact rigorous enough. It says enough to ensure that the relation has a sharp extension, the same as the extension of and, which is a relief and a happy note to end on. The Greek alphabet uppercase, lowercase name, English equivalent, a alpha a b beta b, gamma g, delta de. Epsilon ez zeta zh eta, long e theta. Letter 3d1 theta th, iota, ik kappa k lambda. Lm mu mn nu n xi ze xo omicron, o pi pp rho r sigma. Sigma st tau t upsilon u or y phi. Letter 3d5 phi ph x chi ch. As in Locke, psi ps omega, long o thus. With conventional accents, sigma omega cap rho alpha tau eta sigma, pi lambda alpha tau omega nu, rho go to sigma tau a tau lambda to sigma s ocrat ease. Platon, Aristotle ease name the Greek philosophers. The word logic derives from lambda gamma sigma, logos, which has multiple meanings, including word, reason, and account. Thus psychology is a late coinage derived from Greek roots, for an account of the psyche psi upsilon chi eta. In Aristotle, a sigma upsilon lambda gamma iota sigma mu a sigma, syllogismos is an inference. In Euclid, a theta omega rho eta mu alpha, the or a ma, is a proposition to be proved. One of the Greek words for love is phi iota lambda iota alpha, philia, and wisdom is sigma phi iota alpha, Sophia. Hence a lover of wisdom is a phi iota lambda sigma phi a sigma, a philosophos. Further reading parallel reading, if asked to recommend just one text to read alongside this book, I would choose Nicholas J. Smith, Logic, The Laws of Truth, Princeton, UP, 2012. This is very clearly and engagingly written in a similar spirit. Smith's book also, in parts, takes an interestingly different approach since it has chapters exploring logic by the tree method, before it later turns to a brief treatment of natural deduction. We can argue about the pros and cons of the two approaches, trees versus natural deduction, as an introduction to formal logic. Ideally, you should know something about both. Indeed, the first edition of this present book was tree-based. As an alternative to Smith's chapters, then, you will find revised versions of my earlier tree chapters at logicmatters.net. Since Fitch's own 1952 book, there have appeared over 30 introductory texts using his style of proof system. No two seem to agree at all the main choice points. For example, do we use an absurdity constant? Do we use dummy names? Do we indent proofs when using the introduction rule? However, for a friendly introduction with a similar enough system, see Paul Teller, A Modern Formal Logic Primer, Prentice Hall, 1989. Teller's book also covers trees, has a particularly approachable, relaxed style, and is freely available at the book's website, tellerprimer.activist.edu. Alternatively, see the brisker open-source text P. D. Magnus, et al., foralx, foralx.openlogicproject.org. Philosophical matters arising. We have inevitably touched on a number of philosophical issues, which we couldn't pause to discuss at length, starting with worries about the nature of propositions and about the very idea of necessity. A wonderful resource which has many entries on general topics like these, and entries too on the particular logicians and philosophers mentioned in this book, is the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, plato.stanford.edu. However, some of these entries will be rather tough going for a real beginner, so here are a few more suggestions. First, 2 books, Further Reading A. C. Grayling, An Introduction to Philosophical Logic, Blackwell, 3rd ed. 1997, Mark Sainsbury, Logical Forms, An Introduction to Philosophical Logic, Blackwell, 2nd edition, 2000. Read Grayling CHS 2 and 3 on the nature of propositions and on the ideas of necessity and analyticity, and read Sainsbury CHS 1, 2, 4, and 6 on logic and the project of formalization, on truth functionality, and on quantification. Sainsbury discusses conditionals in his CH 2 and in his CH 3 too. For more on troubles with conditionals, see the introduction and some of the papers collected in Frank Jackson, ed. Conditionals, OUP, 1991. Jackson himself proposes the neat story about the meaning of indicative ifs, sketched in section 19.5c. Our logical system in this book is classical, containing the rule dn, or equivalently, lem. For more on constructivist doubts about the legitimacy of these rules, see Stephen Reed, Thinking About Logic, OUP, 1995 ch. 8. Richard Zach et al., The Open Logic Text, openlogicproject.org, first chapter of Part XI, Intuitionism. We have helped ourselves to a basically Fregean distinction between sense and reference. For an approachable discussion of Frege's own views, see Harold Noonan, Frege, A Critical Introduction, Polity, 2001, chs. 4 and 5. Going further in formal logic, there is a very extensive annotated study guide available at logicmatters.net. But 2 good places to start are David Bostock, Intermediate Logic, OUP, 1997, Ian Kiswell and Wilfred Hodges, Mathematical Logic, OUP, 2007. Despite their titles, neither book goes a great deal beyond this one. But Bostock is very good on the motivations for and interrelations between various styles of logical system, and on explaining some key meta-theorems. Also see his last chapter for some discussion of empty names, empty domains, and free logic. Kiswell and Hodges are also very clear, and their book gives an excellent basis for more advanced formal work. Our final chapter hinted that there is much of interest in formal theories of arithmetic, and in G. Odell's famed incompleteness theorems in particular. If those hints piqued your interest, then I can't resist suggesting that you soon dive into Peter Smith, An Introduction to G. Odell's Theorems. Cup, 2nd edition, 2013. Now freely available at logicmatters.net. Index entries for symbols, rules of inference, and concepts give the principal locations where you will find them introduced. Names are not indexed when they are merely used in examples. 68, 82, 86, 87, 68, 82, 86, 87 not sign, 68, 82, 86, 87, and 68, 68, 72, 6, 72, 159 equals 86, 339p. Q 99, 106, $114 down arrow, 118 up arrow, 119, 122, 140, 159, 221, 356 approximately, 142, 143, 146, 146 right arrow, 150, 159 left right arrow, 156, 158 identical to